And I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. My name is Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me tonight for the first game, at least, is going to be Indiana Frosco in black and Zach Rusty Pie. How are you guys doing today?
Oh, I'm awesome.
And yourself, Rusty?
Happy to be here. Hijacking what is a duo cast and adding some Rusty insights should be good.
Who is this guy? I feel like I haven't seen you in ages.
We have not casted together since last split.
Well, we'll get to that a little bit later. We'll deal with Rusty in just a bit. But for now, we're going to have a TriCast for the first game of tonight. We actually have two great League of Legends matches here to play in the LPL for tonight. But first up, this is the first week of cross-conference, and also we're now on 6-11 for the patch of League of Legends. What does this mean coming into this group? Because, we're not going to see Group A play against Group A games anymore. It's now going to be Group A against Group B.
Yeah, so we're going to have 3 weeks of cross-group action. I think the first thing that we need to touch on is how quickly the LPL usually adapts to things, and being a week behind, generally the answer is slowly. Like to look at other regions, see how it happens, what shapes up. We have to look at Aurelia in the top lane, Jax in the top lane, and carries in general. Picking up that Trinity Force is a big point of contention here.
We're looking, now cross group as well. No more matches being played in each respective group.
And it's kind of cool because now we get a chance to step back, kind of look at these two different groups, Group A and Group B, and determine who is the stronger group. And I think we definitively came to this idea that they're actually fairly even. So you got two top dogs in both groups. You got EDG and Snake, and then you have RNG and WE. Then you have your dark horse there, which is going to be either Invictus Gaming or Vici. And then the woulda, coulda, shoulda is going to be LGD and Newbie, respectively, in either of those groups, and everyone else is just kind of playing catch-up.
You're damn right saying they should have, because they absolutely should have. But I think that's pretty cool. Comparing it to the last split when we saw the two groups, it felt like B was definitely stacked in a big way. And now we come into the second split, everything feels a lot more even. The top two teams are definitely top two teams in each group. And I feel like putting them against each other could go either way.
So how do you feel this cross-conference is going to go here? Because, last spring, like you mentioned, we saw how there's one group a lot more stacked than the other. Now it kind of feels like this is a little bit more even. Should we still see the top dogs stay at the top here?
Yeah, it's very, obviously it's awesome because our opening match of kind of the cross-conference is going to be the finals rematch, the EDG versus RNG. Everyone's excited. We only get to see it one time during the regular split, so we won't get to see these two teams face off again until playoffs or even the finals, should they both make it that far. But it comes down to this idea where, yes, Group B was very stacked last year, so it was Group B's chance in the cross-conference last time around, where they were just trying to get free points, that it was so competitive in their own group that they really needed to make it shine when they faced the weaker Group A. This time around, because it's more stacked, we just get more exciting games of League of Legends. I remember we were setting up for the narrative prep for this one. We were just stepping back and like, wow, there's a lot of really good LPL games this week, and that's just the joy of cross-conference and having two really competitive groups.
Yeah, and the best thing about this, and we touched on this last time we saw the cross-conference, is the fact that you only play them once, and what it does is it moves you up the standings without having it impact anyone else in your standings. So it's essentially what we call free points, in that it doesn't impact anyone else in your group, but if you win, it only benefits you. So it's very important that you do.
That kind of feels like it has a big impact on the teams that are lower down in their respective groups. You talked a lot about the top dogs of group. What does this mean for the likes of someone like LGD or OMG? Haven't picked up very many games. Are these important games for them to win?
They're important games, and what I want to actually bring about because of this point that you've raised is that they're different styles. And what I would like to say is that there are similarities and differences between Group A and Group B in the way that they play, but what LGD have is a similarity to the opposite group in their style of play. So coming up against this other group might make things better for them, where they're constantly losing in their own.
And what Rusty's referring to is this idea that Group B seems to be more of kind of the cerebral teams. You've got Vici in there, you have WE, whereas Group A are more of the 5v5 or fighting-based teams. So people like EDG. Obviously, you have outliers like RNG, and Group B is likewise LGD that he was pointing out. But it's kind of their chance to test their mettle against the other 5v5 team fighting teams.
Well, those are kind of the differences we see in the two groups here. Something that isn't too different, or actually is very similar between the groups, are the picks and bans that we've seen coming out from these teams. And we mentioned earlier, we are on 6-11. Rusty also pointed out, Trinity Force is quite powerful now. Aurelia's been seen play up in the top lane especially. What else are we going to see coming out from this new patch? Because this changes a few things here and there.
What's actually really curious is when you look at the gold distribution between the top three teams, so we're identifying them as EDG, RNG, and WE, in no particular order right there, is that their AD carries actually get an absurdly amount of gold distribution for them. Makes sense, you've got Deft, you have Uzi, but then you also have Mystic, who is definitely not in the same class as Deft or Uzi, and we've kind of seen on 6.10 that AD carries are more going towards that utility identity. You look at NALCS, and Ashe is a big priority pick, whereas in the LPL, it still seems to be this idea that the AD carries, yes, we're playing Sivir and Caitlyn and the likes of that, but they're still having this carry identity, at least in terms of where the revenue is going.
Yeah, and that's interesting because we can draw a correlation to other regions and see that the exact opposite is happening, where the bottom lane is going to be facilitators, play utility, have Ashe and Sivir, Karma even as the support, and actually just get the rest of your team going. I think moving into 6.11 that we touched on as well, Trinity Force is a big deal. Lucian can pick up Trinity Force, and I'm hoping that moving into this patch, we'll start to see it more and more because I rate it quite highly.
You know, speaking of AD carries and itemization for AD carries, so we're going to see differences in terms of picks down there because, you know, Lucian a little bit weaker now. We still see a lot of Caitlyn being played and banned here and there in Ezreal. Those are the big three, and Sivir thrown in once in a while. Will we see, you know, a little bit more utility? Will we see changes here and there?
I mean, Ezreal makes sense in terms of the LPL, like loving him because we have really amazing Ezreal players. Deft in particular, likewise Uzi. I expect it to be a contested pick tonight, as well as that Lucian. Rusty already hinted kind of at the Trinity Force changes and how Lucian can now pick that item up. But it's this idea that Ezreal kind of was the perfect mesh for the LPL. Yes, other regions are moving towards more utility-based AD carries like that Ashe, but Ezreal itemizes into utility with his Iceborne Gauntlet route, so he's still retaining a lot of that damage, a lot of that safety, a lot of that power that the LPL AD carries like to have, while kind of bridging towards more of that utility and offering his team more.
And with the addition of Karma as a support, you can, yes, play more AD carries in there. Karma as well, pretty big. It takes away the Sivir as a necessity for team composition. So across the board, we might see more variance in picks, but generally from what we've seen, it's stayed about the same in that bottom lane.
And, you know, it's not just AD carries that we see variance in picks here in the LPL as well. You know, junglers have been very standard or very stable, you could say, as well. But before we talk about it a little bit more, let's take a look at the KDA rankings for the current LPL standings here. First is going to be the top lane. 957 Mouse and Lung are going to be sitting at the top with about 5 points something there for those three, with Tatai and V just below them.
It's nice to see 957 kind of peeking his head on the top of something. He kind of goes under the radar, not a big name like the likes of Mar and like the likes of Zatai, but definitely has cemented himself as an elite top laner in the LPL.
And we take a look at the jungle KDAs there. Clear Love, he's a resident up here in the KDA rankings from Spring Spirit, now moving over to Summer, and SOFM making his mark on 9.6 as well.
Yeah, someone that we looked at and said he's been quite good so far and made his mark, but might be showing signs of predictability and exploitation.
Well, let's see how he can continue in the LPL here as we take a look at the mid lane. Xiaohu is up at the top with Athena just below him. Sierra Tank and Baimi will round out that roster.
And no surprise to see Xiaohu sitting at the top. He seems to be the perfect merge right now of the control mage style with a pocket pick LeBlanc.
Speaking of perfect.
Oh, 63 KDA
that is
here
not
for Martin
a
at the
typo.
moment.
That is actually true. Martin has a 63 KDA. He does not die.
Uzi's been kicked off of that bench there. And now we're going to take a look at the supports. Jay-Z is sitting up top with Mako just behind him. Mata, Savoki, and Zero will round out those KDAs.
And really that just speaks to the strength of Snake as a bottom lane right now. They are more of the janitors, but what they are doing is playing janitor effectively with a winning team. So Snake represented through the KDA is definitely putting in work.
Well, we can also take a look at the MVP rankings here as Mystic, Deft, and Uzi all sit at the top of that with 4 to their name, and Scout and Republic just behind them.
And let's just look at that. That speaks so much to Mystic. Again, I'm not going to put Mystic on a pedestal with Uzi and Deft. Those guys are just in a completely different league of their own. They're just gods in the position. But the fact that Mystic gets to sit up there and play with the best of them while cementing Team WE as kind of that third place or even second base team possibly is really impressive.
And you know, this comes back to the fact that we see AD carries one more time being the MVPs of the team. I think there was a game where we saw Deft with 50% of his team's damage share. This is a stark contrast from all the rest of the regions at the moment.
And that was 50% with an Azir on his team, so absolutely does a lot. Earlier that last split, I think he had a 43% game as well. Like, Deft has been absolutely carrying, and you're right, it does contrast quite highly. Mystic being up there in MVP at all speaks a lot towards him, doing his team proud.
It speaks to this idea that the LPL has some of the best, if not the best, bottom lanes in the world right now, and we're going to see two Titans clash.
Well, let's see as we get into these games very quickly. But first, the standing is EDG sitting at the top without a single loss just yet. Snake Esports just behind them with game talents, both 3 and 2. Invictus Gaming and Newbie are both 2 and 3, whereas Saint have unfortunately not able to pick up a win just yet.
Yeah, they found maps, but they haven't actually found set victories. Same thing goes for EDG, who have lost a couple of games, but not sets in their own right.
I mean, the really only standout there is Game Talents, who kind of have plateaued, and I figure they'll sink in the standings as we go on.
Well, let's see how they continue in the LPL here as we take a look at Group B. Another undefeated team here being RNG, also playing the first match of today. Team W just behind them, 4 and 1. Vici, 3 and 2. I made 2 and 3. LGD, 1 and 4 with OMG, 0 and 5. There's a trend going on in Group E. As we take a look at today's matchup, it is going to be the grand finals of Spring's rematch between Edward Gaming taking on RNG for the first match tonight, followed up by Invictus Gaming taking on OMG.
Not to be overshadowed, Invictus Gaming versus OMG. Historic matchup. I got you. I'll cover it.
It certainly is. But, you know, let's dive straight into that first match because it is the grand finals rematch here. EDG taking on RNG. Both teams are currently undefeated in their groups, and it's going to be a huge match here today.
Before I want Rusty to kind of delve into all of the cool, matchups, because there's amazing matchups in this game, I just want to start with like the history of these teams in a very brief way, because I think that's incredibly important. We have Starhorn Royal Club, Royal Never Gives Up, two-time world finalist team. They went to MSI, they beat EDG in Spring, and they still are kind of considered second best. People aren't ready to give them, they're the best team in the LPL. On the other side, you have EDG, probably the most dominant team the LPL has ever created, and they're fumbling. They're actually in a slump. They've dropped 2 LPL titles in the last repeated splits, and they're just kind of, everyone knows that they're a premier team. Everyone says, RNG are good, but EDG probably still have this, but this is their chance to actually prove it, and this might be the defining moment where we get to say, RNG are the best team. EDG are clearly second best.
Yeah, and it's definitely starting to even be reflected. If you did a time lapse of the LPL and individual results for teams, EDG was always first, and now it's second and starting to peter off. And RNG, absolutely, not only they're historically relevant, they're making their mark right now, currently, to be that best team.
Well, Rusty Frostgren did mention there that there's a few interesting matchups here. What can we expect in the matchups here between the two teams? What stands out between the players coming to this match?
I think the first and foremost thing that we have to address is the winners of this can be considered the best bottom lane in the world.
Well, let's take a look at who they are going to be here. As we take a look at the team lineups here, it's going to be Mouse, Clearlove, Scout, Deft, and Mako starting out for the team with Koro and Pawn as their substitutes.
I was going to say your eyes do not deceive you. That is Pawn returning off the injury list and joining the sub bench, but it will be Scout starting for them.
One big question mark we have for EDG, isn't it? When will we see Pawn again? When will we see Koro again? But for now, it's Mouse, and he's been performing well.
And Spawn likes to call this the best bottom lane in the world right now, Deft and Mako. And quite frankly, I agree with them. They've been playing out of their mind. We saw Deft with a 50% damage share. We talked about that a lot earlier for one of his matches. And EDG, they've been looking good this so far.
It's not just Deft, though. Mako is performing amazingly. He deserves to be in the same exact conversation with the likes of Mata, which is incredibly impressive because this is effectively his second year of playing.
Not to mention he's going to be up against Giants as well on the other side of the rift. But we'll be delving into RNG's team competition very shortly. Koro and Pawn, returning as substitutes here coming to this game as well.
But this is the mismatch, though. The fact that Koro and Pawn are the subs, and so that's Mouse and Scout. And this is where the map is unweighted. It's Looper and Xiaohu versus Mouse and Scout. Because Uzi and Mata, I'm sure they'll be fine.
And we're going to get a look at RNG's lineup here as we take a look at their team profile. Up in the top lane, it's going to be Looper, followed up by MLXG in the jungle. Xiaohu will be taking to the mid lane as Uzi and Mata try to compete against the world's best bottom lane as Sask and Wushan will be their substitutes.
And MLXG really been stepping up lately in this split, putting in some work and stamping his foot in the jungle. Of course, he's against Clearlove, which is going to be a tough thing to do, but conflicting styles might actually favor RNG here, with being the weapon of Mata, could be able to get some ganks off early.
Let's see if they can do just that here, Very heavily weighted in the bottom lane for both these teams. Uzi and Mata, they definitely can try and take down Deft and Mako here.
Okay, it's ridiculously weighted in the bottom lane for this team. So Uzi's damage share is 28% of his team's gold. He has the highest gold share of any position of any player in the LPL. But you have to think, RNG are a team that is crafted for Uzi to succeed. Not in the same way that Starhorn Royal Club would just play, kind of protect the AD carry comps, but just in their general play styles. Xiaohu used to be a wave control mid laner before being a wave control mid laner was popular. It wasn't until MSI that kind of the little tiger grew up and became this like kill threat in the mid lane. He used to just sit back, Emperor of Shurima, Xerath, farm all day. Now he's got the pocket pick LeBlanc. Looper has always been known for his TP plays, especially in tandem with Mata on the bottom lane. So it's kind of like RNG's identity was already set up for this all-star AD carry. They had Wushin, he did great things, and now they have someone better.
And his gold share also tells that story even further there, where I believe he has the lowest gold share just above supports here. So we are going to take a look at a few highlights here for RNG and also a few statistics, especially for this man, Uzi, as the AD carry, as well as Mouse, taking to the top lane for EDG.
Yeah, definitely worth talking about Mouse. He's got a big task ahead of him in this best of 3 series. playing against Looper, not an easy thing to do anyway. Even if he is a teleport heavy and influential on the map top laner, he has laning phase like no one else.
And we have Scout as well, the other solo laner, taking over from Pawn and Koro for now. He's been having pretty decent games so far.
So I don't think anyone can argue that Koro is worse than Mouse. I think that that's pretty definitive. Mouse is doing a good job, but he's definitely not Koro. He doesn't have the dual threat of being a carry top laner as well as a role-playing top laner that Koro had for EDG. But as far as Scout versus Pawn, Scout is a different player, obviously. He's kind of being more controlled. He does have different styles. We're starting to see that emerge a little bit, but he's mostly been on the control wave meta. A lot of Azir pick. He's a bit more consistent than Pawn, and he reminds me a lot of you from 2014 old EDG days, which is why I think he works so well with the team, because the team really has never been about a mid laner. It's just been about their mid laner kind of playing janitorial duty, whereas Pawn, yes, he has that 1% miracle play. He's got a higher skill ceiling, but the problem is he's a double-edged sword, and a lot of times, especially the last time RNG and EDG faced, Pawn cost them quite a few important plays and quite a few games and kind of overextending and being over-aggressive.
For now, though, it is going to be Scout that starts in this match. We'll have to see if later on in this game or in the series, Pawn comes into play here. But we are going to head into Champion Select for game number 1 between EDG and RNG. And already, the bans have been going underway here. Sivir and Nidalee being taken away very early here by EDG, as Braum and Rek'Sai are going to be the bans coming out from RNG.
And this was the question, you know, was it going to be a very heavy jungle target? Because both these teams will win through their jungle pressure. I think Clearlove's more about finding, denying camps and just being oppressive, whereas MLXG is more about killing the enemy jungler. Or were we going to see focus towards the AD carry position, trying to limit Deft and Uzi's weapons?
We also see the Azir ban coming out from EDG here, as well as a Vladimir ban from RNG, which means Ryze is left open.
So let's just quickly touch on the fact that Azir got banned by the team with Scout in it. He's played 7 Azir games. It's his most played champion, nearly double his second, and he's only played 3 champions total. That's a big sign of respect for Xiaohu.
And to jump on the back of this, with Ryze being the priority pick and having that Azir banned away, EDG consistently will always prioritize Ryze. And that seems fairly obvious because we're so used to seeing banned or picked immediately. But again, the last time these two teams faced, RNG left Ryze open multiple games, EDG would pick it, and they would still outmaneuver it. So RNG, like going into this game, you know that EDG will prioritize that, and RNG have shown in the past that they already have answers.
Yeah, but the meta has shifted slightly,
that's
of course,
the
so there's not going to be a Poppy to outright defuse the Ryze during his burst combos. RNG still to respond.
Well, let's see what they can respond here with, as the Ryze, you know, still 100% picked a band in the summer split of the LPL so far, as we do get Graves and Karma being the choice of lock-ins for the RNG lineup.
So I will quickly just touch on the fact that with Sivir being banned by EDG, I really like the first pick support here from RNG. We've called Karma very similar to what Sivir does, being able to speed your whole team up and augment them if they wish to engage.
Also needs to be noted then that MLXG threw down the gauntlet. Clearlove does prioritize Graves over Kindred, although Kindred has been played more times by him this current split. But he has both options available, and he chose the Graves.
You know, Kindred has been picked and banned 99% of the time in the LPL, so very similar to Ryze here. Let's see if it's going to be the pickup for Clearlove. It's still waiting for EDG to pick up their next 2 champions to respond.
Could pick the Kindred here and just continue to hide their hand. Oh, we're going for actual utility.
Well, let's see if they do lock that in, because, you know, we've talked about it a lot. The bottom lane right now for the LPL, very carry-oriented. If they lock this in, which they do, means we're going to get a little bit more utility from the EDG lineup, as Ashe and Bard are going to be the lock-ins of choice for EDG.
Again, for the global audience, Ashe really hasn't seen a ton of play in the LPL like she has in other regions. Deft is one of the few AD carries that has picked her up a few times, so obviously has experience on the champion. Right now we have long-range initiation and pick potential from Bard and Ashe. And
immediately RNG are going to lock in their next 2 picks. They pick up Caitlyn here for Uzi, a champion that is time and time again banned out against him, as Victor will be the lock-in of choice for Xiaohu.
Yeah, so standard control mage in the middle lane, you would assume against the Ryze, Victor will do quite well, at least in diffusing it. I would imagine he will switch to Exhaust, as is customary against the Ryze. The Ashe Bard as well stands out a lot to me, simply because it looks like EDG are trying to map play RNG through this draft.
Well, let's see if they can just EDG, looking to try and complete
or just Clearlove them.
Their team composition with their final 2 picks.
Clearlove has done this before. Again, Kindred is available, but he has played Kha'Zix. He played Kha'Zix into a team comp that didn't have a true tank.
I think there was 2 Kha'Zix in the LPL. One of them was top lane tank, and the other was Clearlove, and only one of them won. I think you can work that out.
Well, it is going to be Kha'Zix locked in one more time here for the EDG lineup, as well as Echo, their top lane pick of choice.
So when we saw Clearlove take Kha'Zix, it was into a very low CC team composition. I believe it was I think it was Vladimir on the enemy team, and effectively they just didn't have any way to lock him down, so he just ran rampant into the backlines. We have a similar instance in RNG's comp right now, except for now.
And the final lock-in is going to be the Maokai being played by Looper here. So RNG do find that crowd control that they would need to lock down some of EDG's lineup, but EDG packing a lot of crowd control themselves.
Yeah, I mean, EDG have crowd control, but I do want to touch on the fact that RNG is just outright standard. That is a stock standard meta team composition that is incredibly strong with their individual lanes. Top lane can defuse, jungle can fight, mid lane can burst, and their bottom lane can enable and siege with the rest of their team. So that is about as basic as it gets, but it's fundamental and it's always effective.
No, completely agree. And on the other side, again, it's just kind of pick potential and assassination potential. So EDG are going to have to be far more reliant on how they play around vision and really watch out for that big 5v5 Victor Maokai.
Well, let's see how this one pans out here, because already 3 very surprising picks. Rise got through pick and ban. Yes, we know RNG led it through last time round. Clearlove is on his Kha'Zix, and we're going to see depth on Ashe here. And one more time in the LPL. So interesting team comp for EDG. Very standard coming out from the RNG lineup.
And the question will be, do we lane swap or do we 2v2?
Well, let's answer that question as we head into Summoner's Rift for game number 1 between EDG and RNG. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have loaded onto Summoner's Rift here for game number 1 between RNG and EDG here, as it is going to be the grand finals of Spring's rematch between the two teams, and let's kick it off.
That was so cool.
That was sick.
I think it sums it up nicely, though. You have to touch on the last word that it said, revenge. And that about sums up this series between these teams right now. EDG, RNG, both number 1 in each respective group. There is revenge on the line.
Keystone Masteries are going to go ahead and pop up on the bottom of your screen. Everything fairly standard. Again, Warlord's Bloodlust on Ashe helps compensate for her lack of lifesteal in the itemization, so helping her get through that.
There's a Thunderlords on the Kha'Zix, however, and whilst that could be considered standard because it's a damage Keystone Mastery on
I said it was standard because you ran it last time.
Yeah, I still don't know if I'm fully on board with that. You're a fragile champion who has high burst damage when people are isolated anyway. Strength of the Ages would help out.
We also see the Storm Ranger Surge coming out from the Rise, something that, you know, changes between Strength of the Ages and Thunderlords from time to time, but is found to be more commonly the mastery of the Keystone Mastery of Pickup, as we are going to actually see a lane swap coming out from the RNG lineup. Uzi and Mata will get spotted out that ward as they move towards the blue side of EDG's jungle.
Which means that they'll have to either exit or take this.
Well, Mata already trying to be a nuisance here. It will be taken away by Clear, but they get some decent damage down on towards Kha'Zix and Echo.
So RNG have a very interesting statistic where they
clever.
Don't actually lane swap that often, but they do end up with their bottom lane in the top side of the map 55% of the time, which means that usually they're trying to find a lane swap or match it and then just blindly go up to the top lane.
You can already see Mako here being a little bit of a nuisance against MLXG. He is able to steal it away. Mako takes blue buff from MLXG at level 1.
Wow. Mako giveth and Mako taketh away. That's great. Welcome to Bard at level 1, though, ladies and gentlemen.
It just goes back to this idea, though, that Mako needs to be mentioned in the same breath as Mata right now. He has really shown himself as kind of the premier support in the LPL and a very stacked lineup.
For now, though, we're going to take a look and see where the teams are going to send their champions to. As already RNG moving Uzi and Mata back down towards the bottom lane to go up against Def the Mako.
And this is what we were talking about. RNG will constantly try to blind lane swap because they want to, A, disrupt the enemy jungler, push a wave, and then kind of rotate back, and sometimes they can get chipping CS discrepancies. But more importantly, it's so they make sure that they get that 2v2 either way. It's just kind of a stock reaction that they have.
Yeah, honestly, it's a little bit cheesy for the invade, but it also gives you an early recall edge where you come back with boots or a longsword depending on how it went. And when you play champions that don't have the tier reliance like the Ezreal, it's usually a great idea to just put that into effect and cause disarray.
We can already see Uzi did go back down into that bottom lane with boots. Immediately, EDG actually send Def the Mako up towards the top side of the map, so they do not want to go into this 2-on-2 lane matchup.
Difference, though, will be Ashe picked up the Cole versus that boots pickup by Caitlyn.
So let's see how long it's going to take Def to get that one stacking. As Xiaohu here in the mid lane being rather aggressive, trying to push this one out against Scout. He's going to take a little bit of damage inside of his jungle. He's going to go ahead and recall.
We're already starting to see a big discrepancy, though, between the top laners. Looper is 16-4 CS, so this Maokai falling behind, especially in experience. And with the duo lane up there alongside Mouse's Echo,
Oh, wow.
there could be a bit of a threat here, which is why Looper is being so cautious.
Mouse just teleported and then cancelled it because I don't know if he either intended it and got told otherwise, but they want to push into a standard lane swap. Mouse almost got himself, I'm not going to say killed, but they would have assumed that the jungler and top laner were there from RNG. He would have blindly put himself into a situation bottom. So now the top laner of EDG just does not have his teleport because he pressed the button at the wrong time.
And that's both teleports from EDG now as Scout used his to get back into the lane against Xiaohu. But EDG are going to go ahead and get some damage down towards the top lane outer turret. And SMRG is going to get spotted out one more time. The bottom lane turret is going to get worked on by Uzi and Mata here, so they do not have the help of their jungler or top lane to take this one down, but should be able to take it down nonetheless.
But in the end, after this tower trade, the primary benefactor is still going to be EDG because Mouse has such a lead.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how Mouse can use this lead. We talked about it before this game. Looper, very well known not to pick up gold on the side of the RNG lineup. He's, I believe, 18% of his team's gold share.
The sacrifice for this CS advantage that most people will get is the Drake. That will always get taken when you're on the bottom side of the map getting the turret. And you got a recall in beforehand, so it helps out.
And we can already see RNG working to try and take this one down. It's a mountain dragon as well, which is a dragon that RNG do like to focus on taking down sometimes.
It's going to be incredibly beneficial to their Caitlyn composition, however. We've seen this a lot. Again, 6.11, so Zerkers have been adjusted.
Yep.
Kind of brought back into line, so there's a lot of siege potential if Uzi wants to go into Zerkers, 2 flat AD items, and then immediately into attack speed.
On top of that, the next dragon to spawn will be another mountain dragon. So if RNG can start stacking these up, their siege is just going to get out of hand here against EDG's lineup.
And kind of an issue is that we have a Ryze. Not that Ryze doesn't have amazing wave clear, but obviously having to burn his ultimate to do so versus a Victor who's just going to freely laser through.
Yeah, there's a couple of questions, though. I'd say that EDG being more skirmish-focused with their drafting. Remember, the Kha'Zix is there.
Scout actually gets Chaos Storm dropped on top of him. Does quite a bit of damage there with the Thunderlord's proc, but that's just going to force him to stay behind the turret for now.
I'm really glad that you bring up this idea of a skirmish face or focused composition from EDG. It's funny, EDG against their previous final were so good in the 5v5s. In fact, that was the only real time that they bested RNG is when they got all 5 men piled into there. RNG excel in the skirmish. They excel in the 3v3, the 2v2, and their composition is pretty much compensated against EDG. They beat us in 5v5 last time. Let's take a stock standard 5v5 composition that has all these other bonuses like sieging on top of it, whereas EDG, I feel like they kind of weakened themselves unless they really get these picks going.
What they really want, though, they would excel the best. They're just diving EDG.
Teleport is actually be coming in from Looper here onto Def the Mako. MLG is already on the top side of this map. Blows the flash coming out from
Clear
Def, but here
love's
comes
here.
Mako
Whoa.
jumping in aggressively. Looper now going to go in, but Clear gets so much damage down on MLG. Takes him down for first blood. That's going to go on over towards Mouse. It's Uzi now taking a lot of damage. Gets taken down by Clear.
Oh,
They're
wow.
not done yet. Scout is up in this lane as well as Mako going to take a ton of damage here. EDG cleaning up the RNG lineup.
And there we go. They tried to skirmish EDG under tower and were immediately punished by EDG finding a beautiful collapse and ripping through them.
They gave a lot of notice to EDG. Mouse had his teleport backup available, so that's where things definitely turn around here. Turret's at full health. Mako gets the flash, doesn't stun somehow, but Clearlove can assassinate, and this is where Mouse starts to get these first kills. And everything just unfolds so poorly for RNG. Aggressive decision, usually the right move to dive them when there's only 2 there. There wasn't 2, there was 5. They were prepared to fight you.
Yeah, great read on that. Likewise, Scout getting involved earlier because Xiaohu was actually coming back from a back, so Victor being unable to follow up.
And with that, with those 3 kills, being picked up there by EDG, they're already 2,000 gold ahead of the RNG lineup just 8 minutes into the game.
Should be noted, though, that Mouse was the primary pickup there for a majority of those kills, now sitting 2-0-1. And again, even though 6.11 has 6.10 has taught us that the AD carry is more of kind of that utility role, we do have an Ashe here. We haven't seen many carry-oriented top laners, particularly not from these 2 teams. Mouse in particular is very support-heavy.
Well, let's take a look at the damage dealt in that last fight, though, as Clearlove topping the charts there, did about 1,000 damage. Mouse was very close behind, about 975 damage there. So EDG, top side of the map, and their jungler was able to do quite a bit of work during that small skirmish.
That was a skirmish. Exactly what it is. RNG definitely still want to have 5v5s. They want to set themselves up with Looper on a front line to be a tanky source, but because they teleported, they were kind of respondent in their movements around the map. There was also a turret blocking them at forced flank situations where Kha'Zix can get isolated damage, and that's exactly where they don't want to be.
It can create a really rough situation because now we have a CS discrepancy as well as the bonus gold from the kills on Mouse, so 48 to 22. Whereas Echo is going to start to become a problem in these side lanes. Again, Mouse isn't really known for his split pushing, but the option is there for EDG come mid, come late game if they want to pull the trigger on it.
Well, we're heading 10 minutes into this match right now, and EDG, they're still 2,000 gold ahead of the RNG lineup, taking things a little bit slower now. As Mouse looking to try and get onto Looper in behind this turret here.
So Victor's rotating.
Down. Likewise, MLXG is coming down. A lot of pings.
Lots of pings going down as Mako tries to steal away the Scuttle Crab. Not quite long enough range to take that one away.
He got the blue buff. I think we'll let him off.
We're still going to see the AD carries and support up on the top side of the map here. Uzi and Mata already pushing out that wave, and they have me for most of this game so far.
And so what Clearlove did there by being on the bottom side of the map is empower his Echo further to be aggressive, and not necessarily just to get a kill, potentially to draw MLXG down and win a 2v2, but ultimately just to give Mouse a point of power in his lane that he should already be winning. That's 5 stacks on his Dark Seal, a massive CS advantage and kills to boot. He will be leaps and bounds ahead of Looper, and they're just letting that happen.
Well, Dragon is going to respawn in about 1 minute and 10 seconds. Going to be the second Dragon, and second Mountain Dragon of the game especially. It gives us some time to take stock of where things are at the moment, especially in terms of items. So we look first down towards the bottom lane, where the top lane is up. Both of them picked up their Spectre's Carls here. Yeah, I'm going to take a look at Scout as well in the mid lane. He's looking for his Rod of Aegis. Does have the components completed, but not the full item just yet, and still has his tier stacking. So EDG, pretty strong right now, especially in terms of items.
They know Clearlove's there.
We also know that Scout's rotating. He could get collapsed upon. Here comes Mata. Takes the safe route.
Just going to go back in towards his side of the map. But here comes a magical journey, coming out from Mako. Clearlove trying to jump on top of Uzi.
Oh.
There goes the Tip of Fate coming in, gets dodged out, and he sidesteps the ultimate there. So EDG really wanted to take down Uzi
they're
there.
in a bad position.
Let's see if they can get wrapped around. No, Mouse just put some damage down. Mata, put some damage down.
Okay, what a disaster. Went a bit pear-shaped, obviously, kind of underthrew the Tempered Fate. Did get the flash, so that's a fair trade.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, Scout going to take a lot of damage from Xiao here. Chaos Storm gets put down, puts a lot of damage down in return.
And that's why Deft threw the arrow afterwards, knowing that Uzi's flash was down, but Uzi, the ever-mechanical god, with his blue suede shoes, sidesteps it.
Dragon has actually respawned here, but both of these teams putting a lot of pressure towards the top side of the map, not opting to try and take down their objective swiftly here.
Notice how I said sidestepped Rusty instead of just flat missed.
It was a bit of both.
I know.
It was also, in terms of even execution, they should have thrown the Tempered Fate before they threw all of the other spells out, and Kha'Zix jumps into it instead.
I could read your face. I was trying to sell it, and he was like, nah.
Well, for now, we are going to see the teams move more members down towards the bottom side of the map. Xiaohu and Scout still going at it in this mid lane. On top lane, Mako putting a lot of damage down towards
Mako's a
Mata. Does
god.
get the stun. Scout, Dev trying to put some damage back down in return. Exhaust going down towards Uzi, but he's not going anywhere back here. His ultimate is going to come out. A teleport does come in towards the top lane. It's going to be Mouse coming up to the top side of the map. Looper's going to get here as well. Mouse going to take a lot of damage from this Maokai. Uzi and Mata, not too concerned with battering down the tank. Just farm up the wave.
And in the end, everything kind of fizzles out. Victor was making a rotation there, so Xiaohu trying to get involved on the back half of it. But effectively, both top laners came in just to say, knock it off, bot lane. We're done.
Yeah, and the teleport's still pretty cool from Mouse. I was expecting him to cancel it because it was a 1v3, but by being as tanky as he is, he can hold the fort. And they don't lose any turret. They don't even take damage on it. He just sits there and everything goes back to standard, except that we swap where our bottom lanes are because the next Drake is available.
Well, we can see at the moment, everything in terms of CS score is dead even between these two teams, except up in the top lane, where Mouse has a sizable CS advantage over Looper
He's
at the
taking
moment.
this, isn't he?
He's 30 CS ahead as Clearlove is trying to take away blue buff.
He's running.
EDG.
It's a
Scout.
long journey.
He's going to move over towards it. We'll be able to pick up his blue buff. He wanted it. Clearlove probably did too.
Now, question becomes, without the teleports involved in the bot lane, that means that EDG do kind of sacrifice their one strong point on the map, or their one very clear strong point on the map. So as we're now focused around this dragon, it's actually fairly even for RNG until those teleports are back available.
And Malashit's going to give this blue buff on over towards Xiaohu, so Victor picks up his blue buff as well. Mako actually taking a magical journey back towards his side of the map. Gets a couple of wards down in RNG's territory, sorry.
Yeah, that man was covert ops. And last time we saw MLXG try and lane gank, they were very much aware of it. And Deft used his hawk shot to reveal him this time around. They've got a freeze, so he doesn't need to be here. And if he shows his head on the top side of the map at all, even if EDG are vigilant in knowing that Clearlove's at red, so MLXG's at red, they have a numbers advantage on the bottom side of the map. They can look to make a play.
Well, MLXG has moved towards the top side of the map here. As Mouse, the one trying to push out the wave quite deep in towards Looper's territory. Clearlove is down on the bottom side of the map, and you did mention bottom lane is freezing for the EDG lineup. Without a turret there, it's going to be much easier to freeze it.
Uzi does not have flash. We have Tempered Fate and Arrow available, as well as the jungler on bottom side. They want Dragon. It could start with a pick unless MLXG again shows himself on a ward and it's just a free 4v5.
Ideally, they just arrow mid lane. He does have cleanse, however, which is very clever from Xiaohu, considering he's doing well in this lane as well with the cleanse. Got to give him a lot of credit. The mid lane is showing up for RNG.
For now, things have quietened down here between EDG and RNG. Nobody really wants to take down this second Mountain Dragon yet. Pings are going down on towards it, but nobody quite wants it picked up.
Oh,
It's Clearlove. That's going to be a lot of damage being put down on towards the Kartik. Forced to jump and flash out of there. Xiaohu just chunks him out of Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, Rusty just gave props to Xiaohu and showing it right there. He's the one lane that's doing fairly even, hasn't fallen behind. Mid lane has been relatively isolated, trying to rotate for his team and just tries to delete Clearlove. Almost successful.
You see LG was looking to try and find him inside of his jungle, get the ultimate off to try and snipe off Clearlove. But with the chunk coming out towards the jungle on EDG's lineup, MLXG and Xiaohu are going to start on the second Mountain Dragon of the game, possibly pick up the second one for their team.
Yeah, one of the big pitfalls of the Kazakhs just there is how fragile he actually is. Scout's trying to zone him off. I think the end result is honestly just a mistake in terms of itemization that we're seeing.
And the second Mountain
the
Dragon
Kazakhs.
will fall on over towards RNG here. And the next Dragon to spawn will be another Mountain Dragon. So if RNG can keep this up, that's going to be a lot of damage done to epic monsters and objectives.
Which means a very early and terrifying Baron for RNG, who are a team who historically have the highest Baron control in the LPL, as well as their siege potential on a Victor Caitlyn composition.
EDG have to fight for the next one.
Yep.
No matter what the circumstances are, they need to get themselves in there. 3 is too many of any kind of dragon, so RNG living up to their namesake right now.
Well, EDG have been able to naturally grow gold lead for themselves again. Uzi is forced to flash away as a Temper Fate comes out of Mako.
Pretty much off of cooldown as well. Deft does still have the arrow, so that should be noted. Meanwhile, mid.
Xiaohu going to take a lot of damage, from the Scout. Popped his ultimate, tries to chunk out the Victor.
Such is Rise. It's hitting a point now where, while Xiaohu is doing well in the middle lane, Rise is still a champion that scales.
And he's picked up his Rod of Ages as well as his Merc threads there. So pretty strong right now, Scout. So is the rest of the EDG lineup, although they did lose that Dragon, they still have a nice 3,000 gold lead for themselves.
Quickly kind of steering back towards Ryze and Victor. Obviously, these champions do fairly similar things. They've got burst, they have AoE splash damage, things like that. Victor is not nearly as reliant.
That is such a good journey.
Yeah, it is. Is not nearly as reliant on flanks as Ryze is. So that flash and especially the teleport are very important summoners for Scout to be as effective in kind of a line of scrimmage set type of team fight.
And speaking of teleports, all of them are up at the moment on Summoner's Rift. Mouse and Scout for the EDG lineup as well as Looper on the RNG roster. All have their teleports up and available. You actually see a small CS deficit growing here down at the bottom lane as Def is 10 CS up ahead of Uzi right now.
Which is shocking because Uzi averages 11 plus CS on his opponent.
And like Rusty mentioned, even the mid lane slightly going in favor of Scout right now, but the biggest deficit is still up on the top side of the map. That's grown to a 40 CS lead for Mouse.
Yeah, comparatively, it's a finished Iceborne Gauntlet. As the mid lane pressure is definitely still going to continue. It'll only get worse from here. Clearlove also finally finishing a Hex Drink and not having just the Serrated Dirk means he can afford to face check Victors and not flash for it. He's finally picked that part of his itemization up, and that was greedy from Clearlove. He was trying to snowball off the early skirmishes and lead that he had. He was slightly ahead, but Victor still a very potent early game threat.
Still means he is a full Serrated Dirk ahead of Clearlove at the moment. Oh, LMXG, sorry.
Dive being set up here from EDG.
EDG looking for it. Actually do get the slowdown on towards MLSG with the Q coming out from Bard. Not able to quite lock him down though.
And the nice thing is by moving Scout that early is that Xiaohu cannot follow. Vision control is set up from EDG. They're very oppressive in their control over this jungle, although MLXG with a cheeky ultimate does manage to get that. But it means that Victor's locked down into that lane, and since he doesn't have TP, he cannot follow. So EDG can continue to abuse Fog of War like this.
But from the pressure coming out from EDG down at the bottom lane, they're able to take another turret down for themselves. So they're now 2-1 in terms of turrets. They get its RNG.
Yeah, definitely still looking strong here, EDG. It's just those Drakes that are starting to become an ever-present issue for them.
And they've been able to grow that gold lead one more time here, now up to 4,000 gold ahead of RNG.
Well, it was really RNG just taking a lane swap scenario, putting Looper in a hole, and then trying to take an immediate skirmish fight off of that with a 5v5 composition. So RNG, their tendency is kind of getting the best of them, despite what they drafted for, ever-present aggression that's a little bit unbridled.
You'd have to say that's kind of just something that works for them, however. Remember that they've been only playing against the rest of their group, teams that you would have to say are arguably just worse than them, plain and simple. Now they're against someone that can match them with draft and skill.
Well, they're looking to try and take down Uzi here.
Double
So teleport's
teleport.
actually coming in. Def going to try to go toe-to-toe against the Caitlyn for now. Might be able to pick up a solo kill there as Def just straight up 1v1s Uzi there. Mouse not even able to get a tick of damage down in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, it's going to be Scout and Xiaohu duking it out in the mid lane. Once again, Ryze able to get the better of that trade. Mako trying to move up towards the top side. Can't quite land a stun.
And more importantly, Def didn't even expend his ultimate in that exchange. That was just straight up auto attack on auto attack. It felt like Uzi just kind of resigned himself to his fate.
I mean, you can look at the items there. Def definitely has more base damage at the moment with the Essence River being picked up already, as well as the Zeal. Meanwhile, Uzi sitting on that Runan's Hurricane, the components for his Infinity Edge at the moment.
I know that there's reasons for why that 1v1 went in Ash's favor, but we just watched Def 1v1 Uzi. Just let that sink in.
Oh, what a world we live in.
A glorious world.
Dragon now spawning in 1 minute. Will be that third Mountain Drake, which means it's ever important that EDG fight for it. Can't afford to give that over to RNG.
They do have a 4,000 gold lead just 21 minutes into the game. So EDG definitely are in position to try and contest for this next objective.
And that definitely reflects in their itemization, in particular their top laner. So we keep going back to Mouse, has the Iceborne Gauntlet as well as the Spirit Visage, comparatively to Looper's items. We're coming into a big 5v5, and EDG's tank is far more online, with a lot more backline threat as well.
You look at Looper, he only has the components like you mentioned, hasn't completed a single major item. So I see how much of a threat he can pose to Def in the backlines.
I feel like RNG just have to let this one go.
For what it's worth, component items are still reasonably relevant because he has magic resistance, armor, and health, all still parts of his kit. It just means that the damage isn't going to be there. So EDG could out-team fight.
2 stuns being put down to Uzi here. They tried to find the damage,
was
but
great.
only able to chip him down to half health.
That's what they want, though, because that means he's half health. He doesn't have life still, and the Drake is up, so that should give them the clean-cut objective. knowing that the Caitlyn has to back. If he doesn't back, RNG may look for it.
Mouse, they're going to take a little bit of damage. There's 3 members of RNG try to collapse on top of him. He's going to take tons of damage. Forced to try and flash away. Ultimate is going to come out for both the Victor and Uzi. RNG find a pick for themselves. Meanwhile, though, Club's able to take away the Dragon, but slowly RNG trying to collapse on towards the team. Def, he's been caught out by Looper. They're going to be able to take down the AD carry. He tries to duke out with Mata. Is not able to quite to take him down. That's 2 kills. Going on over towards Uzi and EDG, although they get the Dragon, lose 2 of their team members.
RNG look for that 5v5 with their composition as well as picking off Mouse, so get a superior team fight for them as well as positioning on mid lane. And now looking for more.
MLSG trying to jump on top of the bar there, but Scout, he's going to put down his spell rotation onto Graves. Forced a quick draw round up there. Flash forward there, looking to try and take down Mata. Scout able to obliterate him there.
Yeah, very well done from Scout to consolidate what was a poor start to that fight. Mouse didn't even get the ultimate off when it all broke out, and really EDG just damage controlled as best they could whilst taking out the Drake. That was their goal. Def doesn't get in a magical journey that Clearlove has to jump into to even get out safe, and that was just run away, lose as little as you possibly can and consolidate those losses. But RNG gift them an extra kill on the back end. Mata, whilst he did the most damage in his team in that fight, still pays for it with his life, so took the most as well.
You can see Clearlove was not able to even scratch, so much as scratch anyone from the RNG roster as they were on full retreat when Mouse got caught out.
It doesn't matter, mate. Karma just out-damaged the entire team.
Mata's champion, we've found it.
Speaking of supports who get the most gold, Mata and Mako are tied.
Well, let's see if Mako can step up to the plate, because he's, just stolen a blue buff away for now.
He has done plenty, how dare you.
Not quite done tons of damage
He's
in team
gotten
fights.
2 flashes for every single Tempered Fate.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, he's 2 for 2.
They're just kicking off the Baron.
This is risky coming from the EDG lineup. They're looking to try and take this one down. They do have 1 Mountain Dragon, so augmenting some of their damage done to this epic monster. They got it down towards half health. Temper Fate actually going to come out from Mako and try and stop them. LXG has jumped in towards the pit. He gets taken down. Def's able to take him away from the team. But Clearlove, he's gone as well. There's no smite, but it's still going to go over towards Scout who takes that down. Uzi now's the target. Magical Journey straight on top of Mata. And RG going to lose 2 of their members. A big Chaos Sword coming out from Xiaohu. Not quite able to take down Def. It's Mouse now going to be able to lock him down inside of the Parallel Convergence. Cleanse comes out from the Victor, trying to run away as fast as he possibly can. It does look like Looper, though, is now going to be the one that does get caught up. Tries to stun out Scout, who takes a lot of damage here, but Xiaohu still has to run away. Another Parallel Convergence comes down. Not going to lock him down, but that's enough damage as Mouse finds that kill. Looper's going to fall as well, and EDG just found a massive lead-off to that fight.
They found a Baron and an Ace, and I love the fadeaway hawk shot from Deft as he walks out, but it's like, it's cool, fam, I got you.
And so look at where Maokai and Victor are. It's the only reason that this got kicked off in the first place. They know they have that numbers advantage. MLXG just gets absolutely ruined. But for what it's worth, the junglers were dead, so EDG's focus had to be like solely on getting a Baron down.
Right through the field goals on that Caitlyn.
And once again, Mako with that magical journey saves his team's skin because Deft able to run away whilst the attention shifts, and Mouse with that gold advantage, big item lead. There is nothing that these 2 damage dealers can do.
And a big problem is also the fact that Xiaohu's mana pool is so small right here. He has cooldowns available, but unfortunately just not the resource pool to put out any more damage.
And you can see the stickiness of Mouse. They're able to stick to Victor, take him down with the use of 2 Parallel Convergences across that chase from top side to the mid lane. But that's given EDG a massive lead here 25 minutes into the match. 8,000 gold ahead of RNG.
And this is a big gold swing without RNG being able to execute on their composition. Again, they're a big 5v5 team, and we've only really seen 1 5v5. It's been 2 skirmishes that have defined this game so far.
And that's EDG's team composition that we continue to touch on. Skirmish heavy, it's got the Kha'Zix for isolation, even though he did 0 damage. They still caused skirmishes because RNG's bottom lane was separated on the top side. The rest of the team were running to the pit from the bottom side. If they cause separation, cause disarray, and honestly just confuse RNG's shot calling, they win every single fight.
On top of that, they do have the Baron buff right now, so looking to try and increase this already substantial gold lead into EDG's favor even more, as Mouse is going to be able to take down the top lane inner turret. The rest of EDG working to try and take down the bottom lane. Mako gets a very small magical journey away to safety.
And we talk about how both Group A and Group B are relatively even right now in terms of power, but to see RNG get just so dismantled in, yes, Game 1 is quite shocking.
They're effectively just being bodied.
Yep.
Everywhere across the board. Mouse is currently 3-1 against Looper, which is a mismatch.
Defto able to sidestep the ultimate coming out of him like she. As they're still looking to try and siege the bottom lane inner turret. As Mouse, he doesn't really care about Looper right now, just trying to chunk away at the top lane inhibitor turret.
I mean, RNG came back from MSI after a fantastic group stage, obviously falling in semifinals to SKT, but they still looked just as strong in the LPL, just as dominant.
On top of that, they picked up Uzi to their lineup, the superstar AD carry formerly from Chaogu, now newbie.
Mouse just recalled, so they may look to teleport and force this one.
Well, they
for
still
RNG
have,
try and fight.
They still do have Baroned up minions, and they're able to take down the bottom lane inner turret. So that's a lot of objectives going on over towards EDG's favor. They're taking down every single turret outside of the RNG base. They're 6-1 in terms of turrets taken too.
It's an over 10k gold deficit for RNG.
On top of that, next dragon is going to be spawning in 6 seconds, which will probably be the final elemental dragon of the game, unless EDG take it right off the bat.
RNG are not a team that have ever really been known for their team fighting. They do it decently well, but again, they're much more oriented about their skirmish. They play a lot more compositions that empowers that, as the Ocean Drake does fall to EDG. And the concern is here is, yes, there are tools for them to come back. They do have decent wave clear. Caitlyn now has Infinity Edge, already had that Hurricane, so you got decent wave clear there. Victor, of course, is still alive. But the stall tactic here, I mean, you're looking at 15 minutes before they can become relevant in a 5v5. I'll give them 10.
Now we can take a look at the gold leads that have escalated here for both these two teams. You can see every single lane, or every single matchup except for the junglers, has crossed the thousands of difference here. Only Elmashi and Klilov are close together, but it's still about 500 gold in favor of the Kazakhs right now.
Can't even give them 10 minutes anymore. There's 2 Guardian Angels on the mid and top
yeah,
lane.
I was just looking at Ryze's items. That's
more of Malmortius for Ashe as well. They've just built defensive, and when you're ahead with defensive items, you basically are unkillable.
As RNG still getting picked off inside their own jungle here. Mako finds that stun down on towards MLXG, who's desperately trying to clear away this ward.
They're playing a game. Deft. Sorry, MLXG and Mako are playing a game. That's great. Clear my wards, I'll place 2 more in its place.
Well, RNG are still trying to hold on to whatever they can here. Baron is actually going to be respawning in about 1 minute and 45 seconds. EDG have control over Summoner's Rift right now. Could definitely try and force RNG to move away from their base. We already saw what havoc EDG can do when they do pick up the Baron buff. So RNG would most likely want to try and fight them one more time for it.
And EDG are showing their hand that they are content right now just to wait for the next Baron. They're just eating up every available resource on the map, taking and clearing out both sides of the jungle. RNG, they have a very small window where they can sneak over and place down wards. One of their blue trinkets is up, so safety there, but they got 1 minute.
You can actually see how desperate RNG are at the moment. I'm actually using his collateral damage to try and take the Gromp on his side of the map away from Scouts. Gives us some time to look at the items though, as Uzi, does hit a nice spike for himself with Infinity Edge, Hurricane, and the Rapid Fire Cannon. So he has 70% crit chance right now. Oh my God. You're not meant to do it to your own team, buddy.
All of your buffs are mine. All of them. It's the enemy jungle, okay? It's still his.
You know, he just pinged out as well, very nicely, that their red buff is still up and available.
Yeah, neutral ground. Mako said, I got theirs. You can have yours. It's fine.
To be fair, makes
I reckon
actually
that's
quite a lot
actually
of
just
sense.
what he said. It's double the red buffs on the map. It also gives 9% of your health regeneration per 5 seconds, and Baron's up.
So we've got double red buff down in the bottom lane for the EDG lineup. You can already see Ryze. He scouted some massive items right now. Rod of Age is stacking up quite nicely. Void Staff, Sarah's Embrace, as well as the Guardian Angel.
He's ready. It's the GA that's terrifying.
Ryze was already a pain to deal with. Almost full item Ryze, even worse.
But we've got 1-4 engaged right now as EDG are looking for a pick. Now remember, Arrow and Tempered Fate are up. Meanwhile, Mouse is in that bottom side applying a massive pressure point.
You also have Scouts sitting inside of the base here. We'll be stacking the home guards as much as possible, looking to try and see if we can find a teleport flank against the RNG lineup. That pink ward is going to stop them from getting vision on towards EDG.
RNG have done a really nice job as they moved into this jungle, though, clearing out the wards behind them. So Scout actually doesn't have a great option in terms of TP to get flanking position on RNG.
She just was forced to use his ultimate to get out of the Baron pit as he quick draw it in just to get some quick vision. Found nobody from EDG's lineup in there.
Don't worry, Mako had red buff, and that helped regeneration. They've actually kicked it off now, though, EDG, and RNG have to respond to this.
Well, they're looking to try and collapse here. Meanwhile, MLG is going to get caught out by a Scout. Takes a lot of damage. Temper Fate will lock down 2. Teleports are coming in. It's a double kill for Scout. Clearlove's just jumping all over people as he finds the kill to Xiaohu and still stays alive. Looper is going to be the next member to fall. That's 4 kills for the EDG lineup, and they're moving straight towards RNG's base.
And that'll clearly be the game. They have the creep wave behind them in terms of the... Oh, never mind. They didn't grab it mid lane. Looks like they're just going to rush over to Scout.
And they're going to try and take down the bottom lane inhibitor turret. They do have another creep wave falling behind them to try and help with this push.
They might try to tank it. Again, Scout has that GA available, although the tower changes definitely coming into play here.
Parallel Converge is going to give Mouse a little bit of shield here as the minion wave now going to try and meet this turret. First turret is going to fall down. EDG are not stopping. Mako gets taken down by Mata there. So they're going to be able to take down the next Nexus turret. Mata forced to flash away. The Nexus is going to fall here, and EDG in 32 minutes are able to take down RNG in game number 1.
We have to highlight Mako's phenomenal Tempered Fate play. He forced flashes out of Uzi every single time in that last team fight. Locked Caitlyn as well as Victor up. Uzi was able to do anything.
We talk to the strength of the bottom lanes as the 2v2 and how stacked both of these teams are. I didn't see Mata and Uzi in that game. All I saw was Deft and Mako.
You know, that was kicked off from that skirmish up in the top lane. EDG pick up 3 kills, and it all started from this. RNG trying to start a fight, EDG returning the favor. They find a 2,000 goldie, snowball into 4K, and it was just downhill for RNG from here.
And this is the thing, when you look at these rosters, you see Mouse versus Looper, Xiaohu versus Scout, EDG replacing their solo laners, and you say, RNG have this. Uzi and Mata, they're enough to compensate, and Deft and Mako, like Rusty said, in game 1 at least, they just proved that they are the best bottom lane in the world.
And you know, Mouse, up in the top lane, had a nice 40 CS deficit for himself. We saw Scout doing some absurd things on Rise during that game. But once again, it was all coming down to the bottom lane. One more time, Mako, fantastic Temper Fates, great magical journeys. Def dealing so much damage, going one-on-one against Uzi as well, and the Baron just cleaned things up for EDG.
It definitely does help that Mouse did get so far ahead that he was able to neutralize Looper. I think that RNG from this point have to go back to the drawing board and get on a composition that allows them to skirmish if they want to be this aggressive early.
Yeah, I think it was basically outdrafted by EDG because they built themselves an army that was designed to beat RNG's strength as a team, who basically just sculpted themselves a standard team composition. If it got to 5v5 fighting, it feels like the shoe was on the other foot. And because EDG got ahead early, they worked on their strengths and their drafting got ahead. They just became tanks, they're unkillable, and they snowballed out of control.
I'm going to even push that a little bit farther, but I do like your analogy, is that both of these teams sculpted compositions of what the other one is strong at. Again, the previous time that EDG and RNG faced, EDG would only win 5v5s and RNG would only win skirmishes. And they just kind of, here, have a 5v5 comp, here, have a skirmish comp.
And then you see that final team fight coming out from EDG. And you know, if it rains, it's going to pour because EDG, they found a very small gold lead for themselves and just snowballed that out of control. It was very clinical play from the EDG lineup against the likes of RNG, something I didn't really expect.
Yeah.
It is also an example about how EDG utilized Mouse. So again, Mouse was the primary benefactor of that big dive on the top side, but Mouse wasn't the carry. He was just a distraction, and that's how EDG are working with their new solo laners.
Well, EDG were able to take game number 1 against RNG. We're going to go into a very short break and be back with game number 2 between EDG and RNG. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're going to take a look at the MVP for game number 1. It's going to go on over towards Scout in the mid lane on his rise.
I disagree. I think it should have gone to Mako. But, you know, Scout played well. We talked about this at the beginning, the pros and cons, Scout versus Pawn, and why Scout is fitting so well in the EDG solo remake.
Yeah, I'm also glad to see him on Rise, not Azir that they banned away from EDG. So good stuff here from Scout. I do agree, Mako performed well. Even Mouse had a good game number 1. Across the board, EDG just completely outplayed and styled on RNG.
Well, with his 36% damage share contribution in that game, he picks up his 4th MVP, tying up with the first place MVP rankings in the LPL right now. And it was a very clinical game from EDG almost. RNG had a few chances to fight back here and there, but it was once it was in EDG's hands, they just controlled some of this rift so well.
And RNG's tendencies really got punished this game, trying to play for that very aggressive early game, and EDG right place, right time.
You know what I really like about what EDG did, though, whilst they were winning, and we are seeing the highlights of exactly that, is they took the 50% fights because they knew they were ahead. In the LCK and in other regions, you usually see them take the 70% chance, something that will more than likely work for them, and with a gold lead that gets increased further. EDG see 2 people without teleport on the other side of the map, and they just start the Baron. They know that they can at least start that Baron. Clearlove dead, they still secure it. So that was a 50-50 type of scenario where they just execute better.
Well, you know, we saw at the start of the game 2 things happen for both teams. First was RNG had control over both the dragons to start off. 2 Mountain Dragons went to them after an uncontested Dragon 1 and a pick for Dragon number 2. EDG, on the other hand, had a gold lead for themselves. 2,000 gold after a nice skirmish up in the top lane. What happened after that? Because it was still relatively even after the skirmish, but EDG just started finding advantages here and there. What did they do to get ahead there?
It's the fact that Mouse is such a big kind of target in that top lane. Again, Mouse isn't an actual carry, but EDG just used him as a massive invisible pressure point on the map to free up Mako and Deft, and more importantly, Clearlove to find their individual matchups that they wanted. So it's here's this Echo, he's super far forward, you need to send resources to deal with him, and guess what, while you're doing that, we're going to do whatever else we want on the rest of the map.
So we're going to see changes coming in for RNG because, you know, giving away Rise, something that's 100% picked and banned, only picked about 3 or 4 times here in the LPL so far. Is that going to be banned away? We're going to see changes to their composition here because something needs to change for the RNG lineup.
So again, EDG have always prioritized Rise. I mean, people do it globally now. It's just kind of the thing. But even before Rise was a big pick, EDG focused on him, and RNG would give it away. They had Maokai there as kind of the soft answer and kind of negating a lot of that AoE damage, having tools to lock down to zone. But you're looking at a team whose primary carry, like, it's so weird. Looper is going to be your utility there. He's on the Maokai. And not that Maokai is a bad pick. I think Maokai is a very strong pick. But Caitlyn is going to be your primary carry, especially Uzi's Caitlyn. And he was just completely shut down by the utility top laner and the aggressive backdive jungler. And the utility AD carry. It's just the composition was completely designed to just destroy RNG where they were strong.
I think what we saw was, you kind of alluded to this already, both teams just catered to beat the other team, but EDG already proved that they are capable of doing that. RNG did not. So what we should see in this second game is honestly just go back to their strengths that works, actually pick a skirmish team composition, maybe not the Graves, and have some utility for your Caitlyn to keep him alive, and then everything might look a little bit better for RNG.
I have no doubt that Emily, she just kind of sat back after the game was, man, I should have gone for Kindred.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, that's the second time, I think, in the LPL for Summer Split where Kindred's gone through both picks and bans. They're probably going to be a priority pick coming in here. Now they swapped sides. Now it's going to be RNG with the first pick up against EDG here. So we'll have to see if that's going to be played out by MLG coming into this next game. But EDG, they're just going to keep doing the same thing because, you know, a little bit of changes here. Clearlove onto that Kha'Zix, a little bit unorthodox, but Deft onto a more of a utility-esque champion being Ash here. Was still able to put out phenomenal amounts of damage. He went one-on-one with Uzi as well. And is we going to still see that? Utility champions at the bottom lane now? No more carry-esque coming from Deft?
It comes down to this idea of why, again, RNG, they went to MSI. They beat EDG in the last final. They are the LPL title current holders. but people still say EDG are the better team simply because EDG, when you look at them, they get to pick where and how they beat you. They have more dimensions to them about the styles that they play. And I think what was really showcased, at least in game 1 here, is how one-dimensional RNG still are. They're still burned by their what are perceived as their strengths, which is their skirmish and their aggression.
Well, let's see what these two teams change as we head into game number 2 between RNG and EDG. Brom and Ash are going to be the immediate bans coming out from RNG here as EDG. They do not want Nidalee or Rise to be picked up by the RNG lineup.
2 Braum bans have been seen so far from RNG away from EDG, yet I think that Mako is a better Bard than he is Braum. Very unusual stuff here from RNG, but I understand what they're looking to do with that. Champions like Caitlyn can get a little bit ruined with a Braum there.
As Bard is going to be that final ban coming out from the RNG lineup. They do not want 2 of Mako's champions to be banned here today, and that's 3 bans towards the bottom side of the map against EDG.
What a world.
And they have to ban Vlad here for EDG, so there are so many options available. I'd go Azir. No, yeah, lock that straight in.
Vladimir being banned away means Azir is left up and available for Xiaohu to take in this game. Let's see if he is going to be able to lock that one in. But still a lot of very strong champions. You know, Rek'Sai comes to mind. We see the Kindred as well still being left up on the table right now.
Yeah, all 3 jungle priorities up and available, depending on what course of action you want to go. And this just goes back to this idea that EDG, they're so multi-dimensional as a team that they don't have to go back to that staple standard of what we saw in game 1. They can completely go a different direction and still find vast amounts of success.
Well, let's see what RNG do. Lock in for their first pick here. Like we mentioned earlier, so many very strong picks left up and available, not just in terms of what LPL teams will be picking right now, but also in the terms of the fact that it is 6.11 in terms of patch here. Rek'Sai is going to be that first lock-in for the RNG lineup.
So knowing that Rek'Sai has been locked in first now, it's pretty safe to say that you don't want to give that to Clear Love in any situation. What they will, however, give over is a previous ban from game number 1 and Scout's best champion.
So Sivir and Azir are going to be locked in here for the EDG lineup. The Shurima combo coming out for EDG.
And we've talked about at length how these 2 champions really work together for that long reach. Something that EDG have started to show as a trend through their course of the LPL games are these kite back compositions. Now, naturally, Sivir is there to make people run forward. Azir, he goes in as well. But EDG, they'll kind of show their hand with these next 2 picks if they're going forward or kiting back. But typically, it's been kind of kite back.
Well, RNG are going to lock in the same bottom lane that they played in that previous game. Uzi and Mata are going to be playing the Caitlyn and the Karma coming into this match.
Deep down, I just want this.
I want it to.
Gragas and Annie.
Mako to lock in his Annie. That's what everyone wants ever.
I just want to see Annie.
Mako's Annie. Again, though, Karma being picked up as an answer to the Sivir. Uzi, round 2 on its Caitlyn, his legacy champion.
Well, they're hovering over Gragas now. They do lock that in as well as the Trundle.
So we saw the Annie hover. I made the joke, oh, it looks like they're going to rush forward, but there we go. We have the Trundle there. It could be played in the top lane, could be flexed down to Mako, but primarily there it's a secondary support wherever it goes, even if Mouse does pick it up, and it's there for disengage. So again, it's this very kite back composition with the ability to reset a team fight or to pick someone out with Clear Love's Gragas.
Yeah, and historically they've always used that Sivir to great effect, whether it's just pressing the R key and going to farmer lane whilst your team kills things around you, something that EDG have done in the past, or it's utilizing deft with it. There's definitely a lot of forward motion available for a team that is multi-purposed and very much EDG.
Well, let's see what EDG are going to be able to do with that because Gragas being locked in here, Graves, Kindred still left up on the table deciding to not to go with those jungles, instead going for Gragas instead.
Okay, so the Swain is there, but a problem that I already foresee in RNG's composition is other than the augment mobility with Karma as well as backline unburrow from Rek'Sai, they don't have a lot of tools to actually engage on EDG's comp. Yes, we're on 6.11 and Azir's ultimate has been changed for its duration that it's actually standing, but you're still dealing with Trundle, with Nami now, with Sivir, with Gragas. It's going to be so hard for RNG if they ever do get ahead, if they ever are in an advantageous situation, to say we need to fight here and now.
So Swain and Victor were those final 2 lock-ins for the RNG lineup, whereas Maker has locked himself in a Nami for the second game for EDG up against RNG.
Now, once again, the forward or back motion, both entirely capable here from EDG. It's going to be hard to kill a Sivir or a Nami. Not easy to kill a Trundle ever anyway. And that Azir ultimate that is a little bit nerfed can still work effectively against Looper on his Swain if they actually break out into a team fight. as well as MLXG. So that front line gets bottlenecked a little bit. I quite like how both of these teams have now matched against each other. There's a little bit more strength from RNG early. The same old EDG, however.
So let's see if EDG, using a similar team comp from game number 1, are able to go up and do the same thing they did against RNG in game 1.
Should be noted, though, that it's really important to find standard lanes for RNG here. They need that Swain to get ahead, and he does have a favorable matchup against this Trundle.
Well, let's see if Looper can do that as he takes on Mouse here in game number 1. We saw Mouse game number 2, sorry. Saw Mouse in game 1 get ahead by about 40 CS, but game number 2 might tell a different story as we head into the second match between RNG and EDG. Ladies and gentlemen, we have loaded on to Summoner's Rift for game number 2 between RNG and EDG. You know, EDG, but they were able to take down game number 1, sorry. Let's see if RNG can strike back here in this best-of-3 series.
Should be noted that, again, it is going to be a Swain on the board, which means that, what is it called, Mortal Reminder, is that much more important in Death's itemization because they do not have an Ignite available to deal with that healing should Looper get ahead. Again, deep vision being set up by RNG. It's very important for them that they get standard lanes so the Swain can get the more favorable matchup.
One of the cool things that a Sivir provides as well whilst you go towards the Mortal Reminder, not only does he have Warlord's Bloodlust for early lifesteal so that he can itemize immediately towards it, he also has the ability to hit the back line whilst hitting the front line, and Mortal Reminder should always actually be applied onto Swain because of that auto attack on hit.
Well, Warlord's Bloodlust also being picked up here by Uzi in this game. We saw him go for the further battle in that last game on Caitlyn. So opting to switch it up to get a little bit more lifesteal here in game number 2.
So if you've never seen the Trundle versus Swain matchup, it kind of works like this. Trundle is a melee champion, Swain is a ranged champion. He's going to punch him in the face every time he wants to take CS. He's going to push him under his tower, and he's going to use his 2 damage over time abilities underneath the tower to make his life a living hell.
So bad news bears for Trundle, basically.
No, it's birds, actually.
Bad
There's
news
no bears
birds.
on Swain, to be honest with you.
Well played, Rusty. It does, however, open up Looper to gank threat and gank pressure. So we'll see if MLXG will prioritize Scuttle Crab on that side to give him some early vision, or if Clearlove's even going to bother with it.
Meanwhile, there's been a little bit of scuffling going on in the mid lane. This train is going back and forth between Xiaohu and Scout. We take a look at the bottom lane quickly. Uzi and Mata did a camp at level 1 here. So Uzi hits level 2 first. Def still at level 1 with Mako, who decided not to go for the Gromp pickup early.
Unfortunately, Caitlyn's level 2 doesn't really mean that much.
It means a little bit when Marta's straight zoning them, but you're right. As now they actually just should not be there, RNG, because only one of them got the experience from that camp.
Mako and Def do hit level 2 by pushing a little bit quicker than the Uzi and Mato combo down in the bottom lane. Xiaohu and Scout still duking out in the mid lane. This has been a relatively even match from game number 1 and probably will be coming into game number 2 as well.
MXG not prioritizing top Rift Scuttler, but instead going for bottom. Started on the top side of the map, did not take his blue buff, so prioritizing giving his bottom lane advantage to push by securing that vision.
He's already mid, though. But I was going to say the reason that he's on this bottom side putting that priority there is because there's an Infernal Drake on the board that teams do love so dearly and may want to fight for. At the very least, they'll have vision and control of it.
In particular, RNG as well. Obviously, there's some RNG available. Hold on, though.
Wow, this is an interesting game coming up from LXG. They're trying to lock down Def. They're out able to pick up first blood going on over towards Mata.
Now, naturally, you would like that to be on your AD carry or your jungler, but still, message received. We lost the bot lane this time around. Let's change our fortune.
And it's not just the first blood going on over towards RNG's bottom side, but also there's a nice CS deficit already being built up by Uzi here. He's 11 CS, or was 11 CS, ahead of Deft.
That means you now have 2 winning lanes, one organically on the top side. Check up on this Swain. This is exactly where he wants to be. We don't see the CS discrepancy yet, but knowing where ClearLove is, it gives him free reign to continue to push, and now Uzi and Mata are also ahead.
You can already see the gold difference between the AD carries right now. Uzi is about 500 gold ahead of Deft this early into the game. Also has an experience advantage, being a level 3 to the level 2 of Sivir right now.
And honestly, that was a little bit sloppy from EDG. ClearLove was on the bottom side of the map, and they saw the Rek'Sai poke his head out mid lane, but still they got dove for it. And frankly, not even dove. They were pushed a little bit far up, trying to fight and body that 2v2. They pay for it.
Nice move coming out from Mako. Does pull the mini wave down the bottom side, so it pushes towards the EDG side of the map.
The SOFM special right there. MLXG again looking for a very quick gank and priority to the bot side. Denies his, or doesn't take his initial blue buff. Has now given it back over to Xiaohu, so a very early blue to Victor.
We can take a look at the top side of the map now as Lupa already being a little bit of a bully towards Mouse up in the top lane. Able to push him out of the lane very early and find a small CS deficit for himself. It's about 10 CS ahead of the Trundle right now as the wave will crash towards his turret shortly.
More importantly, it does force out the teleport, which now gives Looper the option that he can freely use his TP should he want to, or he could possibly throw it in and just try to walk back to lane and compensate that for later.
At this point, we actually just need to look at ClearLove and say that he needs to start trying to get something done. He is on an early pressure jungler in Gragas that can combat MLXG. We know that ClearLove is always farm inclined, however. We are seeing almost a slight necessity for him to show his presence on the map soon.
And that's the key thing, is that ClearLove does like to be farm-oriented. He's more counter-gank-oriented as well, whereas MLXG is much more proactive in setting the pace on aggression for lanes. ClearLove is very good at shadowing underneath, and if I need to, I'll show up. If not, these wolves are mine.
We can already see that being impacted on the map in different ways right now. ClearLove, better CS in comparison to MLXG, has an experience advantage as well, whereas MLXG was able to pick up that very early aggressive first blood for the RNG lineup.
That's cute.
He's going to be able to spot out one ward in the bottom lane. We'll probably spot out the second, but doesn't have enough time to clear it out. Sorry.
He didn't spot the second at all. So the way it worked is there was a pink ward that procced the Raptor sense, as well as that ward being there, and he went straight into the bush because that's what he expected to be. He found one ward, didn't assume there was another.
So still has some vision down in the bottom lane for RNG's lineup. Mako and Def only able to push out the wave and immediately head back to base here. And use ClearLove's health to do just that. MLXG actually going to tunnel over the wall here and find ClearLove. Tries to go one-on-one against him. This Krug is going to get smited away by ClearLove and just simply body slams over the wall there.
Does get the best case scenario by getting his camp and walking away. Obviously didn't have his bot lane available to him, so couldn't look for a skirmish there.
You already take a look up at the top side. Mouse, once again, not having a good time at the moment.
He's getting some assistance, though. Deft and Mako are on their way up, and Swain, if he's overextended, could be caught out, should be spotted by the pink ward.
Well, Mako is going to walk on over towards the tri-brush and will get spotted out there. Deft and Mako take that one away. They're still going to look to try and take down the Swain here.
Does have flash.
There goes the pillar coming down. Looper going to get slowed down and blocked off away by this pillar. He's been exhausted as well. Lots of damage coming down. The bubble used a little bit too aggressively there, predicting the flash from Looper. Doesn't come out. He's able to use that later on, escapes the gate.
It's kind of best case scenario, though. Yes, you're predicting the flash, but it also means that Looper kind of has to hold his flash in that instance.
You can actually see the immediate response coming out for the RNG lineup. They send Uzi and Mata straight up towards the top lane. They want this 2-on-2 matchup.
And every time they get there, they'll get extra farm. EDG on the flip side are avoiding it intentionally. So they walk top lane, they get a nice gank. We'll see how they play this one out now, because RNG, they can't afford to continue swapping.
So what they then traded, as Rusty was saying, is just farm for Uzi versus the flash on Looper. So Mouse has a little bit more pressure, but Deft and Mako are still in a very deep hole.
Yeah, that hole is just going further and further here. As Uzi's almost 30 CS up ahead of Def right now. He's 2 levels over this Sivir as well. So a really good start for the RNG lineup.
Just gone from bad to worse, and this is standard laning phase that's
Wow.
completely gone awry.
Deft and Mako actually not opting to go down into the bottom lane. Instead, they move up towards the top side of the map to match the 2-on-2 instead. Which sounds rather dangerous here, being a level behind and about 30 CS behind the opposite AD carry.
I think it's because Mouse was already in that bottom side or heading that direction, didn't have his teleport available, so EDG kind of caught out with a bit of a position error, especially because that's an Infernal Drake in the bottom. You'd think that they'd want priority of their number advantage to bot side.
And they're actually not too far behind in items, just levels, so that level 5 to 6 definitely hurts them. But as far as damage is concerned, if they play it right, catch up in experience, they're actually fine right now. Ideally, they get a gank up here, though. Otherwise, they're just going to be in trouble and lose this turret slowly but surely.
Uzi Yamato getting some good work done in terms of poking out Deft Maker as well as putting some good damage down towards the top side in the turret.
And here comes
down
that
to below
gank.
half its health.
So Xiaohu and MLXG are starting to push onto their strong side of the map. Not only does this offer protection to Uzi and Mata to continue to be extended and aggressive towards Deft and Mako, but could open them up to slide up to that top side as we see MLXG sneaking up.
Yeah, so they won't see him. But Clearlove has to be here because they know that they were topside. And it's wasting time potentially from the EDG jungler. It also gives a safety point once again to that bottom lane, where Looper knows that he's in a 1v1 confidently and can continue to harass and push out Mouse.
You can see CS deficits growing actually across the rest of the map as well. As we take a look towards bottom lane, Loop already has a 20 CS lead in that matchup. Even the mid lane going in favor of Xiaohu right now, who is 10 to 15 CS up ahead of Scouts. So RNG, just from CS deficits and that one kill alone, are about 2,000 gold ahead of EDG.
And historically, this is how RNG win and where they're strong. They just kind of organically and passively win their lanes through their ability to CS. Yes, there was the early gank that put Uzi and Mata in the driver's seat, but everywhere else, it's just RNG playing another day in the office.
Let's see what their next move is going to be here, because, like I mentioned, do have a gold advantage. No turrets or objectives being taken down just yet. That Infernal Dragon has not been so much as looked at from either of these two junglers yet.
But they don't need to. If RNG are just going to sit here for another 10 minutes and this league continues to expand throughout that 10 minutes, they'll be too far ahead just from laning phase. I think they're the ones who don't have to really do anything, just take free advantages, take free objectives when you can.
Which is exactly why MLXG, since it's just a free objective, is just going to go ahead and keep his laners there, continue to apply the pressure, but take what's free.
Let's see how EDG are going to try and respond to this, because for now, they're just slowly losing this game to the RNG lineup, and it's not really much that they can do right now, it seems. And
Yeah.
Infernal Dragon will fall over towards RNG's side of the map as she takes
RNG.
one away.
It
And
does-
another Infernal Drake will be coming up.
It does now beg the question of what does the mid game and the late game look like for these two compositions, and what are their win conditions and how they need to execute them. So for RNG's comp, they can initiate straight into siege. So Swain continues to be ahead. He's always going to be this massive problem that they'll have to deal with, as I
Scouts,
say
though,
that.
trying to take down Xiao, who is flashing straight back
TP.
over the ultimate. Scout
Scouts
getting
is
jumped on. There's the ultimate coming out from the Chaos Storm. Locks down Cluelove as well. And that's 2 more kills going over towards MLXG.
Ah, bad news bears for EDG. It's from bad to worse.
Yeah, they cannot catch a break, and you can see it even through Scout wanting to be the initiator. Xiaohu plays towards his strong side of the map because even Marta makes his way in by the end of this. The turret almost picked up Xiaohu, I will say. But just too many people here way too quickly, and RNG, between game 1 and 2, they had their power raid in that 3-minute break.
And it's already a 4,000 goal lead for RNG, looking to try and do the exact same thing that EDG did to them in game number 1.
And exactly, it's the fact that their top laner is also going to be a big power point that they're going to be able to play around. So Swain, if he's in just kind of a group fight, like he's able to get into the middle of them, he's fine, but it's still very hard to engage on EDG's comp. They have so many disengage options and tools. So RNG are doing a good job because they're winning 1v1 individually. As we break out more into kind of the 5v5 and these towers start falling down, it's about Looper continuing being obnoxious in these side lanes, drawing pressure, and then RNG continuing to skirmish.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to continue doing just that.
Right now they're in full siege mode. Caitlyn, Karma, Victor, they're ready for it.
They're going to send Caitlyn and Karma down towards the bottom side of the map now after taking down the top lane turret from EDG. That was just slowly chipping away the turret with a stronger lane. You can already see the items that are being picked up so far. Caitlyn went back, picked up the Berserker Greaves as well as the Zeal and the pickaxe to boot, whereas we can see Siva still looking for the components of that Essence Reaper.
Priority on the attack speed.
And this turret is going to fall down here. Uzi able to pick up the second turret for his team. Tries to deny as much CS as possible.
Historically, from here, RNG would look towards a Rift Herald, although they're
Whoa.
actually caught out.
Teleport's going to be coming in. Here comes Clulo as well, looking to try and find that body slam. But flash forward comes in for the tidal wave. Oh, the ultimate coming out from Clulo is going to knock them backwards. Mata still not going to be able to fall down here as Mouse takes a lot of damage in return. RNG might try and counter this one out and go for a counter engage, but still Uzi and Mata get out of there alive.
Actually, a big miscommunication from EDG. You saw Deft and Clearlove pulled off of that engage when Mata was actually caught out by the pillar as well as the bubble. If they had been in position, possibly could have picked up a revenge kill. And speaking of revenge kills,
MLXG looking to try and take down Mako, and Deft Bubble comes out, gets
Nice
both
bubble.
Uzi and Mata to try and lock them down. Mako still does get locked down, takes a lot of damage. Deft moving forward, trying to take down Mato, who's going to get body slammed here by Clearlove. The final attack is going to be enough. MLXG now in a sticky situation. The Scout knocks back the Victor. Xiao who puts down the ultimate there, trying to do so much damage to EDG's backline. Uzi finds one. Xiao is going to find the second and also takes down Cluelove. That's 2 kills for the Victor. The third kill will go over towards Uzi, who picks up another double. And RNG trade that 2 for 4.
and Uzi was the janitorial AD carry right there, picking up pretty much all of his kills with headshots. But Xiao who did so much work on the back half of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And even with EDG turning that back around, it looked like it was going back in their direction. Uzi does rock up at the right time with all of his damage. The boots actually being very important for catching them here. Because time and again can catch up with them, no worries.
Yeah, I just love the setup from Xiaohu to get that Chaos Storm laser across multiple opponents. And like you said, having the boots, having a nice Q from Caitlyn.
Yeah, well communicated from RNG to get him back into the fight as well. I think just individually and as a team, RNG look leaps and bounds above what they were in game number 1.
An immediate response from EDG. Check out that inventory. Pink ward, pink ward, pink ward, pink ward. Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute 43 seconds, but they've fallen significantly behind in gold. I think most of these wards are going to have to be used defensively just to clear out their own jungle so they can safely farm.
Oh,
Scout
goodbye.
getting locked down underneath his turret by MLXG. Tries to get out of there, but Uzi just does so much damage to Azir right now. That's another pick for RNG.
But Scout needs to think that that's going to happen again. Mid is the last setting outer tower. You need to clear the Azir away because he's going to be the primary wave clear. So he should have been a bit more cautious there, have wards on his flanks.
I wouldn't actually blame him for that because he just got dove. I would actually blame the rest of EDG for not being there earlier. With 5 pink wards in their inventory, not one of them placed, still nobody there to actually help Scout in the first place. So they will get this next turret, and that is an easy take, gifted to them once again by EDG being passive, just wanting to try and farm.
Night
gives
and
them-
day from last game.
Gives them an 8,000 gold lead here against the EDG lineup. And this is like deja vu. I feel like we saw this in game number 1 from Blue side, just different teams playing on that side of the map now. RNG very commanding here against EDG. The draft has just completely changed things in their favor right now in the early game. Being played a lot better by RNG's roster.
Got the standard lanes that they wanted without any sort of jungle interference. MLXG being the proactive member. Again, if you think about it, Clearlove is known as kind of the farm counter gank jungler. First game was tipped the scales because Clearlove got an excellent counter gank on a dive. Second game, the proactive aggressive jungler gets it done bottom.
For now, though, they're very content with just farming it up and pushing out waves as the next dragon is going to respawn here. It's going to be a second Infernal Drake. You'd like to think that RNG would want to try and take this one down to start stacking up their power in team fights here against EDG. And it's already been started by Uzi and Xiao.
I mean, you'd like to think that EDG can contest this one also, but they really cannot. They've got no ability to move around on the map. I think all of those pinks they placed were basically killed immediately through RNG's advances. Oh no, they're defensive as crap. There you go.
They're pretty much using it to just clear out
To
the
not
jungle.
get dove in their second turrets, really.
So that is going to be second Infernal. That's 16% bonus AD AP. Naturally, it's a scaling dragon, but I want you to take a look at Victor's items. Having the flat AP from the needlessly large rod, as well as the hex core there for him. He's actually really strong right now with that in particular.
RNG looking to try and take away EDG's red buff on their side of the map. Bubble's going to come out, doesn't get taken away by the Gragas. Instead, LMXG will be the one to pick it up. And we saw as well the Mountain Dragon is going to be the next dragon to spawn in this game. So definitely RNG for RNG right now.
And until further notice, neutral ground is at just RNG's ground. There is no such thing as neutral anymore. All EDG have left is defensive areas. And with these turrets starting to fall and getting chipped away at further and further, the Caitlyn is just an item spike away from starting a siege for the entire team.
And you see Rift Herald going to be taken down by the RNG roster there. Should be going over towards MLXG as well. So opting to take down every single objective on the map right now.
RNG have a very high Rift Herald priority. They 9 times out of 10 will give it over into their jungler. Obviously, it's still useful for junglers, especially if they want to be as skirmish focused or as 1v1 focused more correctly as MLXG.
This is not the kind of game we expected, honestly, for game 1 and 2 from both of these teams as well. Very one-sided affairs thus far.
It's kind of highlighting what both teams are really good at.
Yeah, well, also exploiting general weaknesses, it seems, on both sides. EDG, after that first game, you'd have to say would be solid favorites coming into the second, but RNG turn it back around. They play to their own strengths, and they just win laning phase and start to snowball the rest of it.
So much pressure is on Scout to perform right now, simply because, again, Deft is behind. Yes, Sivir will have massive damage late game at 3 items, but you're still waiting for a very weak or a very long power trough.
You see the auto attacks on MLG just tickling him there. Clearlove going to get locked down, takes a lot of damage, forced to flash out of there. Mako as well, just from one spell rotation coming out from the Swain, is forced to sit back and try and heal up as much as possible. The siege has been started here by RNG. Uzi putting all the traps down that he possibly can. Spell shield, got to remove one of them.
No, we called it an item spike away, and that's exactly what it is.
RNG not playing their side waves, though. They do have pressure on the bottom side. They don't need to continuously sit here unless they want to look for a very aggressive dive.
Well, they've got some good damage down towards this mid lane inner turret. You can actually see Xiaohu taking a lot of damage in return, put down that Chaos Storm that just whiffs everybody on EDG's side of the map.
You're still trying to farm into the likes of Sivir and Azir.
There's Clearlove looking to try and get the initiation on towards a Looper there, knocks it backwards, forced the flash coming out from the Swain. A Scout now tries to put some damage in return on towards Mata.
That was
Swain
a lot
too
of
tanky.
effort. Yeah, I'm not sure. 5 people strong, a couple of ultimates burned just in an attempt at Swain. RNG have already consolidated those side lanes now.
Yeah, but this is really important because RNG had so much momentum behind them. They could have easily swung out to their side lanes, played a 1-3-1, 1-4-1, whatever iteration they wanted to. They did have their teleport available, and they chose not to. Instead, all of this momentum, all of this proactive play just pretty much hits the brick wall of Sivir and Azir. And yes, EDG didn't get the pick that they wanted to, expended a lot trying to get that Swain, but they at least consolidated their towers.
And it was timed well because RNG were already backing away, knowing they could get nothing further from this. Xiaohu not running teleport also on this Victor means that Caitlyn and Victor, whilst a strong presence as 2 people in a single lane will go, they are still going to be 2 farmers in a single lane. Xiaohu can't afford to stay in a side lane for too long. Neither can Scout, unless they're both sitting by themselves, in which case RNG still at favor because of Uzi being on that Caitlyn.
If you take stock of things, it's 8-2 in terms of kills taken here. 4 turrets to none, 2 dragons to none, and a 10,000 gold lead has opened up for RNG right now. Baron is up on the table and available to be taken. And it's the 3rd dragon of the game, which is going to be a mountain dragon. It's going to be spawning in about 1 minute and 30 seconds as well.
I mean, it's stall game for EDG. Again, they have the tools able to do that with Sivir and Azir. So RNG, how aggressive are they going to get? How fast are they going to go?
It gives us some time to take a look at the items very quickly as well. Swain has that Rod of Ages looking for the Zhonya's Hourglass. MLXG on Rexar here, just very, very tanky with Randuin's and Cinderhawk and Sightstone picked up. Victor does have the Raya's Crystal Scepter and a slightly upgraded Hex Core. Looking for his Abyssal, it seems, as his next item.
They definitely want to kick this off now. They have complete control. They know that EDG have no vision. They've even got Mako recalling without any left. Thanks, Clearlove.
Uzi, though, again, losing a bit of RNG's momentum. Making his back, finishing up his last item. Not last item, but last item of his big power spike. So now he's got his 2 attack speed items as well as eye edge.
He's double the items of Uzi right now. He's sitting on his Essence Reaver and Zeal, whereas Uzi has 3 completed items already.
It kind of feels like deja vu from game number 1, just with the shoe on the other foot. At this stage, RNG trying to bleed out. Whereas EDG, with this lead that they had, and around this time in game number 1, just started forcing things.
Still able to push them away from the jungle here one more time.
Speaking of.
As Uzi looking to try and take down the turret. Mako, though, has to flash away from the Chaos Storm. One more tick would have taken him down. Scout now with a good ultimate is able to stop them from getting any further forward. But Xiaohu flashes on top of it to try and get into the backlines towards EDG. They escape, but with really low health bars.
EDG do manage to get Sivir back in position, but with Clearlove backing away, they will give away inner mid.
Inner mid does get taken out. Uzi picks up that one for his team. Baron and Dragon are left up and available as well. RNG could definitely rotate to try and take down one of these major objectives.
Yeah, and they don't really need to look once again at the Drake. They know that the bigger priority lies with this big purple worm, and Baron being taken down would just unlock all of the potential in the world for them. EDG not really close enough just yet.
Mako looks like he wants to try and steal that with a tidal wave. Not going to happen. It does get smited out by LPL. Clearlove was walking forward trying to get towards a bit, but it's not going to be enough.
Jahu's.
They find him. They take him down. Scout now has to try and do the streamer shuffle to get out of there. The Azir still trying to run away from Looper. Puts down another room. Not going to connect. There's an exhaust going down, but they still lock down this Azir. RNG find another kill for themselves and the Baron buff.
And they've got the creep wave behind them as well, so they're going to pick up where they left off and start sieging into this inhib. Deft is in position.
Yeah, Clearlove dead, Scout dead, a lot of their disengage gone, and the wave clear from a Sivir definitely lacking. RNG have all of the tools available to them to just continue pushing and get everything that they want.
The turret up in the top lane for the inhibitor falls down. The inhibitor is going to fall down shortly after as well. Pings are going down towards the mid lane inhibitor turret. Scout is still down here. He's going to be respawning the next 20 seconds. This inhibitor turret is going to take even more damage in the mid lane here. Mega does find a good bubble towards Mata. There's Mouse. And Cleared trying to do what they can to stop them from getting further and further in towards this base. That's already all of Mouse health bar just gone from poke damage coming out from the RNG lineup.
Siege continues. EDG do manage to force RNG off, so they only lose a single inhib in the top side. Should be good news should this look towards a second Baron attempt, but it means that they will give up the Dragon.
It's going to be the third Dragon of the game going on over towards RNG here. They are phenomenally ahead of EDG right now. 13,000 gold advantage as they pick up a Mounted Dragon for themselves, and the third and final Infernal Dragon will be the last dragon to spawn, or the next dragon to spawn, sorry, on Summoner's Rift. Not looking good for EDG right now.
No, not at all. This is absurdly large for RNG. You would imagine with their next push, they can make a big play. There's only 2 lanes left for them to attack. And Looper doesn't have his teleport, so they need to play it cautiously. But with the lead that they have, caution can kind of just get thrown out the window, and brute force is always an option.
Their gold lead can pretty much compensate for any numbers disadvantage they have unless EDG play it perfectly.
And even the Zonias for Swain means that diving is always a consideration. There's a 5-man unit with how big Uzi is and the rest of the team being able to stand in front of him. Even without Xiaohu, for some reason, he's in the top lane. They can get things done.
Scout has to just run away from MLXG there, who almost was able to catch him out, get the knock up. This turret going to fall down so quickly for RNG. Mouse just gets hit by one auto attack from Uzi and loses a quarter of his health. EDG desperately trying to defend this inhibitor turret. Baron up minions doing some work here against the turret as well. As MXG gets some decent damage down.
Just a one-sided affair from both teams right now. We do have a series on our hand, but I don't think anyone expected like this.
Not at all.
I was assuming more of a slugfest, just back and forth continuously, but RNG just clinical, oppressive smothering.
That's exactly what it sounds like EDG did in game number 1. As RNG find another turret for themselves, moving towards the final inhibitor turret of the game. EDG, they have to put up a fight here, it seems.
They have no choice, honestly. This is their last stand, but I don't even think they can put up a fight. The best they can do is throw out a tidal wave with the Sivir ultimate and hope that the keg is just one made of dreams. Well, those will be shattered pretty quickly.
They have to go now. They're running out of time.
That turret is going to fall down rather shortly here. EDG, they're looking to try and catch out Looper. He's being a pest inside the base of EDG.
Not
just
him.
runs around.
Anyone but Looper.
the inhibitor.
They have 0 options for Looper. Again, because of how far Deft is behind, he doesn't have the Mortal Reminder. They have no way to stop Swain.
This turret's going to fall down if they push on towards it. One final push from RNG should be able to take it down. EDG, Nate pulled the trigger. There goes that tidal wave. Mako trying to find the fight they were looking for. He's cleared off onto the backside. Going to put down the ultimate. Separates the team. But there goes the turret. It's fallen down. They've broken into the base one more time. RNG, they're going to look to try and take down EDG here. They take down Mouse. They find the first kill. Flashes forward coming out from all their members. The Nexus turrets are getting worked on by the RNG lineup now. They're going to be able to take them down, and without a fight coming out from EDG here, they're going to be able to take down the Nexus as well. Game 2 is going to go on over towards RNG.
And no one could deal with Looper. Death was so far behind, he effectively zoned off 4 people by just stepping forward underneath the tower, and Zonya's in ultimate.
Wow, took them a while. They were too busy trying to kill them under this spawn turret, but eventually RNG securing a 1-1 in this best of 3 in a very similar way to what EDG did in the first. A lot to be learnt from both of these games, from both of these teams respectively. I think moving towards a third, it feels like we're now playing a best of 1.
That was... We did not expect this. I think we said that time and time again during that game. 2 one-sided games. Game 1 going to EDG, Game 2 going to RNG. What changed? Because that's a very drastic shift coming out for RNG there.
Okay, so what's kind of interesting is that it was Uzi's lane that gets canked. I mean, no surprise there. MLXG prioritizing that, kind of using the SOFM pathing by ignoring blue buff, shortening his path and his time down to that bot lane. But it's Uzi who gets the gold. Technically, Mata gets the kill, but bot lane are ahead, and that's how RNG choose to abuse EDG. EDG, on the other hand, it was Mouse that was kind of the primary benefactor. Deft, of course, was on more of a utility AD carry. And yes, Mako and Deft were the primary playmakers, but they played around pressure that their top laner was able to get with that lead and opening up picks. So still 2 different, very different ways about how it got ahead, but both based on the jungler.
Yeah, and even realistically in the first game, it was a mistake from RNG that got EDG going this time around. MLXG has shored up those weaknesses and looks entirely different when we see him play the Rek'Sai opposed to the Graves. So early pressure, early gank-heavy champion seen from RNG's jungle position actually sets them up far greater.
And I think that's the key thing. I bet that MLXG and Clearlev, they're both going to go for very early gank-oriented junglers. I don't think we can continue to see the farm junglers because it's whoever pulls the trigger first seems to be winning.
Well, let's see what they're going to be able to do as we head into game number 3 shortly. We'll go into a quick break first, but don't go anywhere because in about 5 minutes we'll be back for the final game between RNG and EDG. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're going to take a look at the MVP for game number 2 between RNG and EDG. It's going to go over towards MLXG.
I mean, he was the primary snowball right there. Used some quick jungle pathing, ignored his blue buff, got to bottom right quick, as well as grabbing the vision of Scuttle Crab, and started the snowball rolling for RNG.
Yeah, very gank heavy, very team-oriented play from MLXG secures them a pretty clear-cut Game 2 victory. A deserving MVP for the Rek'Sai.
Yep.
But this kind of supersedes itself by a notable trend here. Not only is the blue side winning, it's the first picked champion that's getting MVP on the winning team.
And this is what started everything off for RNG. The gank path over the wall to take down Deft very early on, putting him in a 30 CF deficit to start the game. As well as this counter gank coming out here towards the mid lane, getting 2 more kills for the RNG lineup. Just sealed the deal for them in this game.
And back-to-back, we've seen the 2 junglers, MLXG and Clearlove, looking to start things off, which is probably where I want to start this. It's this idea that Clearlove has always been kind of the top jungler in the LPL. I mean, you have names like Loveling who also come to mind, but Clearlove really solidifying himself within the last 2 years. MLXG, the up-and-coming young Chinese talent. It's a joy to watch to see them clash over and really carry in Game 1 and Game 2 in very different ways.
So we see now, this is a scoreline we expected, 1-1. Between EDG and RNG, but not quite in the fashion we expected. 2 very clinical games, one from EDG, one from RNG. Where do we go from here?
Throw out the word clinical and let's just say stomp. Both games were a stomp one way or the other.
Yeah, no, they were very one-sided affairs. I think that's safe to say, but I still think this comes down to the blue side preference that both of these teams seem to have. On blue side, they're target banning, whereas on red side, you have to ban out of necessity. You have to get rid of the Vladimir, the Ryze, whether it's the Rek'Sai this time around. Last time we saw a completely different champion. It was Nidalee taken away as well off the board, and this is the jungle presence that they have. When RNG are on the red side, they forget about Ryze. They have to ban other targeted things as well. They give over that champion, and Ryze gets MVP and wins the game. You look at the flip side when EDG are there, they get rid of the Nidalee, they give over Rek'Sai, and they lose the game the exact same way. Moving into this third game, because EDG are going to have the option of the first pick, I think we're going to see a lot less targeted bans from RNG, and it could actually force them into a hole again.
Well, let's see what happens if we head into Champions Select very shortly here, but speaking of those target bans, are we going to see another powerful pick going over towards EDG as their first pick? First game, they got Ryze. We saw that Rek'Sai pick coming in for RNG in that second game, but still picks like Kindred not being touched here now that it's 6-11.
And that's the thing. I definitely think, if I had to put money on it, that the 2 junglers we're going to see are going to be Rek'Sai and Kindred, if they're not banned. Rek'Sai, of course, hitting the bench already and showing off beautifully in game number 2 there. But it's kind of the Baron preference and the ability to burn Baron with Kindred's damage versus like the high priority gank pathing that Rek'Sai allows.
Well, let's see what happens as we head into Champions Select for the third and final match here between EDG and RNG. Currently tied up 1-1 as Nidalee and Karma will leave the Rift here as the bans coming out from EDG and Ash. And Rek'Sai are RNG's bans of choice.
Yeah, red side Rek'Sai ban. It is necessary. Of course, Vladimir is usually their third, so Ryze is going to be left up again. It's just the way it is.
Zia is going to be the ban coming out from EDG one more time. Let's see if RNG do go for that Vladimir ban or if they go for the Ryze ban instead. Nidalee also... Oh, Nidalee is banned out. I thought it was going to be left up here.
You can't leave Vlad open.
Oof, and he's going to be banned out, which means EDG do have the option of first picking Ryze in the third game against RNG, and that's probably going to get locked in.
No one is surprised. Rapid Star standing behind EDG as their drafting coach, whereas Fly is behind RNG on the other side.
So, deja vu from game number 1. The Ryze has gone through picks and bans.
And this is something else that's been noticed, is 2 bans of Braum have been seen from RNG. They don't do it this time, because again, forced bans on the other side of the Rift. I wouldn't be surprised that they prioritize that so heavily. It's just curious, because they are doing that. And they give open Bard for the flip team anyway.
And this is also the first time that Uzi will step out of his comfort zone in terms of the repeated Caitlyn picks. Caitlyn is available. Instead, looking for more of that utility and picks up the Sivir. Maybe trying to bait Deft into the Ashe pick.
I think it's just too valuable with the Karma being banned also. Having the ultimate there, empowering your team. With MLXG still to pick a jungler and seeing what could be taken from him, I'd be shocked if he didn't go for something like the Kindred, which we are yet to see, and it's very perplexing.
We could possibly pick up the Graves here, clear up. Really fond of the champion. Has played it quite a few times in both spring and summer of the LPL here. It's going to be the lock-in of choice coming for EDG, and they also go with Nami as their support of choice again.
So again, heavy disengage. Clearlove gets his comfort pick. He likes to priority on Graves versus other junglers, although his most played this split are Rek'Sai and Kindred, not the sample size of last split, which was Graves. I like the fact that Sivir has been taken away from the Ryze. Ryze's big issue is that he has an inability to get into team fights. He needs the augmented movement speed. I saw them hovering Swain. I would like Swain with Sivir because he has very similar problems that Ryze does that she would compensate.
Yep. Without knowing what it's against, though, it feels like, even just based off these hovers, they want to prioritize Looper getting a counter pick. And game number 2 kind of cemented the fact that they have strengths in certain areas that EDG do not. And generally speaking, that is through that top lane.
Well, let's see what they lock in here for RNG. Xiaohu is going to be picking up his Victor, and Gragas is the jungler of choice. So this entire series, Kindred not getting picked or banned.
Gragas is a good choice still. MLXG has an early pressure jungler. Of course, the flash body slam at level 3 is quite potent. RNG, as far as team compositions are concerned, I'd still be happy with that. And it does open the floor to Looper playing the Swain once more, who has this happy medium between damage and tankiness, where the Gragas can be a full tank, and they've got a Braum to complement.
Likewise, Gragas can also threaten kind of the mid-range reach of Ryze. So when they try to group up in siege, can pop him off the tower and break that siege relatively easy, should RNG get in that position.
That's what EDG lock in as their next 2 picks here.
I know Deft wants that Kog'Maw, but I don't think the team does.
We've seen Deft play Caitlyn and Ezreal quite a lot here in the summer split of the LPL. It's going to be the Ezreal lock-in for Deft, a champion that he is very well known for and plays to great success.
Deft is the best Ezreal in the world.
And Spawn says it himself. He's the definition of the Ezreal tier list.
He is a god on this champion. Even if he loses here and RNG take the series, it's just going to be a joy to watch Deft on Ezreal. What he does with this champion is absolutely amazing.
And we see RNG get their final lock-in here of Trundle as their final pick.
Wow, looking in the Trundle is an offensive option still. Of course, you can go towards your Ravenous Hydra and continue to split push. Looper is just an outright god when it comes to Trundle as well. Manages to win games that his team has no right winning. If you saw MSI, a perfect example of this. He can hard carry finally with this game 3 option.
Likewise, you have a lot of disengage on this composition. They reset and pick potential from Gragas and his cask, Looper's Pillar, as well as Braum and Sivir to augment the team. So a very flexible RNG comp, very similar to what EDG ran last game.
Well, let's see what they could do with this team composition coming into game number 3 here. Let's see if it's going to be another one-sided affair, or if these 2 teams are going to go as we expect them to, you know, putting up a great fight, trading blows back and forth. But everything will be told here as we head into game number 3 between RNG and EDG. As we are going to head into Summoner's Rift here for game number 3 between EDG and RNG. The series is currently tied up 1-1, and unfortunately, seems like we're having a little bit of technical difficulties here as everybody's loading up onto Summoner's Rift.
So I want to quickly look at the compositions, and this gives us a moment to do so. EDG have a very kind of farm Clearlove comp, and what I mean by that is like Echo will be fine into Trundle. Ezreal and Nami are a very self-sufficient lane, especially against Sivir and Braum if it is a 2v2. Like, they've got the sustain, they've got the safety with the Arcane Shift as well as the Mystic Shot, and then Ryze is just going to sit and continuously farm himself up. So it isolates kind of like this 1v1 should Clearlove look to challenge MLXG, or he can just sit back and farm and they can win through the jungle. And that's what EDG typically do. On the other side, RNG have a lot more kill pressure, or it's more kind of like the pressure is on for them to find kills. They've got the Braum. Sivir's going to be push forward if she wants to abuse. Trundle needs to get ahead so we can open up a split push option for RNG should they look to that late game. So it's kind of like much more proactive for RNG to start off on the right foot, to look for these ganks and to look for the snowball, where EDG can just sit back and say, let's farm it out, it's fine.
Whilst I do agree with that, it's definitely something that EDG want to do. I have to question how that late game looks for EDG, because remembering that it is a Greaves in the jungle, they're lacking an outright tank role. Trundle's always going to keep Echo busy in a side lane, and from that position, Nami is their support. Means they don't have a tank just outright, and that is a big question mark. It's essentially a blemish of their team composition that RNG can then exploit in a 4v4. I just think that, like, based off champion select and how we've actually finished these drafts, and there's more opportunities for RNG to not only win the game outright through multiple strategies, but to just completely move EDG around the map and win through the 2 games that we've seen so far in the exact same style.
Well, let's see if that's going to happen here, because, like you mentioned, it's been 2 very one-sided affairs in this best of 3 series so far. And this is a game that we thought, you know, they're going to be slugging against one another and fighting back and forth and huge team fights all over the place. Just being one team finds an advantage, they snowball on it. And like you mentioned, it's from RNG's aggression, LSU gain number 2, found that early gank, they just snowballed the lead from there. EDG reacting to that aggression in game number 1, able to find their leads from just doing that. And it feels like we're going to see the same things coming into here. Are there any other matchups that really stand out here after picks and bans come out here? Because things have been shaken up again. Ryze slipped through one more time. We didn't see the Kindred one more time after the nerfs that hit her in 6-11.
I think it just goes back to the words that you used, which were reactive. EDG won by being reactive, by being right place, right time, whereas RNG won by being proactive, by setting up that gank initially, and that's what we've kind of seen from these 2 teams. This definitely comes down to the jungle for me, if Game 1 and Game 2 are any indication here. So all eyes are on MLXG and Clearlove to kind of step up and be, I am the best jungler in China.
You know, this really shows in terms of the play. So like you mentioned, Clearlove, known for farming a lot. MLSU known for ganking quite a lot. We saw that's how a lot of the games were impacted.
It's counter ganking. Clearlove. Yes, both of them can farm, but the difference is that MLXG is setting the pace, either through Mata's shot calling and just following that through, but Clearlove will shadow above people. He'll always be in the right place. It's not like he'll prioritize farm over ganking the lane, but he'll show up for the counter gank. He'll always be in a position to help his team, but he's also prioritizing his own gold. EDG win through their jungler.
So what do you think of bottom lane coming into this game? Because we've seen it go both ways so far. Game 1, Def was able to get a 1-on-1 against Uzi. Game 2, Uzi and Master just shut down Def to Mako. Who's the best bottom lane in the LPL, guys? Because right now, we don't really have a good way to tell from those 2 games, it feels.
I don't think you can look at this series and say that we've, like, above and beyond just found the best bottom lane in the LPL. There's always going to be speculation towards either, because realistically, as Frostgreen already alluded towards, the junglers are pretty much winning these games. I think what we're seeing is an exploitation in the top lane since game number 2 from RNG as well. Middle lane is essentially null and void, but if we throw back to the first game, the Ryze starts to outscale the Victor, and that's where your AD carry then has a bad time. And realistically, what we do is we say the best bottom lane is usually just the one that wins the game. And right now, we see RNG win, we see Uzi do well. We see EDG win, Deft is doing well. I don't think we can outright say that there is a bottom lane better than the other right now.
You know, that kind of is a big deal for the 2 teams as well. EDG, they really want to show that they're still the best team in China. RNG, they've been very vocal about it. They want to go to Worlds. They want to win Worlds. They want to show that they're the best team in China right now. This is their biggest test. They have to try and take that EDG because it's the only game they're going to play against them during this cross-conference.
I mean, other than old school team World Elite, Royal Club, Starhorn Royal Club, Royal Never Gives Up, whatever you want to call them, RNG now, obviously, they are probably the most accomplished Chinese team on an international stage, 2-time world finalists. Obviously, Team WE making their big run kind of back in Season 2. EDG, the most powerful and most competent domestic team in the LPL. So it's amazing that we're having 2 histories like this clash now, and the fact that they've both built themselves up to this point.
Well, unfortunately, we're still having a little bit of technical difficulties here, so hopefully we'll be able to get back into the game shortly. For now, guys, what else are we going to look at? We talked extensively about bottom lane. We talked extensively about the junglers and what this means for these two teams. What else will we be looking at coming to game number 3?
Let's kind of talk about why I think that Deft, Mako, Uzi, Mata, whatever combination, why I think that they are the best bottom lane in the world, one of these two. It's the fact that when they play bottom lane, they play to win it. They don't just play to just neutralize it, to just sit back, to have like that cheeky little pocket pick where it's like, it's fine, we'll just neutralize this against you, we're going to go even in the farm, we'll show up in the team fights and do our job. It's that they play bottom lane to dominate it. And from there, they will hard carry. And in fact, they will hard carry in a meta where every other AD carry in the world is playing utility. And yes, we're seeing utility being picked up in this series, but this is a new trend for the LPL. Typically, they take the Lucian, they take the Ezreal, they take the carry and they run with it. And that's why I think Deft and Uzi are incredible right now, and their partners in Mako and Mata. I'm so glad that Mako is showing up this series because globally people will always talk about Mata. Mata has established himself MVP, won a world championship, has an LPL title, OGN title. He's amazing. But Mako he deserves to be in that conversation. Obviously not in accomplishments. Give him time, but he has shown that he can reach it given that time.
Yeah, I think that definitely need to praise Mako. I think he's a fantastic support, and Marta's basically just built himself 4 puppets to control perfectly, which is what he wants, and it's also what he has. Let's be honest. He's going to be comfortable with that. AD carries in particular, I agree that put them together, they definitely want to win lanes. These two teams also have the most adaptive AD carries because they're a happy medium between I can carry and I can be utility. I can still have that presence in my team, which is where both of their powers lie. I think put them together, EDG have that laning presence. They want to still win lane, but they have a team fighting utility behind them. And a lot of EDG's late games that they win is through Deft getting Miracle? Miracle, yeah. I was going to say magical and miracle in one word.
The massive outplay.
Yeah, the late game pentakills, essentially, the Baron fight, the things that EDG should never really have, but Deft does. That's what he provides to them, not just the laning phase, whereas Uzi overpowers laning phase, overwhelms the opponents, and really just starts to run away with it in the 2v2. Their team fighting isn't as good as what Deft does.
When we take a look at EDG solo lanes as well, we still have Mouse and Scout in there. We didn't see Korra or Pawn step off the bench for game number 2 or game number 3. They're still going to be the substitutes.
Pawn running out of the hospital, tearing thing off. I got to save EDG. No, EDG need me. No, we didn't see it that time.
That didn't come out from EDG, and we probably won't see them for some time. They might come back later on the summers with the LPL. So what do we think of Scout and Mouse here? Because, they had a decent game in game number 1. Game number 3 now. Going into game number 2, a little bit lackluster. What do we expect from the solo laners, even from RNG side of the map?
I just realized from Fish's expression that joke was too old for him. It was too much of a throwback. The Pawn hospital joke.
Right. Got him.
It's okay, Fish.
I think we can go back to as far as Insec maybe in the leg breaking, and then we'll
Pawn's already done it, where he was subbed in mid-series, and he ran back to EDG. They had to stall out the match, and he showed up and saved the day.
Someone go get Spawn in here. I need a little bit of help hosting this.
No, the question was about Scout and Mouse. We talked about how RNG, this is the clear mismatch. You've got Looper and Xiaohu. You have 2 brand new solo laners. You have a guy that's coming, Mouse. You have Mouse coming from a lane swap, or not a lane swap, a role swap, and trying to fill that top lane identity. He's technically a secondary support. Again, he's played the likes of Fizz, Trundle, Maokai. He does the same thing on all of those champions. He's now playing Echo. He's a secondary support, or he's just a big target. He's not going to be that Zatai or that Flandre of the top lane. But unfortunately, RNG really haven't exploited that. I think they exploited it a little bit in game 2, which is why we're in this scenario, but it hasn't been the primary centerpiece.
But it's funny, because that was only really to an extent, right? At the end of the day, whilst Mouse is a facilitator, I think if EDG are winning, they still use him well. And yes, Looper was winning that lane, but if EDG were winning in the other lanes or even the jungle, he still would have done his job. He still would have just been that role player. Even if he was 30 CS down, he doesn't die. And that is essentially what he does for the team, whereas we look in the middle lane, he's an Azir capitulated in any champion that he plays. Ryze, Azir, scale, get to 20 minutes, get 2 items. It doesn't matter how he gets there, how far behind he is, he will still do his job. And that's actually just what EDG needs. So I'm a big fan of how they've picked up these players and who they've picked up because of what they do.
It's excellent too because it finally answers the age-old question of who carries where in EDG. A lot of people gave so much credit and priority to the solo laners from EDG. Now they've had both solo laners replaced, and they're still just as dominant. And again, if you look at like roster swaps, the fact that Koro was traded for Mouse, or technically subbed, obviously Koro's still on the bench there, whereas RNG still have, or RNG upgraded to Uzi, like the premier AD carry, and the fact that EDG are still just as dominant or still in this series, I think speaks volumes about who the backbone and who the spine of that team is.
Well, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we're still having technical difficulties here for the third match between RNG and EDG. We apologize for the delay technically. Hopefully, we'll be able to get onto Summoner's Rift as soon as we possibly can. Guys, looking at this right now, how does this stand for Group A and Group B for EDG and RNG? They're the top of the group. This is a crucial game to pick up. Oh no, we're going to go straight into the game right here. EDG and RNG going back onto the Rift, so it seems like those technical difficulties have been fixed. We can load onto Summoner's Rift.
I mean, let's actually just answer that question anyway, because it's just as relevant whilst we get into this game. The winner between EDG and RNG secures themselves as the best team in the LPL. Plain and simple. And I think it's now very important for both of them moving into the third game that they do start on the right foot and get themselves into that #1 position. Not just for them, not just for their group, but for revenge.
It's not just revenge in terms of the rematch from the finals result in Spring Split. Revenge for the 1-1 that we're currently seeing between EDG and RNG. Both for one-sided games.
I mean, just imagine how RNG feel constantly, like still being second guessed that they're not the best team in China. EDG slumping right now. I mean, the outrage from fans just because EDG have set the bar to perfection and their expectations so high with how well they've performed. Any slight misstep, second place is not good enough for this team. They need to be first. Their organization is built. They're the flagship of the LPL. They cannot settle for less. And to come down to, like, effectively what Rusty said, a single best of one where both games have just been so one-sided, tension, pressure is on.
Well, the game has started here, so it seems like the technical difficulties have been cleared up. And there's going to be no lane swap coming into game number three here, excuse me.
Brilliant segue, but they are fighting.
Deft and Mako going to try and zone out. Marto is here. There's an Ignite being put down on top of the Nami.
What kills me is that's the EDG special. Mako and Def do that time and time again with Braum.
Whoa, like, oh, that's very aggressive. Mako is going to get stunned down. Boomerang comes back to the other side as Uzi. He's going to be able to take down Scout, who flashes forward. No, Def, sorry. He's going to try and jump on top of Uzi. Finds a return kill. Def picking that one up. Now, we can see Martin trying to chase him down. They're going for it. We get the auto attack down. Deft is trying to cut him. Deft is going to be able to take him down. One more Mystic shot's all going to take. Gets the kill. Marta falls down. EDG trade 2 for 1 in the bottom lane.
Decided Deft is the best AD carry in the world. The outplay there. The fact that Uzi uses the flash to reposition Boomerang. Rusty, take it away.
And he absolutely misses the reposition, let's be honest. The flashes forwards and everything used here from EDG. Unfortunate, but Deft knows, somehow he knows, in this 1v2 that he can actually take them on.
He did.
And he absolutely does. Marta hitting him actually keeps the minions aggroed, and that's what Deft is doing. So he's playing around those. Marta feels like he can't continue this because of Scout's teleport, and the sheer presence of a spectator in Rise secures him that, but they're not done fighting.
Clearlover's already down in this bottom lane, straight back on top of Uzi, with a nice big wave crashing on towards the turret. That's 3 early kills going on over towards EDG here. It seems like Scout also got picked up in the mid lane during that replay by Xiaohu.
And Deft has thrown the gauntlet without any sort of juggle intervention. He has taken control of the lane. Yes, he went back. He got a very early tier. But Uzi doesn't have any item back in response, so Ezreal's still well on pace in terms of battle damage or battle stats comparatively to the Sivir. Doran's Blade Boots.
Just really feels like he's neutralized the disadvantage Ezreal gets during his first back with those early pickups. I mean, it'd be good if we could see how Scout can take it now. We saw him use the teleport to get to the bottom lane and flashed immediately to try and take down the retreating
He was
Marta.
just out of lane. He had no levels, nothing. He's a Rise, and he was already losing lane early in this matchup the last time we saw it against Xiaohu. So makes a lot of sense that he was going to have a bad time, and well done to Xiaohu to actually pick that one up with MLXG helping.
Well, game number 3 is started on the right foot here. This is what we expected in all the games we've seen between these teams.
I didn't expect Uzi to go down 0-2 in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Well, I don't know. I expected fighting to take place somewhere on the map, and it has.
So there's a couple of things that we actually need to recognize whilst there's no action happening for the first minute of this game. Clearlove was ganking. He actually got a gank off. He targeted the right lane as well, making sure that Uzi just got back to lane and looked for a couple extra minions and then died again for it. And that puts him in a disastrous position.
And this is super important because, again, they were on kind of a self-sufficient bottom lane. Clearlove could have had the range to just kind of sit back and farm, but really punishing RNG's aggression and stepping up and recognizing the junglers are dictating the pace and the flow of these games.
Well, let's see how this bottom lane is going to pan out for now. Mata actually taking a lot of damage from Deft and Mako, trying to poke him as much as possible out of this lane.
Still so aggressive.
Yeah. And the flip side to that, of course, the point that you've raised is that MLXG still got a gank off in the middle lane, still made a proactive move and is still trading for his team. So the junglers are showing up to play in this third game of our best of three.
It's still a very bloody early game between these two teams. Gold is still dead even, so it hasn't changed too much besides the fact that bot lane now heavily in favor of EDG.
It's not as skewed simply because of Ezreal's itemization. It will be at one point, but Uzi and Mata are still technically kind of in an okay position to continue to trade blows, especially because they also have control of the creep wave, something that Sivir does very well. It's very hard for Nami and Ezreal to clear that out and to also then fight against Uzi and Mata because they're fighting against a much larger creep wave.
Yeah, the actual contrast point is in this middle lane, and whilst it's good for Deft, Scout teleporting actually cost him. He should have cancelled the teleport, stayed in lane, and have been better off for it. But he had to finish it. He didn't know the outcome of that 1v1 and what it was going to eventuate towards. And whilst his Arise, and whilst we also spoke towards what Scout is capable of doing, and that is hit mid-game, hit his items, and still be relevant for the team, he's going to have to do a lot of work with little to no resources this time in comparison to Xiaohu, who that's actually a scary prospect to give a kill early and a giant CS advantage to an aggressive middle laner on Victor.
Well, let's see if Xiao is going to be able to continue to create a CS deficit in that mid lane. There's Def weaving sneaky, misty shots there to try and hit Uzi. Clearlove doing what he can to take these Raptors away from MLXG. Just body slams into the pit, finds it being taken by Clearlove, and is able to smite that one in return.
Yeah, Christmas also, he gets the ward on the Raptor camp, which obviously negates the Raptor eye, but take it.
Lots of aggression in this bottom lane as well. Even considering that Uzi is 0 and 2, they know that whilst there is a tier, they're quite content with pushing this one in. Don't blame them.
Here comes Scout, though. Deep pings, as well as a TP advantage now from the top laner.
Yep, we already saw Trundle use his teleport to go back to base. Scout opting
Yeah,
to
they're
recall, but
choosing
there is that teleport coming to the bottom lane. Scout and the top lane Mouse going to try and look to find a dive here on top of them. Uzi taking so much damage to the first to go down. Mako picks up that kill. They're juggling the aggro. Here's Mata. He's going to fall down. Def able to pick it up with the True Shot Barrage. That's 2 kills on over towards EDG.
So beautifully communicated as well to know that Looper was going to back, that they would have that window where the TP advantage was there for the top lane, and an excellent roam from Scout to set it up.
MLXG being rather aggressive. Their body slams in. Has to use the ultimate to stop them from trying to take him down. Force the flash out of the jungle as well. They are able to successfully defend the turret. Hailstorm being took down on top of Xiaohu. Sorry, Xiaohu putting it on top of Mako there. Forces the flash out of the Nami. But EDG able to get up without losing anyone.
That was all done without Clearlove as well. He was hard farming. Xiaohu might not be done.
There's the Echo ultimate there to try and jump on top of the Victor. EDG trying to collapse on him now. Force the flash out of the Victor. And another summoner spell burnt on RNG's lineup.
Cheeky maneuver to try to cue the creep wave to get the movement speed, and then flash to create more space for himself.
Yeah, it was a small thing to keep him alive in a situation where EDG have actually just grown massively ahead through the bottom lane, but they're starting to fall behind elsewhere. The saving grace for RNG is that Trundle's now finding a lot of farm. It is Looper on Trundle, and he's starting to hit a point where, with a build that wants to split push, he can do so.
And this looks a lot more like the EDG versus RNG story. Lots of advantage for EDG in the bottom side of the map. However, the solo laners, RNG doing really well.
Is that the story? A big advantage in the bottom lane between Deft, Mako, and Uzi Mata?
I feel like it.
That's the story now. Tower did fall for EDG in the top side. So as Rusty was saying, Looper going to continue to run away with that advantage. You can see it in the CS, 60 to 87 now, has the TM completed. So a lot of wave clear available to him, and he's just going to continue to be a terror up there.
My story now is how do the mid laners actually affect the game? Because there are two set advantages for both of these teams. Do they look towards lane swaps and push advantages further? I think EDG would be making a right move in getting one last nail in the coffin towards the lane of Uzi and Mata, and then using that advantage and pushing elsewhere around the map, swap towards the Trundle lane, push him out, and give Mouse some time to recuperate.
You can already see how those advantages are helping out RNG, actually. They have a gold lead for themselves in general against EDG right now. It's not that small of a lead, 500 gold in their favor. This is with a 3-0-1 Ezreal in the bottom lane, so trying to creep up ahead through their advantages in these solo lanes. Deft has already gone back to base, picked up his tier and looking for the components of his Iceborne Gauntlet as well. Prioritizing the extra crowd control first over the Manamune.
He's got a Sheen, so Uzi and Mata now need to be much more respectful. Hence why MLXG is also slipping into the back here.
Let's see
No
what
flash
he can
on
do here.
Mako.
They put a ward down, they just spot out the Gragas. That's going to immediately call for the retreat from the Nami.
Yeah, no flash on MLXG either, so he couldn't straight up initiate. But this is the problem.
Mouse taking a lot of damage up at the top side of the map. Sajigate was being put down there by Looper, so forces the Echo out of that lane one more time.
So now EDG get to choose. Do they, like Rusty said, put the nail in the coffin on Uzi and Mata, or do they try to send a lifeline to Mouse?
LXG still being rather aggressive in this bottom lane, positioning to try and stop Deft and Mako from pushing out as far as possible in this lane.
And I like what MLXG is actually doing is protecting his weak point.
Yep.
Every other lane is doing well. If he keeps RNG's bottom lane between Uzi and Mata from no longer dying, just keep presence down here. It doesn't even necessarily need to result in kills. Then RNG are looking better for it. We already mentioned they're ahead in gold. So consolidate and actually look after your weak point, opposed to getting the strong lanes further ahead. He knows that they will naturally start to do that. It's a Trundle after all. He doesn't need assistance. He will just get ahead.
On top of that, very utility-focused bottom lane for the RNG lineup, so being slightly behind wouldn't hurt them too much, but he's on the hunt here, being popped. Mako gonna get jumped up. All the teleports being used down towards the bottom side of the map. This is a full-on 5-on-5 now that is broken out between these two teams. Mata gonna take a lot of damage from that two-shot barrage on the back end. Looper is gonna try and get into the fight. Good ultimate coming out from LG. She separates him as it's gonna be Scout that falls down first. Xiaohu in the back line is trying to take down Mako. Can't find that final auto attack. There's Mouse using his ultimate to try and get back in there for EDG. Def finds a kill, looking for more. They do trade that 2-for-1.
And in the end, EDG will have a wave behind them, so they could look for chip damage onto this tower. RNG trying to... Ooh.
They're not done yet, so they're going to try and jump on top of MLXG. Def the Mouse able to find that kill there. He was looking for the power conversions as well, and that turret will fall down after a full 5-on-5 fight.
And what I was going to say is that RNG looks like they're going to try to stagger their backs to ward off EDG, but are immediately punished as they now rotate this into a dragon.
Big objectives now gained by EDG. They break the bottom turret where they had an advantage. So pushing that further, stretching it to its absolute limit. EDG now grow a lead in their favor. And things have turned back around.
And the first Ocean Dragon of the games can be taken down by EDG. The next Dragon to spawn will be another Ocean Dragon.
And the funny thing is, Xiaohu had the right idea. He would have done a lot of damage in that fight. But the flank was not ideal. And honestly, MLXG knocked people towards him, trying to disengage from the opposite end of it. So best case scenario is usually that Looper has a flank. But this time around it was Xiaohu, and he's not strong enough to blow somebody up yet.
You can see MLXG was trying to protect that bottom lane. Like you mentioned earlier, Rusty, two teleports supporting the EDG lineup to stay further and further ahead.
Important, though, as we check over the itemization, is how far ahead Deft is. So Uzi will get his back end. We'll see what he builds. Does get the components for his Essence Reaver, but doesn't have the item completed, whereas Def now has damage as well as utility with the completion of the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Wow, noticeable differences between these teams where their strength lies. MLXG is feeling blue today. So Xiaohu, honestly, after not getting it.
Takes that one away. We take a look at the gold differences at the moment. Small lead up in the top side for RNG, and a big lead in the mid lane, about 800 gold in favor of that Victor, but a massive lead for EDG down on the bottom side of the map. Deft is currently 1,500 gold ahead of his counterpart in Uzi, as Mata actually going to get jumped on trying to face check a ward, face check a brush, sorry. Mako takes a full Chaos Storm to the face there. Mata still getting chased down. Scout looking to try and find a snare. Parallel Convergence even coming down. EDG only able to force summoners out of the RNG lineup.
A lot of expended right there. Importantly, though, that Xiaohu doesn't have mana, and Uzi is forced to back right now, so not a ton of wave clear available for RNG in this mid lane.
Yeah, the trade-off was they get damage, so they have pressure. They're going to need MLXG probably to use his ultimate if he wants to save it. Oh, never mind.
Turret going to take a little bit of damage.
By our wave clear combined.
Yeah, Victor has lasers. I forgot. He's got one upgrade.
No, Xiaohu's looking at MLXG like, I bet that blue buff would be really handy right now.
Absolutely.
Speaking of blue buffs, you see the ultimate actually come out from MLXG. They're trying to take away his own blue, but Def able to pick that one up with the help of Clear Love.
I like this point. So RNG have reacted knowing that they can't put Uzi into the bottom lane, not until the wave pushed. And they put him mid. EDG's response is to poke them out, trying to get vision near mid. So they were one step ahead, out thinking where RNG were going to be. And this time around, now that they're pushing in, you can see Mako and Deft had already established that vision through the one skirmish. They can now pressure the turret and keep Uzi away from the farm.
Well, it's a 30 CS advantage for both RNG's solo laners at the moment. A small advantage for Clear Love in the jungle, a 30 CS advantage for Deft. The kills are 8-3, and it's only 1,500 gold lead for EDG right now. RNG still well and truly in this game.
Man, even Clear Love, like posturing towards mid lane. He may be on a ward, but his presence is notable, so he can rotate towards bottom. And these two are playing hyper aggressive, and I like it. I like it a lot, Frostgurn. I even put on a voice for that. I like it.
I was totally fine until eye contact.
Frostgurn has been tilted by the rusty voice.
Nice.
Noise. Okay.
Deft and Mako still positioning very aggressively down this bottom lane, looking to push it towards the bot lane in a turret. You see the Iceborne Gauntlet was completed by Defter. Defter, they're making a little bit of attack speed boost, stacking up his passive nicely. That's lots of damage down towards Uzi.
Two-shot barrage is there. He's pretty much just waiting for the spell shield.
Spell shield is down. There's a shield from Brom down as well. Perfect time for Deft to try and throw that one out. They haven't spotted the pink ward that's just behind him in the brush, but this turret, he's going to fall down in a second. Clips him. Goes through a lot of minions to do just that.
Stops the recall. RNG are not reacting in the right way. They should be sending somebody else down here, but because they have a Trundle as their top laner, they want to keep empowering Looper on that Trundle. They don't want to put him into a position where he just gets poked out.
And yes, EDG's vision has expired right now, but the other big bonus for EDG is they had that entire blue side jungle lit up for the duration of that push. EDG are in full Deft support mode.
I can't wait to see the damage dealt graph. I'm serious.
Let's see if we get another 50%
I really can't
Deft.
wait.
That's his excited voice. He doesn't need to put one on for that.
But now that they've still got an RNG to face off against if they want to get towards that craft.
RNG are just praying for the 5v5 and for Looper to go big, so this is where we are. Sit back, farm, get Uzi back to a power point, and right now EDG pedal to the metal.
EDG do have all their gold into Deft right now, or most of their gold, sorry, into Deft. If RNG can find a way to kill them, might be good for them in these team fights.
EDG have their eggs in one basket. RNG have their hand in many. Because honestly, they can still get to team fighting. The gold lead isn't a big deal. And this is where they've changed things up. So they break the second turret on the bottom lane. They decide that mid is now their focus. Whatever they decide to do, EDG, they're putting Deft as the centerpiece of it and trying to work around him. RNG, they need to get a team fight. They need to try and find something, a situation with which MLXG is there, Xiaohu is there, and Uzi doesn't have to be there.
Which means that this dragon coming up in 23 seconds will be very telling to RNG's intentions. If they feel like they are strong enough to go for their 5v5 and prep for it, they do have 2 pink wards in their inventory right now, or if they're just going to give this one away and look for a 6-minute window to continue to farm towards those item points. Speaking of which, Uzi has finally completed his first item, Essence Reaver on the board.
It's 5 seconds until the second dragon is going to spawn here, and immediately EDG looking to try and take this one down. Meanwhile, RNG actually focused on trying to take away the blue buff from EDG's side of the map instead.
So we talked about it was going to be telling. RNG decide that they're not strong enough right now. They're going to continue to wait this one out and make appropriate trades when available.
This comes back to the initial conversation about the drafting. Is that EDG have actually drafted themselves well in terms of a scaling composition. They've got a Ryze, Ezreal, who are both tier champions, and a Graves in the jungle. So the later the game goes, the better that they start to look in terms of damage output. Honestly, EDG get towards the Guardian Angel point of the game again, and they just start to explode the map open.
Meanwhile, we see RNG taking away the Rift Herald in response to the Dragon being picked up by EDG. And they're still trying to hold on towards the mid lane in outer turret, as Xiaohu does have blue buff now. And as Kludov dashes over the wall there, we get to see that the next dragon to spawn will be a mountain dragon. Definitely one that these two teams would like to pick up.
Very well timed, especially because it'll be a big issue when everyone wants to siege.
Kludov's still doing what he can to clear out this jungle.
This is something cool that
Checking a cheese baron.
Deft does, is naturally the True Shot Barrage will give you vision as it passes through. Deft has been using the True Shot Barrage very much like Ash's Hawk Shot in a lot of his LPL games.
Kludov gonna get smacked away by OMG.
Not just in the Baron cases, but he'll often throw it, especially when they're sieging in mid lane and EDG don't have the necessary flanking wards. He'll throw it off to the side just to check.
I think it was either you or Spawn that also pointed out that he likes to go into Fog of War to use it to get damage out.
Oh, it was me.
There we go. So using that True Shot Barrage very nicely, showing why he is the tier list of people who are allowed to play Ezreal. Hell's still actually being put down there. They're actually going to try and look to find Mako. The stun not going to come out from Braun, but it does get the knockup. They do get the pick on towards Mako. But that was a 5-man gank squad coming out from RNG.
And this is the thing, EDG actually don't have that great of vision. It's been decent this series, but historically it's fairly weak, especially when you compare them across from Mata. Didn't have the flanking vision, another fight.
Xiaohu just gets obliterated as that fight starts there, forcing the flash coming out from Mata to get away. Parallel Convergence deep inside of RNG's territory. Mouse flashing over the wall, looking to try and find more people. Just uses his ultimate to get back in position for this fight. Looper is going to get taken down. Mouse is dashing in and out of fights, left, right, and center. Mata is his next target. Going to be able to jump on top of him if he gets that Time Winder. Can't quite slow down the Braun, but he's still looking for it. Parallel Convergence is going to go down. Slows Mata for just a second there. He's not going to be able to find that kill.
But the big thing, though, is that they will get this outer mid tower, so EDG getting what they came for. And likewise, the vision was an issue when the flank came up for RNG and they managed to get a pick. But when everyone can see everyone and they're in the middle of the lane, EDG come out on top.
That's funny, because that's exactly what RNG did. All of their vision is defensive, but Mako was just far too forward. MLXG twice in a row now has actually gifted kills on the back of his explosive cask and knocked somebody towards the rest of his team. It feels like he's very one-track minded on keeping Uzi alive.
It has to go back to this idea that if you have an all-star AD carry and you're a carry-oriented jungler, Kindred was available.
Kindred did see some nerfs coming to 6.1, so potentially be one of the teams that have strayed away from the champion. 6.11, sorry.
6.11.
6.1.
I got you, fish.
The new patch that we're currently on. Yeah.
Rusty,
That
no,
one.
You calm down
he's
over
just
there.
gonna drop. Meanwhile, you can see EDG grouping up towards the mid lane here. Mouse and Kludov pushing out the waves. They've actually sent Ryze down to the bottom side of the map, and Deft and Mako moving up towards the top side.
Yeah, so that's important. They're trying to take free goal, get actual advantages, and the money between these two teams is not high. We've already spoken to the fact that it's mostly just Deft, but now Mouse is starting to come into his own right as quite a powerful top laner with his 2 completed items.
Which is an issue because not only is he a threat to Uzi, but more importantly, he's a threat to Xiaohu. Very immobile mage, having Echo jump on your face.
Yeah, and Looper can't always split pushes effectively when he's against somebody who is bigger than him. Plus, this is a thing, apparently, and he can fight him.
Looper's trying to take down Scout here. Scout popping his spells there, getting his passive up and online, but MLXG is down here as well. He's trying to dodge out all the spells possible, but that's just too much damage that comes out. He had some quick feet, but it's not enough to avoid all of that.
I like the victory cask right there. Just throws the Gatorade down. We got one, boys. In response, EDG take top.
Yeah, but all of this time, exactly, whilst they dove the turret, they didn't have minions to help them continue to push a turret afterwards. Uzi's stuck in this middle lane. EDG as a team still feel one step ahead of RNG at every time.
And there's still 4,000 gold ahead of our RNG lineup as well. Def doing what he can up in the top lane now, trying to push it towards the top lane in the turret. Take a look at his items really quickly. Completed his Mana Immune, as well as the Iceborne Gauntlet. Now looking towards his last Whisper component. Also has a Hex Drinker on top of that. So that's a very farmed up Ezreal.
Yeah, in short, he's real strong. On the other side, Uzi is just on struggle street right now. Has the Essence Reaver finally completed the static Shiv. I like the fact that he's going towards the Shiv to help stall out with the wave clear for his team, because RNG know we just need to buy time, get to these item breakpoints, and look for that big 5v5.
And you know, funnily enough, whilst the bottom turret fell down, it was Scout trying to 1v1 Looper, and something that we should not continue to see. But Mouse didn't have his teleport. So the reason they did that is they put him mid lane so he can rotate to where they want to push. And EDG are happy to consolidate poor situations by trying to get global gold for their team. It looks like they're focusing very heavily on these neutral objectives and turrets that they can take down.
Another True Shot Barrage comes out from Def there, just to kind of get a little bit of vision and find out where the rest of RNG are. This Mountain Dragon is going to spawn here, and EDG looking to try to take down their third Dragon of the game, furthering their advantage here over RNG. I'm actually, no, he would like to steal this one. Going to be a very tough task for him to do.
And this is timed perfectly. Again, this is when both teams are wanting to siege
Whoa.
up, EDG in particular.
Oh.
Zemlexg does manage to slip his blue away.
Takes it away. Looper actually trying to teleport out of there. Gets snared down by the Rise Scout. Wants to try and get a revenge kill here. Subjugate comes out to heal up this Trundle. There's the ultimate from Nami. Good flash coming out from Looper. Puts down a pillar as well to stop there. Push coming out on towards the Trundle.
And in response, RNG get the superior positioning on mid-tower. They will be able to get one, but not much more.
You got to give them credit where it's due for even getting the turret, however. A little bit of over-aggression looking for Looper, but not everybody on the same page from EDG means that he kind of can just flash and walk it out. And that's still a net win for RNG in the way of gold, but with 3 Drakes in the back pocket of EDG and the ever-looming Elder, could present some issues for RNG.
Well, there's still EDG, still 2,000 to 3,000 gold here ahead of RNG, but RNG definitely trying to get back into this game wherever they possibly can. You can see Uzi, he's picked up his Essence Reaver and his Static Shiv here, so one more item and he would be at the 3-item power spike that we normally see Sivers approach.
And once we're seeing these teams try to get towards where they can fight again, RNG have to be as 5. I don't think there are many situations where they can be anything other than 4 or 5 as a group and win something on the board. Trundle can split push. That's the only other avenue that they have. EDG have the opportunity to 1-3-1 with Scout once he finishes that Void stuff. Mouse is huge and no one can deal with him. If they send Xiaohu, he doesn't have teleport. EDG have opportunities. I'd say maybe one more than that of RNG.
RNG look like they want to try and start a fight here. It's Matsu going to get caught out by the EDG lineup. Mako takes a lot of damage from this Chaos Storm. Now going to be put on top of Scout and cleared up. But Looper is the one that gets locked down as Mouse, looking to try and wreak havoc in the backlines. Jumps on top of the Trundle, now looking towards Xiao as well. He gets taken out. MLG flashes forward, doesn't get the body save, but a good ultimate knocks Def back in towards the team. Uzi is trying to kite, but the final missing shot takes him down. It's an ace coming out from EDG.
And it's too little too late. EDG find the proactive play, they find the picks, and they just steamroll over RNG. MLG not in position for the start of that fight at all.
Yeah, we spoke to the Void stuff, and there it is, honestly. The amount of damage that Scout was doing with the rest of the team is unreasonable. This is the Deft show, as well as Mouse playing his part. They just blow up Looper, and it just comes down to mechanical execution. Mouse, right place, right time. And all of the low health bars in the world from these ricochets, and Uzi did his job. He just doesn't have a front line to sustain through the damage that EDG have on the flip side. Uzi just gets obliterated.
And this means that EDG will walk away with the team fight as well as the Baron in complete control of the game.
And now they're about 6,000 gold ahead of RNG as well. With this Baron buff, it's just going to get bigger and bigger as it looks towards taking out more objectives on the RNG side of the map. You can already see what that has bought for the team as well. Ezreal, 1 item away from 6, does have the Mortal Reminder, the Maw of Mortis as well being picked up now.
And this just is a perfect microcosm of EDG so far. You changed out the solo laners, but the heart and soul remains of this team. And it's Deft, Clearlove, and Mako. Deft in particular, 6-0 and 7, so massive on this Ezreal. Pulls it out in game 3.
No.
EDG looking to try and siege the middle lane inhibitor turret. They actually have Mouse split pushing up on the top side of the map against the Trundle. Trying to take down the top lane in a turret. Paralock Emergency coming down, trying to lock down Looper. He's going to get stunned up. Here's Cluelove up on the top side. Puts some good damage down towards the triangle. Good shield from Mata. Stops the ultimate coming from Mako. He's been knocked into the team. Chaos Zone goes down. They find a pick on towards the support. The top lane in a turret will still fall down in return for EDG.
Better cask that time around from MLXG. Needs to be a bit more consistent on them and open up picks like that for his team if they want to get a foot back in this.
And the problem is the casks have been great. They've just been too late. He's never actually been there, but now they're confined to their own base. He doesn't have much of a choice. And it's good to see those plays now working out for them. It is only the support dead from EDG. They still get a turret for it. Their gold lead, of course, stretches a tiny bit in their favor. All things considered, we are still seeing the bite back of what this RNG team can do when they're actually as a team.
On top of that, Dragon's going to be respawning in a minute 30. So if EDG can take control of the pit, they'll be able to take down the final elemental dragon of the game, which is unfortunately going to be an air dragon, but still 4 dragon buffs that can be empowered by an elder dragon. They decide to take it down later on in the match.
Which means that RNG need to step up and fight them here. Need to start moving into that area, laying down their vision control, and hopefully open up another pick like that from MLXG.
I wouldn't fight this Drake. I don't think it's worth it. They've got other problems.
Xiaohu actually taking a lot of damage from Mouse here. He goes into his Paralock Convergence just to get the shield there. Will get stunned up by the gravity field, but he's just wreaking havoc on the bottom side of the map right now.
Yeah, definitely. He's got a lot of presence at the moment. He's starting to cause a lot of issues, but they've got the 1-3-1 absolutely going with those 2 teleports available.
Teleport actually coming in towards the bottom side of the map from Scout, who was up in the top lane for that 1-3-1. The inhibitor is going to fall down. The rest of EDG now collapsing towards the middle inhibitor turret. Dev takes it up a little bit, going to get some good damage down on towards this turret. RNG looking to try and defend this one. It's going to be difficult for them, though. Mouse does have a flank if he wants to try and jump into the back lines of RNG.
Mouse is just feeding the creep wave onto the Nexus turret.
He's got the Baron off minions doing some work. 2 cannon minions just slowly chipping away at these turrets. Xiaohu trying to do what he can to stop them from poking down the Nexus turrets. Uzi does get a good boomerang blade out to stop that as well. But this middle lane inhibitor turret, that's going to fall with just a couple more auto attacks from Deft.
And look at Mouse's presence on a flank as well.
There's the Paralock Convergence going down. Mouse was looking to try and find that one. Good ultimate from Nami, going to knock them up, but no engage coming out from EDG just yet. MLXG looking for this extra Mako. Deja Vu was just plain sight for him right there as he flashes away, trying to avoid the pick coming out. MLXG smartly holds the ultimate though. That was respectful.
Yeah, his life flashed before his eyes as the body slam was used, but MLXG was not actually looking for it. It is a sign of respect from Mako. It doesn't mean that anything further will be pushed, except the 3 objectives taken.
Air Dragons going to get taken down by EDG, and they will be happy with the single inhibitor they took down in the bottom lane, as well as their current 8,000 gold advantage ahead of RNG, sorry.
Colorblind. I thought that was the Elder Drake. I was like, they're just going to give that away. That's
a very small Elder Drake.
The next one's the Elder, don't worry. It fills up that
when
whole
I saw
pit.
it was the cloud, I was like, oh, this makes more sense.
Yeah, no.
Defno, meanwhile, he's got the Bilgewater Cutlass completely, so looking for his final item, being the Blade of the Ruined King.
And the GAs being the GG point that we alluded towards earlier in this game, have been met by EDG, and with an inhibitor broken, they basically can just wait for the next Baron and look towards that as their point that they fight at. Credit where it's due, though, to Uzi.
Mako actually getting a lockdown. He blew his flash earlier from the previous engagement. Teleport actually coming in there to try and find a flank into RNG. Gets cancelled at the last second from from Mouse. As True Shopper out, comes out just to clip Xiaohu there.
Find a pick. Still 1 minute 43 to Baron. They're now looking
wanna
for a flank.
RNG want to try and take this one 5-on-4. Good flash forward from Mata. Good body slam as well coming out. But Deft is already in the backlines, doing some good damage to Xiao and Uzi. Cluelove, he's able to take down Mata. MLG puts down the ultimate. And flash forward for Deft. He goes for it. He finds the kill. Xiaohu is going to get taken down by that final mystic shot. Looper now getting jumped on by Deft. Goes for the 1-on-1. Takes him down as well. And that's another ace coming out from EDG. And this should be game.
Deft was left untouched on the side on his Ezreal. Yes, the exhaust came, but it was far too late. He ripped through the side of RNG, and EDG will retain the most dominant position in the LPL.
And what another fantastic performance from the EDG lineup. Off the back of their bottom lane there. Able to overcome the deficit from their solo laners. They pick up the win over RNG in the first cross-conference game of this week in the LPL.
the victory fountain dive, and you can see the joy on their faces. Mouse there on the farthest left of your screen is just ecstatic as he picks up the final hit on the Nexus.
A sub-top laner just beat Looper. You'd be very happy with a result like this if you were EDG's players. RNG, on the other hand, they have a lot of questions to ask because that game wasn't even lost through their jungle pick. It actually was lost through Uzi and Marta in a 2v2 bottom lane. And I think it's safe to say at this point that we know who the best bottom lane is in the LPL at the very least.
That guy is the best AD carry in the world. There's no dispute. That was disgusting.
I agree. Deft and Mako have just looked fantastic time and time again. Great performance for them in the games they played here against RNG. EDG ultimately going to be the victors here for Group A in the first cross-conference game.
But EDG, they miss out on Summer 2015, Spring 2016, MSI, and then they come back in initial cross-conference and just smash RNG. I mean, these games were all one-sided.
They certainly weren't. You know, this was a rematch of the finals for Spring Splits finals of the LPL there. And it didn't go exactly the way we thought it would, but it was still a 3-game series. EDG eventually came out the winners here. What do we think of that final match in particular for EDG? Because it was a little bit back and forth. RNG held on a little bit longer than what we saw from the previous one-sided matches. So what do we think of that game?
There was a lot on the line for both of these teams. There was the sign of revenge. We even saw it in the intro video, right? Plain and simple. EDG wanted revenge for not getting to go to MSI, and that's exactly what we saw in the third game. They played to their strengths. They executed on those strengths, moved Deft around the map, and protected him like he was the golden child of the team. That's absolutely what he is, and it gives them the win.
But it was also excellent because it highlighted exactly what LPL teams are good at. There wasn't, you don't watch this series and you step back and you say, wow, look at all that like really sneaky or very clever things that they were doing on the map. What they were doing on the map was smart in instances, but they won through their raw brute force talent in their skirmishes, in their 5v5, in their individual performances. So at its core, this was still a very true LPL game. This was about the aggression, this was about the talent, this was about outplay.
So if we take our minds back to before game number 3 there, we talked a lot about the matchup between Clearlove and LPL. Did we see this exactly what we talked about coming to that game number 3? Were there differences coming in? Because Clearlove, you know, stepped up a little bit, found that gank very early onto Uzi to kind of put him into a further deficit in the bottom lane, still farmed up a Storm, still had a good impact. What do we see different in that matchup?
But he also has the confidence to look for such an early gank like that as opposed to farming, simply because Deft had already set EDG's bot lane up for success.
And that basically is Clearlove, right? He knows that there's a lead, he pushed that lead further, and it's still kind of reactive, which is his jungle style, is he finds an advantage and exploits it, instead of just counter ganking as an example. Still, however, MLXG, you have to give him credit where it's due.
Yep.
Even though Game 3 was a defeat, he played well, at least mechanically. He was making the right decisions, but he wasn't always there at the right time, and that was ultimately his downfall. So whilst we look at junglers, you have to say Clearlove outperformed him.
He didn't have a good game there. You know, he found a few great picks for himself. But let's take a look at the MVP for this game. It's going to be Def one more time. 43.7% of his team's damage share.
And there's your graph, Rusty. Is it everything that you thought it would be?
100%. I just wanted to see how much percentage of damage he did for his team. Every single time I see him with a value above 40%, it's unreasonable, but it makes so much sense watching Def play League of Legends. Honestly, it's a pleasure to watch it unfold.
And just the development and the transformation that Deft has made. We've talked about this time and time again. I mean, Deft has always been known for his incredible team fighting, but he was never really known for his lane phase. Mako really was the change in that as he got more and more dominant, but this game is just the cherry on top, the final boss, the final level. He goes 2v2 against Mata and Uzi, and he comes out ahead. This is a new Deft. Not only is he incredible in team fighting, he's incredible in lane.
Cool guys don't look at explosions either. We saw that final Mystic shot coming out on the very early 2-on-2 skirmish down in the bottom lane. This was a good dive from EDG as well.
Like even small details like saving his ultimate for when the Braum shield's down, when the Sivir spell shield's down, waiting for both of them to be gone. That was impressive from Deft to say the least, but you have to say, and rightly so, Mouse was ecstatic. He carried as well in that game. It wasn't just Deft. Yes, the damage was the Ezreal, but he set everything up well. He hit the right targets. His selection and shot calling with his team was definitely there.
And this is something we talked about time and time again during this entire series. The two solo laners from EDG have been replaced here for this game in particular, especially for most of Summer Split so far as well. Koro and Pawn are currently sitting as the substitutes for the team. Mouse and Scout came into this game. We didn't know what to expect from them. They've been playing decently so far. Played well in that series as well. Both Scout and Mouse have some fantastic games here and there. But we saw in game number 3, a little bit of deficit they fell into. The 30 CS behind in both the mid and top lane. What happened there? Because RNG looked like they were losing bottom lane, but their solo lanes were winning, but they just couldn't capitalize on it, it seemed.
RNG are too one-dimensional, and I think that's what you take away from this series and why they weren't able to win. When they were given their perfect game in game 2, all of the lanes just get standard lanes. They just get to organically win through their CS. Yes, there was an early gank on Uzi and Mata, but they allowed them to be aggressive. That's when RNG are in their comfort zone. If you adjust or change any of that, playing from behind, they're not as comfortable. Playing different styles, they're not as comfortable. So I think that's what it chalks up to, is that EDG are the more veteran squad in terms of that iteration of the organization.
I've always loved the conflicting styles from both of these teams as well, to be fair. So whilst RNG are linear, they're very one-dimensional, and they are exploitable in that extent. The only reason that they're exploitable against EDG is because of how EDG play as that team. They've got a middle laner who I'm going to say was non-impactful, but because he didn't do anything negatively and he didn't do anything outstandingly positive either. But that's what they need from him. The top laner helped get Deft going, did his job, and got residual golden kills and assists from this. Ultimately, what EDG do is exploit where RNG is weak as a team by default anyway.
And they did it really well, especially in game number 3 there. What do we see from these two teams moving forward now? Because this was a big match. It's the only time we're going to see them play during the group stages of the LPL, because they only play against each other once during the cross-conference. It's possible we can see them doing playoffs, so they both make it towards the playoffs and the finals of the LPL here. But, EDG, they've been coming second for quite some time now. Now, firmly putting their foot on the top, for now at least. RNG still want to prove that they're the best team in China. They want to prove that they can go to Worlds and also try and take Worlds as well. What does it mean for these two teams moving forward?
I think the big thing that you need to look at and adjust is RNG need to look at the double teleport.
Okay.
I don't think they ran it at all throughout this series, and they were definitely punished by it. Xiaohu was neutralized fairly well by Scout, but we can see Xiaohu be a big team influence on his pick, like his Lissandra, on his LeBlanc, when he has that double teleport. And I think one of their biggest faults that they're going to examine from this series is unlocking Xiaohu and allowing him to impact.
This is much more deep-seated than that as well, to be fair, and it's quite funny because this actually starts just from drafting phase. You give someone Rise, they have to run Exhaust.
Yep.
Like, you can't afford to run Teleport against the Rise or you die. And that one drafting mistake has actually decided essentially both of EDG's victories, because they can't run a double teleport, they can't match the 1-3-1, and the entire game kind of snowballs through that. Yes, EDG got the early leads, and that's where they found the win, but there were more availabilities to them past that. It all starts through drafting phase, and they made one mistake twice, and they lost both games.
And we touched on Pawn and Core very shortly earlier. Are we going to see them come back for EDG? Have Mouse and Scout found their home in the lineup? What's going to happen to this lineup?
Koro said on social media that he was planning on coming back. We don't have a date on that, but we'll see. I mean, Mouse played phenomenally this series. It wasn't a hard carry, but he wasn't a liability for his team. And as Rusty said, there were instances where he stepped up to the plate and assisted.
So what else are we looking at here? Because, we've got a little bit more time. We broke down the game quite significantly. The games quite significantly. Is it still EDG and RNG sitting at the top? I don't think this is going to change anything coming to that.
I don't know anymore for WE.
I'm not going to sit here and talk about WE. I'd be here all night.
Look at Rusty.
I think RNG is
TWE.
still probably the best team in their group by a fair bit, but only because of the style they play conflicting with WE, who play way too slow. EDG can match that tempo.
It's this really weird idea. For those of you who don't know, I'm not a big fan of Team WE style, but it is very successful for them. Obviously, they are still an elite and top team in the LPL, but they play super slow, and it exposes them in the early game, which is what Rusty was alluding to, is why RNG was able to really get underneath Team WE. But globally, I actually think that Team WE would perform really well, because it's more of a... So there's two different aspects to this. There's the RNG aspect, where I'm going to play so aggressive and so fast that I'll force mistakes out of you, and then I'll capitalize on those mistakes. Whereas Team WE, they sit back and they play so defensive, and they wait for you to make a single mistake at 55 minutes, and they take the one team fight and they win.
We're going to take a look at some of the highlights from that best of 3 series, and starting right away, one more time, it's going to be the 2-on-2 in the bot lane. That Def came out ahead with 2 kills against Uzi and Mata.
And there's the teleport that really just burned Scout in the end, but too little too late.
I don't want to crucify Mata, but there was 2 mechanical mistakes. He auto-attacked a minion and he didn't have his pot running. But Def did well. I just had to point it out. Someone had to.
And Maker did definitely do well in that matchup. RNG and EDG, they took it to 3 games, not quite in the style we expected. But it was still a bloodbath, especially in Game 3.
But even that, MLXG's ultimate was great because they pick up Scout. What they also don't realize is that he's crucifying Xiaohu throughout this. So RNG just felt like they were on different playing fields to each other. The communication was not ultimately there. Xiaohu shouldn't be getting flanks. RNG, they're so close to that perfect point that they want to be as a team, because if you have one style but no one can beat it, then it's still the best style that they can run.
And that's still really strange to me, because it felt like throughout the first stage of groups, especially in their group matches, they felt rather clinical in most of the games, especially the games they won.
Are you throwing back to MSI?
MSI and LPL.
Mana said it himself that he wants to prove that Samsung White was because of him.
Okay.
And so RNG, as Rusty keeps alluding to, is like...
The puppets.
Yeah, the puppets. Just dance, puppets, dance. I mean, MXG is his sword, Uzi is his other sword.
He has 4 swords.
He has 4 swords.
He's got
no
4
shields.
swords.
Is that
He's
the problem?
brain. He's the brain.
And
Okay.
So obviously, like, they have this very clinical aspect to them, but RNG, they play really well when they're ahead, as most teams do, but they're, like, scarily so, especially how they play around vision and make, like, aggressive picks. It's just that when they're behind, particularly on MLXG, he is a very young player. They don't curb that aggression, and so it's kind of the LGD factor, where if they're really far behind, it just bridges get burned even faster because they just continuously go in.
Well, let's see how the puppets are going to work for the rest of the summer split of the LPL. As EDG, they were able to take down RNG 2-1 in that best-of-3 series. We're going to go into a very quick break. We'll be back with the second best-of-3 series for the night. It's going to be IG taking on OMG. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Unfortunately, it seems like we have a little bit of technical difficulties there with Uzi storming through the intro video. I'm Matthew Fish-Stewart. Joining me for the second match tonight is going to be Indiana Frosco in black. We've lost that other guy. Don't know where he's gone.
He was voted off the island.
Yep, he was voted off the island. He's
Sorry,
no longer
Ruster.
welcome on the analyst desk here. But we'll be taking you guys through the final match of the day. It's going to be Invictus Gaming taking on OMG. But first, let's touch on that previous match. The rematch of the LPL Spring Grand Finals. EDG taking on RNG. It was an interesting match. It didn't quite go as we expected, but it was still a 2-1 victory for EDG.
It's really cool when you you back up and you just have these incredible two teams, RNG and EDG, kind of the new dynasties of the LPL, and then immediately following into it, you have Invictus Gaming and OMG, kind of the old pillars, the old dynasties of the LPL. And it's funny because OMG were... You go all the way back, it's WE and it's IEG, and they're completely clashing. And then OMG kind of rise out of the darkness. The dark forces never give up, and they take down WE and Invictus Gaming, and they bring out this brand new style. Every LPL team was really about like their AD carry. If you think back to like Wei Xiao days, and OMG proved that you don't necessarily need an all-star AD carry to succeed in this region. And then they were kind of the big dominant team before passing the baton to EDG in their creation, before EDG became super dominant. So it's just kind of this really cool thing of like the new dynasties, and now we get to see kind of the old dynasties rebuilding following.
So there's a lot of history between this next match that we're going to see here, IG taking on OMG, and I think it's really important to give context of how these two teams are doing right now, because Invictus Gaming, they're kind of a middle-of-the-pack team. OMG have not picked up a single game yet in the LPL.
Again, if we're going to throw back to this idea of like pillars, legacies of the LPL, you look at Invictus Gaming and that roster is filled with them. You got Zatai now in the top lane. You've got Kid, who's established himself as a fairly competent jungler. And then you have the return of Tabe joining Invictus Gaming for their playoff run and being that shot-calling influence they need, just flanking Rookie and Rain, their Koreans. On the other side, it's not so much Cool and friends anymore, it's Xiang and friends. So the only remaining piece of OMG's lineup being that top laner.
Well, actually, let's take a look at Invictus Gaming's lineup here as we take a look at Zatai up in the top lane. Kid going to be taking on the jungle. Rookie is going to be trying to dominate the mid lane as Rain and Tabe will be the AD carry and support here, and Kitties will be their substitute.
And again, it's really the addition of Tabe that's kind of been the glue that holds this team together. Invictus Gaming said that they just needed a brain. They had players who were really good at playing League of Legends. They just needed someone to lead them. And every time you look at Tabe, he's screaming his head off.
And he's brought the brain. He's also brought the Braum. I don't mean the Brawn, the Braum. He has been a mechanically sound player in the bottom lane as well, creating a lot of plays for the Invictus Gaming lineup. He's been doing pretty well since his showing in the semifinals for Invictus Gaming, and now coming to the Summer Split doing pretty well too.
And everyone will talk about the Rookie show, and Rookie is quite a spectacle, one of the best mid laners in the LPL, if not the best, but their performance is very much dictated by Zatai and Kid.
Well, thank God we voted Rusty off the island here, because if he was still here, he'd be talking about Rookie for the next 45 minutes. He is also a phenomenal mid laner. A
big fan of Icon as we look across the other side at the new OMG lineup, and OMG, it's going to be Xiang, Shui Shui, Icon, SMLZ5, and then World 6 and Cool sitting on the bench. So legacy mid laner seated for the up-and-coming youth talent of Icon. And OMG, they're just looking for their secret stuff. They need the secret formula, they need the Space Jam stuff, they need to get back in it.
Well, that's what they've been trying to do. They've been rebuilding for quite some time. We talked about during spring, they're trying to rebuild a little bit. Now they're doing it one more time here, and like you mentioned, it's now Xiang and friends. Dre is the new jungler, no longer World 6, Icon, no longer Cool, SMLZ, and 5 though, returning as the AD carry support.
Yeah, and Trey had played for a short stint on this roster, so he's not entirely foreign to them. But it's just kind of this idea that OMG have all of these puzzle pieces. They have one of the largest rosters in the LPL of available talent pools. And slowly but surely, they're just trying to fit the pieces together so they can find some form of success. And so far, it's been quite an uphill battle.
I'm actually really excited though to see SMLZ and 5 return as the AD carry support duo down at the bottom. I think they were a very big pillar for OMG as well. If they're looking to try and pick up games and find that secret formula, they could be one of the paths to success here.
They're effectively the only bright spot for the team right now, to be frankly honest, for OMG and OMG's fans. Xiang is stable in the top lane. Icon has his moments where he's just either burning bright or burning out. He is a double-edged sword playmaker. Either he will define the game for you or he will cost you the team fight. I kind of call him the Swift of the mid lane, in a sense. Shui, he's up and down moments. It's about finding consistency, synergy, and development with this roster. They just need time, and that's unfortunately what OMG really haven't given them, is the time to just have one cohesive iteration of a roster to build up towards success.
And it's already week 4 in the LPL. That time is really running out here as we head into Champion Select for Invictus Gaming's OMG's first cross-group conference match. And the bans have already gone underway. We're going to see Caitlyn and Thresh being taken away here by Invictus Gaming. We've seen a lot of Thresh bans towards OMG's lineup, whether it's 5 or anyone else playing in a lineup. And then we're going to see on the flip side, it's going to be Vladimir, Kindred, and Ryan's being taken away, and Rek'Sai is going to be the ban of choice.
And reminder to everyone, this is 6.11, so it has finally come to China. Should be noted because carry top laners are in vogue, particularly Aurelia and Jax, as Riven is being cheekily hovered here.
But Karma is going to be the lock-in of choice coming in for Invictus Gaming, a support that we've seen rise to dominance in multiple leagues across LPL. You know, a lot of different leagues have been picking up it as well. And so last match too.
Exactly, and obviously what Karma is going to offer is she's going to augment movement speed, which has been passively nerfed. She augments wave clear to your AD carry, so you're not as reliant on Sivir or taking wave clear in that position. You can run something like Ezreal much safer in the bottom lane. She makes it very hard to pick melee range supports into, like Alistar and Braum, so really pushing them out.
We talk about this being 6-11. Had a lot of top lane carries left available. The cheeky hover of Riven. But more importantly, Tsutai is known to play those top lane carries. So let's see if his team gives him one of those champions. If we look at the flip side, OMG going for the Maokai Sivir pickup as their first 2 picks.
The staple classic. Now, if OMG have retained any of their identity with their brand, it is their ability to 5v5. They are a Fighto team. That's where they find their slim victories in their occasional maps. So a good start to a positive trend.
Let's see what they're going to be picking up during the next few pick rotations. We already mentioned this is 6-11 quite a few times now. Kindred nerfed slightly. The rest of the jungle's still fairly solid. As Nidalee, another champion that's been hit by the nerf bag a couple of times, going to be locked in as the pick for Kid in the jungle. And Ezreal is going to be the AD carry of choice.
And Invictus Gaming have already revealed their hand in a very heavy poke composition. We talked about how Karma alleviate some of the stress of Ezreal not being the best wave clear AD carry by assisting there. See if they can pick up some hard CC, since they don't have any in the jungle with their last 2 picks.
We're going to have to see what the next 2 picks for OMG are going to be. An instant lock-in of Lee Sin coming out from the OMG lineup, and they're going to be putting 5 on the Braum here for game number 1.
Yeah, so Tabe, of course, having that Karma means that he's not going to take up his Braum, as your pun alluded to.
Talia's going to be a lock-in coming in for Invictus Gaming, and an instant lock-in as well for the lineup.
Okay, Rookie has been playing this quite extensively in solo queue. As you can see, he's warming himself up.
He's getting ready to try and take on Icon in the mid lane here.
And Icon's going to get the counter matchup into it. So Rookie with the confidence to pick up Talia blind.
Yeah, we're going to see the Trundle as the final pick here. Tatai should be running that up in the top lane against Siyoung's Maokai. And like you mentioned, OMG Icon is going to be able to get the counter matchup in the mid lane, or the matchup of his choice, so to speak.
I would say that his signature champion for the limited time he's been in the LPL would be that Zed. Would love to see the Assassin matchup. The issue with Talia is she is very soft, very squishy. She's excellent at keeping people at a distance or working around people with those distances.
Yep.
But as soon as someone gets underneath and on top of her,
very good at chasing people down as well. Let's see what OMG lock in here as they find a pick. They hover the Zed, now the Kassadin here.
Could go for the Kassadin. They've got wave clear augmented on their AD carry position, so they wouldn't be punished there.
But it's going to be the LeBlanc lock-in coming in for Icon here. Wants to try and assassinate a couple of people across Summoner's Rift.
Also would have enough mobility to keep up with Talia should Rookie look for one of these cross-map ultimate roams. We talked about how Invictus Gaming's composition, what it does lack is it lacks CC. So Rookie's going to get quite creative with this ultimate if he's really going to give his team some sort of hard engage.
We've got quite a bit of soft CC, especially when we see the Rylai's pick up, probably from Talia, the Nidalee, and the Iceborne Gauntlet from Ezreal, but no way to really lock people down
Yeah,
So it's that one knockup.
but on the other side, there's no way to really catch Invictus Gaming. OMG are very reliant on flanking plays from Xiong, who is now probably the most veteran player on the team other than SMLZ, although SMLZ did take a longer break than Xiong. So big shoes to fill and a big responsibility if he's going to catch IG's comp.
Well, let's see how they're going to do just then, because interesting pickups coming in already. As teleport actually being run on Talia here coming into game number 1 as well. An interesting team comp. We got Lee Sin joining the fray here. Nidalee was let through the picks and bans. The coaches are going to shake hands. We're going to head into game number 1 very shortly between IG and OMG. And we've loaded on to Summoner's Rift for game number 1 between Invictus Gaming and OMG. As our observers, giving us a cheeky look at what the first Dragon Spawners match is going to be. It's that Mountain Dragon, and giving us a little bit of a tour around Summoner's Rift as well.
I appreciate it, although I don't appreciate this edit. As I said, they're coming the wrong way. It should be down blue side. So let's talk about these compositions. So what's really cool about IG's comp, and IG are a very unique team in the LPL in that they're one of the few teams that executes on a split push with Zatai. He actually earns the most gold distribution of any top laner in the LPL. They're fine. Everything's fine. Don't get excited, Fish.
They're just poking.
That's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. They got 2 wards.
They do get a deep ward on Gromp as well as pick up the other ward.
Continue.
It's I can feel my play-by-play caster like tensing up, like, oh my god, skirmishing. Let's go.
Any chance I can.
Exactly. So they're one of the few, IG are one of the few teams that look for a split push. But what's cool about their composition is if everything is going in their favor, if they constantly have pressure, with their split push and with their 4 people grouped up in mid or bot or wherever they have to be, they're so oppressive with their poke. Talia's got poke on her, Ezreal, Nidalee, Karma. It's about playing around OMG, being stuck underneath their towers, which does give OMG a window to look for those flanking plays on Maokai if he's not tied up with Trundle.
So this is a poke comp coming up from Invictus Gaming up, say, run at you and team fight you team comp coming up from OMG. Very contrasting styles coming into game number 1 here. As we are going to see where the jungler starts as the camps do spawn.
Should be noted, though, that for the poke composition, it makes 5's pick and Braum that much more important. Other big thing is not a lot of people really think about it, but Lee Sin's power spike at level 6 over champions like Elise, like Rek'Sai, like Nidalee is quite high. So I'm really curious if Dre is going to be a very early heavy gank jungler, or if he's just going to power farm to level 6 and try to abuse that power spike over the likes of Kid.
Well, let's see what Dre does here in game number 1 between OMG and Invictus Gaming. Already take a look at Rookie, chuck a couple of rocks around in the mid lane.
Look at that decent wave clear, though, only level 2 from Talia.
Yep. Able to shove the LeBlanc underneath the turret there as Rookie just rock surfs his way to put down a ward, just try to spot out Jetro if he does go for those early ganks. And taking quite a bit of a look at the bottom lane now. It's Rain. He's taking a lot of damage here from the Sivir. So is Icon in the mid lane from Rookie.
Yeah, he's just frankly getting bullied out. One of the issues that I thought might arise with Talia is the fact that her E is such low range for how fragile she is and how immobile she is without her passive, that she has to get right up in someone's face to really utilize a lot of damage off of that. But Icon not willing to make any sort of trade on it.
You can actually see Kid here looking to try and get in towards Dredge's jungle. He's working on taking down his blue buff. We'll be able to take it away with the Sonic Wave and Resonating Strike. Spear gonna miss, coming up from Nidalee as well as Icon and Rookie trading back and forth. That's a decent amount of damage being put out by the LeBlanc.
Yeah, but Rookie has complete control of the wave, which means that he has the creep aggro advantage. So still just organically winning this lane over Icon.
Finds Kid with the Sonic Wave. Can already see Nidalee trying to be a little bit more proactive and try to counter jungle OMG wherever they possibly can. SMLZ gets some decent damage down towards Rain, but here's an exhaust going on top of the Sivir. Locks her down as well with the Karma. Rain has been ignited, trying to stay as far back as possible. That was a good trade for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, and they trade 2 summoners for 1, although Shui Shui is sitting up in the wings now looking for the gank.
He hasn't been spotted out. One over the wards. And the Rift Scuttler being put down. Pings are actually coming out onto the Lee Sin, so they kind of know or suspect that he's there.
He's now been spotted out by a ward into that mid lane, as well as the deep wards up on Gromp. So a good heads up from IG's bot lane on this Ezreal and Karma, which is a very self-sufficient bot lane. Makes sense. IG don't prioritize ganking their bottom lane. So I'm glad to see them kind of move away or compensate for that weakness by giving such a safe champion duo to top A and Rain.
Well, it gives us some time to check in with the mid lane here as Rookie has found a nice CS lead for himself. It's about 10 CS ahead of Icon, who, if he can pick up these few minions crashing on towards his turret, should be able to equalize a little bit. But Natalia doing well so far. Invictus Gaming actually finding CS lead across the map for now. Kid doing well ahead of Jeje. Top lane to Tai doing well against Xiang. So the lanes are naturally winning for Invictus Gaming right now, to the point where they're about 600 gold ahead just from their lanes alone.
Yep, and so the question was, you know, what role and responsibility was Lee Sin going to play here? Was he going to be about early ganking or power farming? So far has had an unsuccessful gank on bottom, maybe trying his fortune up on the top side. Twisted Advance would line up nicely for Sonic Wave if they pull the trigger.
You see Talia has already gone back to base there. Rocksurfed away down towards the mid lane one more time. With that CS advantage, it's going to be able to push it out even more here. So we could possibly see Rookie try to make some cross-map plays. Once he hits level 6 especially.
Yep, has lost chapters in his pocket.
Not quite lost if you have them in your pocket though.
Pocket chapters. Thank you, Fish.
SMLZ here going to get locked down by Tabe. Tries to snare him up. Puts down a good mantra Q there as well to poke out the Sivir. Five's been doing a pretty good job of tagging people with his chairs here. Or with the shield, sorry. Winter's Bite doing some good work down in this bottom lane. But it's been fairly even. AD carry's just farming it out.
Yeah, that's the big thing, though. Fairly even. Yes, it's a range support versus a melee support, but Invictus Gaming's sore spot has always been their bottom lane, even when Kid and Kitties were the primary duo, as Rookie's actually threatening from the mid lane, which is why SMLZ and 5 get the hell out of there.
Very aggressive coming out from Rain and Tabe. And that's a lot of wave clear.
Absurd wave clear for how early level.
Knocks Icon back as well. He tries to jump in for the chains there. Rookie throws out a single rock. Going to get tagged by the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike going to come out as well. Jeje first up, picks up first spot, but here's a teleport coming into the mid lane as well. Lee Sin tries to get over the wall. The spear's not going to connect. A teleport going to come out from OMG's lineup, but they do find the pick onto Talia.
Yeah, and zero answer. TP was used defensively from Xiang to zone off Zatai. Likewise, Zatai completes his teleport. Xiang doesn't, so he's also going to get a extra wave of farm over Trundle. So not only does this hurt Rookie because he doesn't have his flash against the likes of LeBlanc and Lee Sin, but it also hurts Zatai.
Still though, Invictus Gaming are ahead in terms of gold, or close to even against RNG, which is not the best of news. They're able to pull it back a little bit, but...
Good news for IG is that Zatai has already built himself up like a buffer of CS, where he's still in a decent spot, so Xiang just kind of climbing back in it. Bad news is the discrepancy between the teleport timers, and if OMG have a window of opportunity to make use of that.
We also saw Rookie just use his teleport then to get back into the mid lane, and now Blue Buff's going to be detonated over towards Natalia. Picks it up by throwing some rocks at it.
Also spotted out by a very early pink ward from OMG. See if they use anything of that information.
Meanwhile, Jeje is going to be able to take down his red buff, so he get a little bit of extra health regeneration, as well as able to get a little bit of extra damage down if he is able to auto-attack people. Bottom lane, neither AD carry is going back to base just yet. They're just going to keep trading blows back and forth.
Well, they know that they don't need to. There's no danger because Kid is never coming bottom. SMLZ and 5 is like, this is fine. Keep pushing. No one will gank us.
But 5 has been able to find a cheeky back in and picked up a Sightstone for his team, so could possibly help them out later on in this game.
Someone who might gank them, though, I doubt it will be Kid. Could be Rookie. We saw him threatening earlier bot side with his ultimate. It's about the range of a Lux ult, if you haven't played Talia yet. Which is why that pink word is so important that Icon just defended. Make sure that they give appropriate information and warning to SMLZ and 5, although Rookie's looking for it. from behind pit. He's going.
You might be able to find it. There's the on the way pings coming out. Kid looking for it as well. Here's the Nidalee looking to try and lock them down. Rain took a lot of damage there. Talia not going to be able to quite cut them off, but does get some good distance out. SMLZ gets knocked backwards, but only auto attacks left for the mid laner. Rookie is able to pick up that kill. Not quite as fancy as you'd expect, but still a kill nonetheless.
Oh, hold on though. Chui and Icon looking for some revenge.
Rock's being thrown out one more time. A flash forward with the double jump coming in for Icon there. Gets them down to a sliver of health, but not quite able to execute Tabe.
Yeah, can't find 1-for-1 in the end, but good roam from Rookie again. Knows where the pink ward was because Icon defended it last time. Steps behind the Dragon Pit, and SMLZ and 5 just not respecting the reach and range of Nidalee and Talia.
In Invictus Gaming, they've been able to find 1,000 gold lead for themselves after the gank in the bottom lane.
Exactly, the gank in the bottom lane. I'm surprised too. SMLZ and 5 like, I didn't think they had a jungler.
This happens. We get these things. Finally, Tabe and Rain able to have nice things in this game against OMG.
We can never have nice things. Does mean that a Sheen is completed down in that bottom lane. Rookie was the primary benefactor of the kill, so picking himself up some MR.
Hello.
Little null cloak.
The gank squad is being roaming around by OMG. Dre and 5 trying to find people inside the jungle. I think they got spotted out there.
Trying to find Kid.
Still trying to tag people with his chains and lock them down for that gang squad to roam into the mid lane. Kid now, instead of moving towards the bottom side of his jungle, instead moving towards the top side of Dretre's jungle.
Dretre has a ton of offensive and very aggressive wards.
Teleport actually coming in from OMG Dretre. He just wants to farm up these Krugs first before going in for a fight. Here comes Xiang down on the bottom side of the map. Icon's here as well. Dretre, that's a very long twisted advance coming out from Xiang. They find Rain. They take him down. Icon finds another kill.
A lot expended on that play, however, so we'll see if they can translate it into a tower. Meanwhile, in response, Invictus Gaming getting tons of chip damage on outer mid and possibly taking down outer top.
OMG are going to look to try and trade this one for the bot lane outer turret here, as they do have SMLZ 5 and Dretre working on a Kid. Actually made his way towards this mid lane, so they're going to be able to take down this turret as well. Invictus Gaming might be able to get 2-for-1 in terms of objectives just for 1 kill in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming coming up heads and tails ahead of OMG in this trade by taking down the 2 towers, especially because OMG also expended so much gold. Look at the vision right now on IG's bottom red side jungle. That's a lot of gold worth of vision, and all you got in response was a tower and a kill.
Finally, that bottom lane turret will fall down for OMG. SMLZ was able to pick that one up. He's going to be able to head back to base to pick up some items for himself. IG, relentless with picking up these objectives on the top side of the map after the play was made bottom side, looking for the Rift Herald as well.
And this is the good news for IG fans, is how much more responsive and reactive the team looks, and not just in an aggressive counter fight way, but in a counter macro way. And this is what really Tabe has introduced to the team, that IG have answers after a play is made other than run at the enemy.
On top of that now, they have their own threats on the table. With the map opened up, and the fact that teleport was used by Xiang up in the top lane means that Tai and Rookie's teleports are both available if they'd like to create their own flanking plays here. It also gives us some time to take stock at what the items are right now. Tai looking to move towards his Ravenous Hydra. It should be, as his pickup. Nidalee already picked up the Luden's Echo jungle item. I can't remember the name. Frosco, and help me out.
Runic
Echoes. There we go.
Oh, I got it?
Yeah, that's
I
right.
never get the names of the items right.
Morel Nomicon is the pickup coming for Talia in the mid lane. Already Ezreal looking towards his components of the Iceborne Gauntlet. So IG gets some nice items for himself, but still components for most of them. Same thing from the OMG lineup here. Xiang has his components of his 2 major tanky items. Warrior's Enchantment picked up by Lee Sin here, and Tatai is just going to batter down these targets.
Yeah, they got teams have gone ahead and swapped their lane assignments here. So Zatai, especially with Xiang making that teleport play, has continued to open back up that CS discrepancy. Continuing to abuse this Maokai. The thing about Maokai is he will survive lanes, but he won't necessarily neutralize them. It's just going to be a higher CS discrepancy and difference, and he's actually going to get bullied off of his outer tower as the last one will fall.
Another good map movement coming from IG, but OMG looking to try and respond this with a gank up top as it leads in. It's actually trying to get behind him. 5's going to jump in. Dretche is going to jump on top of Rain. Tabe takes so much damage, gets locked down by the Braum passive, but here comes a double teleport up top. A good knockback comes out of Talia to knock SMLZ towards their team. 5 now takes a lot of damage. Subjugate will finish him up from the Trundle. And Talia now looking to try and cut people up. Can't quite find them.
Not
But
quite the
still.
angle he was looking for.
IG able to find 2 kills for themselves in that engagement. Jojo now has been jumped on. Icon fakes him, goes back, gets that kill onto Rain. What a play from the LeBlanc.
And in the end, we do trade a couple of kills, but more importantly, IG pull the trigger and burn the 2 teleports and save the top tower while changing the bottom one in.
On top of that, they're going to look towards taking down the Mountain Dragon that's been sitting there for about 14 minutes peacefully in his den. Now a Troll and a Kitty Cat are looking to try and take it down with the help of a couple of rocks being chucked at it.
Invictus Gaming in complete control of the game. They have a slim gold difference, although 14 minutes 3K does mean quite a sizable amount.
Yep.
And likewise now have control of the Mountain Dragon, which going to be super helpful as they try to siege into inner turrets.
Well, let's see what they can do because they were able to successfully defend that top lane outer turret and take down the bottom lane outer turret. So the map has been opened up quite nicely for Invictus Gaming.
But for how much longer will they be able to defend it? You see OMG grouping up on the top side, brute forcing and bullying Invictus Gaming back off of it. And meanwhile, IG fumbled their minion wave control, so they don't have a response on the bottom side of the map. Trundle is busy clearing out that massive wave at inner tower.
You can see Talia once again just being able to wave clear quite effectively in that mid lane. That top lane turret will eventually fall down there as OMG pick that one up and pull the gold bead back a little bit towards their side. But still, although the goal doesn't really tell the story, it still looks like Invictus Gaming's game right now. They've been in pretty decent control so far.
Does shore up the lead, or the disadvantage a bit for OMG, so good job. So it's just going to be that remaining outer mid tower that they need to be concerned with. That said, Talia has already proven her wave clear is pretty phenomenal. So need to eliminate the Pebble Girl.
Meanwhile, you can see next dragon that's going to be spawning is going to be that Infernal Dragon. Definitely one that Invictus Gaming would like to pick up. So they already have a Mounted Dragon to the name.
Can we go ahead and say that both OMG and IG want to pick up the Infernal Drake? I don't think OMG look at that like, nah.
I think IG just wanted a little bit more. Stacking up dragons would be a nice way to add to the gold lead they already have. SMLZ, wow, that is a lot of damage just from 2 spells coming out there. The shield has to come up from 5 straight away. True Shot Barrage was threatening as well. And
I love the combo that Rookie's laying down right now. So throwing down his E, waiting till the E is about to come back, because it obviously does damage when it comes out, then does procs another wave of damage as it comes back, or rolls over, I guess is the animation, and leaving his displacement right at the tip of that to try to make sure that they eat both rotations of damage.
It's doing a pretty good job so far on this Talia. I believe it's the first time we've seen it in the LPL.
It is the first time we've seen it in the LPL.
Seen it in a couple of other leagues here and there.
I've seen Rookie play it about 7 times on solo queue, though.
Okay. So it's probably what we mentioned, you know, muted his coach's microphones. I'm playing this champion. Give it to me.
Oh, he's done well so far on it.
Yeah.
Showing off her ganking capabilities and her momentum. Although, speaking of ganking capabilities, Tabe. Tabe.
Look at something. Don't face check that. You are the shot caller. You should know not to do these things. He's not going to.
See how patient they're going to be.
But that's still the gang squad of OMG looking for that flank.
TP difference right now, but only for a slim window. OMG have the advantage on Xiang's Maokai. Zatai's is just about to come up.
To be honest, if they wanted to pull that trigger, it shouldn't have been about 10 seconds ago. I think if they go now, Zatai might have that teleport available.
Dun-dun.
Here comes Frosco and Shark.
I don't want to be here anyway.
They are going to back away. Jojo and 5 look for advantages elsewhere. Zycon been keeping Rain and Tabe held up in this 2-on-1.
It was more so the fact that Rookie was left alone in mid lane. So much time was expended, and obviously if you're just standing in a bush, you're losing something else on the map. It was pressure on the mid lane, which forced them to respond to it. And Shui falling significantly behind in the CS. And CS difference between junglers means so much more because the camps mean so much more. 89 to 59. Kid is just working him.
Yep, Spawn has taught me that lesson through a couple of solo queue games with some choice words about when I try to tax his lane. For now, though, 5 going to be able to OMG are going to be able to successfully defend their red buff in their own territory.
No, it's pretty fair. They want to fight as 5. No, they have. They do have
as
skirmish.
5 with 5.
Yeah, I tried to give it to you, but it's not true.
Icon on the wrong side of the map here. Takes a lot of damage. The knockback not going to come out there. He's able to successfully displace away.
Did you see the prediction from Rookie, though? He was slightly off on the timing, but trying to find the displacement on Rookie's distortion.
He's a good mid laner.
Yeah. It's almost like he's real good at pressing his buttons.
I think whenever I get to watch him, I say that at least once per casting rookie. He's a good mid laner.
Xiong right now is trying to make sure that that tank does not go underneath his tower so the wave doesn't reset, so trying his best to hold that. And OMG have done a good job on kind of slowing down the momentum that Invictus Gaming have built up. It's been pretty quiet, everyone keeping to themselves, farming their lanes and trying to allocate and safely find gold.
Still, Invictus Gaming have been able to find a 2,000 gold lead for themselves through this lull of a farming phase they're going through right now. They're 3 turrets to 2.
The important thing is about lane assignment. So right now, Zatai is bullying Xiong around. As long as no one interferes, he will win that 1v1. On the flip side, Icon does still have kill pressure, at least on Ezreal. Maybe on Rookie if he catches him through Fog of War, whoever catches who. So they're trying to send him out into a side wave and kind of see what he can get. Zatai, if Icon ever gets advantage, would have to face across from that LeBlanc to actually really slow him down. But unfortunately for OMG, they just don't have pressure anywhere else on the map, so Icon can't afford to be down there.
I just checked in with his CS advantage there. He's almost 40 CS up against Xiong there, so really bullying him out in this game so far. Doing a pretty good job on that Treadle. Has that Ravenous Hydra picked up as well as the Rift Herald buff, so he's going to be a force to be reckoned with as a split pusher. Meanwhile, you can see Rookie be a little bit of a nuisance, trying to poke people out with his rocks. That next dragon has spawned as well. At the same time, Baron's going to spawn, so 2 major objectives opening up on the map. Let's not watch this.
IG have the... no, it's all good. IG have the complete control over the top side of the map. As you can see, Zatai just brute forces that tower down, which means that they also have multiple plays anywhere Zatai is across map. They can take Dragon, they can give Dragon away, hold OMG down, and just take towers, or they can take both.
They're going to look for the Infernal Dragon as well. Rookie! A very big play. They're trying to go one-on-one against Icon. Teleports immediately being put down to the bottom lane. Rookie suddenly decides he doesn't quite want this life anymore. Is he going to get jumped on there? Icon finds the first pick. Immediately, Kid has to back away. Sonic Wave going to land onto the tie. Kickback straight on top of Rain, who has to flash an arcade shoot forward. But OMG, this is a good team fight for them.
Rookie?
Hello.
A little bit aggressive there. Okay, check out.
Bit?
Yeah, a little bit. Rookie's itemization, he doesn't have any MR. He's got Merc Treads. That's about it. That little Null Magic Mantle, it didn't go into a Negatron cloak. It just went straight into his little Pumas. He ulted himself down there, and even that 1v1 looked a bit sketch against Icon, but Maokai joins in, so it's a 2v1. They clean him up. They take the Infernal Drake, and OMG get a foot back into this. They're only a couple hundred gold down.
Take us through this team fight, because that was a questionable decision.
So but here's the thing, like, even if the teleport hadn't come in, Icon will pick him up on the second cooldown or second coming of Distortion. There we go, spell rotation of Distortion. But that still looked scary. Then, of course, his Distortion comes back up. Good kickback from Jouet isolates
really
Rain.
Good.
And now LeBlanc is 2 kills.
That was a really, really good kickback from Churchill, watching it again. So I'm going to see Icon look to try and take down Tatai, lands that chain, and the Q coming out as well. That's 2 kills for 1 in favor of OMG one more time here.
And suddenly Icon is 5-0-2. This is the new mid laner. He's appeared a couple of times in the LPL, subbing back and forth between him and Cool, but OMG obviously making the decision, at least for this game, that this is the direction that their organization wants to take.
That was another good prediction though, coming out from Rookie there. Almost finds the kill onto Icon. Knocked him back as he went back for his double Distortion. Invictus Gaming, though, they still have the gold lead right now. They're about 1,500 gold-ish ahead of OMG. That second dragon did go over to OMG's side, so the Infernal Drake ticking for the lineup. Gives us some time to take a look at the items. With that 5-0-2 on Icon, he's picked up the Morello Nomicon, Abyssal Scepter, and now has a unusually large rod. That's a big LeBlanc.
On the other side, though, Rookie has finally completed his Rylai's Crystal Scepter. So bringing a lot more utility to the team in combination with the Iceborne Gauntlet. They've got a lot of slow, but where IG's composition really does struggle is when waves are pushed against them. Again, they're very poke reliant. So if OMG can continue to fight them around Fog of War, where Icon will A, get the jump, or B, even in the lanes, as long as they have a big creep wave in front of them, they're going to negate a lot of IG's damage. IG really need to get Zatai back out into these side lanes and in the correct lane assignment.
I think another standout in this game is Dredger on this Lee Sin. He's been playing rather well in this match. He's got a few pretty good kicks on that Lee Sin. He's 3-0-3 as well.
Yeah, it's just kind of come out of nowhere that OMG have gotten themselves back into it through team fighting, really capitalizing and being reactive on IG's mistakes. So we talked about how IG have kind of developed themselves into being more of a reactive macro threat with the addition of Tabe. OMG are still just a very reactive micro threat. They like collapsing, they like counter ganking. They don't necessarily know where to be at the right time, but they'll always want to fight.
And some big item power spikes on the Invictus Gaming lineup as well. We see top lane, Trundle picks up a few really heavy items for himself. Nidalee already got that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, as well as the Runic Echoes picked up. We already talked about mid lane. Bottom lane, you can see the Ezreal is gone for the Iceborne Gauntlet and Mana Nui pickup. So 2 major items for Ezreal already completed.
It's important that IG are trying to reset themselves, like you said, with all their itemization. They're very safe in that mid lane through Rylai's and Iceborne. Kick Zatai out to a side lane, make sure he's crossed for Maokai, and try to wean advantages there.
Some good damage on the 5.
Just gotta buy time. And don't get caught out in front of Baron. If OMG find a big fight here or a significant pick, they could easily rotate into this Baron.
They're able to take away the blue buff. SMLZ is able to find that one with his Boomerang Blade. Cherry actually taking a lot of damage from the knockback. Zatai still duking out with Xiang here, down in the bottom lane this time round. Got some good damage down as this Trundle.
Yeah, Xiang's just trying to stall the inevitable as now Invictus Gaming collapsing towards their top laner.
Blue buff's going to be given over to Rookie here. So they trade blue buffs, but IG arguably get the better end of that with it going on over towards their mid laner instead of their 80 carry, which you saw SMLZ pick up.
Certainly means a lot more than it used to since the mid-season patch, giving that 15 bonus AP.
This is a little bit strange. It's 4-8 in terms of kills. Still the goal leaders in Invictus Gaming's favor. They're about 1,000 gold ahead.
It's the tower adjustment. It's a very close game, though, for the fact that OMG have half the towers that IG do. That's a bit concerning. OMG are starting to play, again, matching the split push pressure just because Icon is so far ahead and he has kill pressure on pretty much everyone but Zatai. In fact, might be a little bit scary for Zatai as well.
Icon's still waiting to pick up his major needlessly large rod item. Still sitting on that item for now. Dragon's going to be respawning in a minute, which sends signals for the OMG lineup to head back to base and pick up a couple of items before trying to contest this one against Invictus Gaming. Get on this Nidalee. He's been all over the map here. Hasn't had as a huge of impact as Dre so far, but he's farming up quite a nice storm, so to speak. He's about 30 CS ahead of Dre right now.
And again, Kid has moved away from being a liability in the jungle to really a very stable and serviceable jungler. Unfortunately, in the LPL, he's stacked across from some junglers like Dandy, Clearlove, MLXG. Maybe you've heard of them. But he does a decent job, and he's doing a decent job on this Nidalee.
Tarantula taking a little bit of poke damage as Invictus Gaming. They're trying to defend their mid lane turret. Icon dashing into very aggressively to get some damage down on towards Rain. This turret is going to fall down in OMG's favor, and this Invictus Gaming just can't quite defend it. 5 getting locked down by that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, slowing him down, but Rookie can't find the knockback.
And here's some of the flaws in IG's composition. They have decent wave clear, but they lose a ton of their damage when there's big creep waves in front of them, and there's a fight.
Tabe gonna get jumped on there. Jojo doesn't find the kick he was looking for, gets knocked back. He might actually get taken down here as Kid jumps on top of him as in Italy. Rookie gonna try and throw some rocks over the wall. Teleport now finally coming in for the Maokai. Tatai's already here though. A good lockdown coming from Rookie. He's gonna find 5. Jojo takes a rock to the face. 2 kills already picked up by Invictus Gaming, and they find a team fight they desperately wanted.
Rookie able to chase them down with the ultimate, does force Rain to burn the arcane shift as well as Tabe's flash to assist him, but nevertheless it does give them the dragon.
Ocean Dragon going to be picked up by Invictus Gaming, prompting the spawn of an Infernal Dragon for the 4th dragon of this match.
Would be a second Infernal if OMG are able to pick that one up.
Tatai trying to lock down Icon, puts down a traffic cone.
It's good. It makes sure that he can't back. He doesn't have any mana right now, so he's of little use to his team, and it buys IG enough time to pick up this creep wave bottom and to siege another free objective. OMG caught with their pants down.
And they take that turret, giving Invictus Gaming a 3,000 gold lead ahead of OMG right now. That was a very good team fight. Really good use of the Talia ultimate as well to cut off the fleeing members from OMG.
Could have been a bit disastrous, but it ends up being a good use simply because the members that she cut off couldn't just turn around and immediately kill Rookie, seeing that his team was locked out as well.
You see that, Rookie?
Likewise, Ezreal was able to hop over, but Tabe was like, flash!
See what good things you can do, Rookie, when you don't ulti straight into an icon. Apparently you pick up 2 kills for your team. Good job.
I feel like he's just a bit keen.
Well, we saw him stretching before this match. He was ready to take on the world with this pick.
Working his shoulders. Speaking of working.
Seong actually flashing aggressively forward to lock down Tabe with the twist in advance. Pillar's going to come out, but this is already a 4-on-5 in favor of OMG after taking down the support. Sonic Wave not going to connect coming in from Dre.
OMG using the most of their pockets of true vision that they have over by the Baron pit. Find a nice pick. Unfortunately, it's just on the support. So not able to translate that directly into a Baron play. And in response, IG forcing up mid.
They're trying to translate it directly into a Baron play. Let's see if they can get it as Kid gets soloed out here by Icon, goes back to the Mimic. Tatai flashes over the wall, puts the Subjugate and the Pillar down. They're going to be able to take down Icon. This Baron's actually really low. Rookie's in the pit trying to get out, gets taken down. Dredge's really low. Here comes Tatai, the Trundle tries to get inside there, finds a kill. 5 gets taken down. Seong now taking a lot of damage, but locks down the tanky frontliner. That's already 3 members being taken down by Invictus Gaming's lineup, but they do successfully stop the Baron. Rain is going to try and chase, getting Mystic shots off on towards the Scuttle Crab, but that was an interesting fight.
And silly me, I didn't think OMG would be crazy enough to take the Baron with 4 members of IG still up, but they do prompt it, do not get it, are burned quite significantly.
Still a 4-for-1 trade at the end of that match, at the end of that fight, and look at this solo kill coming out from Icon.
Again, just really abusing the pockets of true vision right there. Annihilates Kid. Icon so massive that will be his first death, so also picking up the shutdown bonus that comes with this. Tries to make the cheeky play.
The Subjugate there, I think, from Tatai cost him a little bit when he went into this 4-on-2. Felt like if he could get it onto Xiang, it would have been a lot better.
Again, Rookie just ults himself into certain death, however, but it is enough to pull OMG off of the Baron.
I think Rookie needs to realize his ultimate doesn't do damage.
I think he's just having fun.
I don't know if diving straight into a LeBlanc and into 4 members of OMG would be considered fun.
I see you've never played Talia yet.
I have played Talia. I
Then
played it with
should
you.
know how. Oh, God. No wonder I couldn't remember. I was trying to block it out.
We've had some interesting games together. But for now, Invictus Gaming, they're still 2,000 gold ahead of OMG. They're still holding on to that goal. It just really feels like OMG don't really care. And here comes an ultimate coming out from Rookie here, trying to lock out Seong. It's able to do just that. The Maokai can't quite go anywhere. They're trying to put down as much damage as possible to try and take him down. They will be able to do just that. That was a good use of the Talia ulti.
Yep, okay, so we got 1. No, he's had 2. We'll say 2.5. Good gank from Rookie. Kills the Maokai. They've got a creep wave and pressure pushing up onto that bottom side, as well as applying pressure into the mid lane. OMG, they do have their wave clear available, so they have some options. It shouldn't mean a tower for IG.
That is not good. That's what Abyssal Scepter Talia getting chunked down to a third of her health.
Apparently, though, that outer mid was still standing.
And
Thought
does
for
get
sure
taken
with
down.
its 30 HP it would have been down by now.
Invictus Gaming are able to take down it, increase their goal lead to 4,000 ahead of OMG. Despite the 9-12 scoreline at the moment, IG definitely in the lead. The next dragon is going to be spawning in a minute 20. It's another Infernal Dragon, so we could see a fight take place over that pit.
But you have to think about the roller coaster of this game. IG come out strong, then they kind of fall off, OMG pull it back, and then with a... Again, it's just this idea that the roster needs time, it needs development. Very young players, a lot of inexperience. They make a very risky Baron call, and it just costs them so much momentum and pressure on this map, which has effectively put IG back into the driver's seat.
I don't know. The story kind of goes like this. IG come out strong. Rookie ulties into someone in a very stupid manner. IG come out strong again. Rookie does the same thing. Makes it up with a good ulti. That's been the story of the game for me. I don't know about you. I've just seen Talia fly over the map, do some good things, and then some really bad things.
It's just been a rolling wave of anticipation.
But you are right. I feel like it's, even though not working out so well for OMG just yet, it's the good steps for their roster that is really trying to rebuild. Trying to find the correct place that they can and can't make. The
There's-
Baron wasn't the right one.
They're still having great individual performances. So again, there's talent on the roster. You look at Icon in that mid lane, 6-1-3 on the LeBlanc, facing across on the likes of Rookie. Has been doing some work, but trying to put it all together, rebuild OMG back to that Dark Forces lineup.
Well, that dragon is going to respawn as Icon has a sweeper lance and is looking to try and assassinate whoever comes down into this bottom lane.
That
was
he
your
burned the
mistake.
arcane shift.
That is where he knew he was dead. Oh, it's not quite able to take him down there. Icon missing the chain. And that one distortion coming up. Correct move, but now he might actually pay for that. Talia gonna put down the ultimate. Now, Icon in a little bit of trouble there. Talia decided not to follow up as Icon.
He's just trying to buy enough time so his team can pick up the dragon. So Icon does a little dance, makes a little love, and his team make off with the dragon.
Well, thank you for saving me on that one, Frost, because I had no idea what Icon was trying to do there. Looks like he just wanted to die almost.
It's also why Rookie didn't take his ultimate down, because he tried to, they tried to split resources to kill Icon as well as take the dragon. So Invictus Gaming not being very consistent and hesitating a bit on their shot calling.
So that's a 3,000 gold lead for IG at the moment, but OMG have 2 Infernal Dragons. That's going to stack up quite nicely as we head towards the mid game. This game is interesting. It still feels rather close between OMG and Invictus Gaming at the moment.
We've been in the mid game. we're heading towards late game. The towers have fallen. The core items are out.
It's very middle.
Thank you.
Invictus Gaming, though, still the ones that are ahead.
They
now.
just need to poke, play with vision, make sure that they can poke people off of Baron, and buy time for this Trundle.
It kind of feels like they're not playing to that team strength of sieging up turrets. OMG going for another Baron play. Haven't been spotted out yet. They've already got it down.
One blue trinket.
There is that blue trinket being used. So they spot out the start coming from OMG. They get lots of damage down on towards it. OMG might actually be able to take it down, but there's Talia's ultimate, cutting the rest of the team off. Baron buff falls, but let's see what's going to happen after as Rookie going to take the brunt of that damage here. Kid tried to jump in to get some damage back down. OMG trying to run for the hills. Here comes Setai, gets kicked into his team. That's so much damage going down, but Kid, he's able to take down 5. In the backlines, JJ is able to take up a kill as well. Rain trying to do what he can, but OMG with one Baron play, able to find so many kills. Possibly the ace coming here as Rain does get taken down and the Baron buff.
The Dark Forces never give up, and OMG are back on top after that team fight. They get the Baron. IG carelessly drop their vision around it, don't respond in time. The teleport comes through, and they just walk into certain death. Chue, props. This kick goes across so many members, does massive amounts of damage, and then is just immediately followed up by so much AoE distortion from Icon.
Treacher has been a monster in this Lee Sin.
And we talked about it. He's been on and off the OMG roster, but returning, having synergy already built up with the likes of Icon and Xiyoung, looking great right now.
And so CI and OMG in general, they've just completely flipped that game around with the one Baron play. You can take a look at the damage dealt in that team fight. Siva, SMLZ, returning to the roster here for this game, paired up with 5, dealing an absurd amount of damage. Whew. This was Invictus Gaming's game. They were up 4,000 gold, make a mistake. Up 4,000 gold again, make a mistake. And now that mistake has finally cost them as OMG sneaked that Baron. They tried it the second time round and it worked.
It's good news for OMG fans, though, that the fact that they were given the opportunity to capitalize on a mistake, and they pulled the trigger correctly, especially in their 5v5. So still staying true to what they're strong at, as SMLZ does get that red buff. Not as clean as we would have liked. IG are a very chaotic, very up and down team, but they're still considered one of the, in the upper branch of the LPL. And OMG, if they can close this out, something they can hang their hat on.
What a good fight coming out from JJ there. He's able to kick SMLZ straight, it's not SMLZ, sorry, Rookie straight back into his team for SMLZ to pick up a kill. And now they're just charging in towards the base one more time. They already took down the top lane inhibitor turret. Now the mid lane inhibitor turret's been taken down by OMG. They're looking towards the inhibitor as well. And going to move straight towards the top lane right afterwards. They've swung this game into their favor.
They are just suffocating out Invictus Gaming. If they get 2 inhibitors, it's a very long climb.
This inhibitor is going to go down in OMG's favor. The long climb has begun. JJ wants to get soloed out here by Invictus Gaming. They're looking to try and lock him down. But there's too many minions in the base to deal with for the IG lineup. Things now not looking good for IG.
No, not at all. It has been looking good for them for about 5 minutes now. Effectively, they're waiting for OMG to make a colossus mistake or error. Otherwise, they have very little opportunity for them on the map and very little win conditions that are still achievable.
You look at the items that OMG have picked up here, and look at where the kills have been distributed. Lee Sin, LeBlanc, and Siva are the benefactors of all this gold, and it translates into the items they have picked up here. Icon's massive. He's 1 item away from 6. Lee Sin has 2 damage items and 2 tank items for looking for his 3rd. He's a monster. Treacher has been playing like a monster, and Lee Sin just in general is a monster right now.
Issue is that the scaling on IG, they don't really have any options. If they can look for a split push, but the lane assignments are well and truly out of their control now. There's kill pressure from multiple members of OMG on Zatai, so his reign of terror has come to a true close.
I'm just looking at Rookie right now. He's farming ahead of the clock, 400 CS in comparison to the 290 on this LeBlanc.
Well, we've proven one thing. Talia is very good at wave clear and farming.
That is true. And it looks like they actually want to start a fight here. That's a good ultimate separating the team there. And a good knockback to Treacher and 5. This might be the fight they want. Zatai, though, is going to be the first to fall down. 5 not going to quite get taken down. Another good knockback does come out from Talia, but it's a little bit too little too late here. So they're still trying to fight this one 4 on 5. OMG climbing back quite nicely as Siyoung soaking up as much damage as possible. Kid, he's out of mana. Has to use this on his hourglass. Now going to get collapsed on by the team as he's able to flash away as soon as he comes out of stasis. A good fight from IG, but a fantastic disengage from OMG.
That was best case scenario as Rookie. He's okay.
He's okay. Treacher, though, takes a spear to the face.
Oh, TP. Here comes the counterflank.
Bad news bears coming in for Invictus Gaming. Here comes Siyoung. Going to be able to lock them down? No.
They just want the tower. They got what they came for, though. Again, best case scenario for Invictus Gaming. Rookie gets a really nice ult. He effectively cuts all of them in half in the small window where the creeps weren't hitting his Nexus towers to start with. But IG just don't have the damage to do anything about it. It's going to be the Elder Drake and possibly a Nexus turret for OMG.
This Elder Dragon is going to fall incredibly low here. I don't see how IG can try to stop this. Could it? Should it? Would it? No, it's not going to work. Treacher does get the smite down. Elder Dragon falls on over to OMG, and that's a double infernal Elder Dragon.
And it seems like OMG have finally found the secret formula, at least if Game 1 is going to be indicative of this series. And it's in Shui on his Lee Sin, 7, 2, and 9, finding these incredible flanks, making the plays for his team. It's nice because it feels like Icon finally has follow-up behind him.
You actually see lots of 6-item builds being completed here for both teams, actually. Let's start with OMG's lineup. SMLZ, he's got 6 items on the Siva. He is monstrous right now. Icon has completed his with a Magi Soul Sealer. He is hungry for kills on champions. And Treacher, once he heads back to base, going to pick up that final tanky item, which should be the Randuin's Omen.
I mean, frankly, the conversation for IG at this point is, can we stop them? And what do we do about draft next game?
It's certainly possible. There's still only 4,000 gold behind OMG, and this is a 41-minute match. You can already see Talia has 6 items completed. Ezreal is 1 item away from 6 as well. Zatai has almost completed his build. So they're just half an item off on each slot just from getting back into this game. That's a lot of damage being put into backline there. Kid going to be able to heal up half of it.
The problem is the effectiveness of IG's composition late game, particularly in their jungle. Jue is doing so much damage and opening up so much opportunity for the team. Kid is a heal bot.
That's the final inhibitor going to fall down in favor of OMG. So now double super minions in each wave are going to start to slowly crash towards IG's base.
Using their Elder Drake threateningly. Baron will be picked up in 10 seconds, and then they can try to suffocate out Invictus Gaming. You're looking for a miracle team fight from IG to pull this one out.
Let's see what they can do, because OMG, like you mentioned, already looking towards the Baron pit here. Inhibitors are going to respawn from Invictus Gaming, so that will stop the double siege minute push that would come out.
Big sigh of relief for IG.
Ooh, but this is Baron, like you mentioned. It's going to get picked up here by Invictus Gaming. No Miracle Steal will come out. Sorry, OMG. No Miracle Steal will come out from Invictus Gaming. So that True Shot Barrage is very late. Now they've got to try and defend their base with no inhibitors and up against a Baroned up OMG.
Do have decent wave clear again in Talia as well as Karma.
this is not looking great so far. OMG definitely in the driver's seat.
It's hard because the only tool that IG have on their composition to definitively start fights is Rookie's ultimate. It's not like they have the Maokai, so they effectively get one chance, one cooldown.
Treacher with another great kickback onto Rookie, takes him down immediately. And now the rest of IG run for the hills as the next inhibitor getting taken down. Seong's already into the backlines here. Good ultimate comes up from Braun, but it might be a little bit too late as IG already working on these Nexus turrets. Icon's low in the backline. Seong goes back in on top of Tatai, who gets melted there. Treacher picks up that kill. The rest of IG flash towards the base. Nexus turrets have fallen, and OMG pick up, I believe, their second win, but only the first win in this best of 3 series against IG.
And OMG, I mean, effectively, they're a bottom-tier team in their group, and they just took down IG. IG have always kind of sat mid-tier to upper-bottom tier. Excuse me, bottom-upper tier of teams. They're by no means bad. They've looked at the best form that they ever have, and OMG just smashed them off of their own mistakes.
That was an interesting game coming out from Invictus Gaming and OMG there. That did eventually go in OMG's favor. It was a very long match, and it was, like you mentioned, off the back of the mistakes. There was plenty of mistakes from the IG lineup.
You have to look, first and foremost, at Invictus Gaming's composition. I don't think that it was the best put together in terms of your CC options, just your options and your win conditions to actually get ahead and do something with that lead. IG made some pretty cute and creative individual performances,
Like
Rookie, particularly on Talia, but these are kind of the big mistake plays that OMG start to swing this game on.
Treacher as well, we see this is the first play that really impressed me there. That kick onto Rain, who's protected by so many champions standing on top of him. Treacher had a really good game with this Lee Sin.
Oh, phenomenally.
Yeah, really good Lee Sin player.
We talked about it. You know, OMG, they are a historic brand that is rebuilding, and they've put all of their faith and their trust in a very young roster. Pretty much Xiang, the only old guard left standing on this roster, formerly a sub replacement for Cool while he was injured, now into the top lane, and just trying to find the different puzzle pieces to fit together for success, and it seems like they finally got something in Shui Shui's Lee Sin.
Icon as well had a pretty impressive game on the LeBlanc, constantly finding picks for the OMG lineup and allowing them to scale into the late game where they pretty much shined against IG and styled them in those final few minutes of the team fights.
No, completely agree, but we always knew that OMG's win conditions were still going to be between their 5v5 and their skirmish potential, so I'd like to see IG not fall into that trap, or at least draft themselves to prepare for it.
Well, we're going to go into a very quick break, but when we come back, we'll get to see if OMG can come back and find their first win here in the LPL. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're going to take a look at the MVP for game number 1 between Invictus Gaming and OMG. It's going to go over towards JJ on his Lee Sin.
I would have it no other way. He had a phenomenal performance on that champion, picking out individual members of Invictus Gaming with swift certainty.
He played a pretty solid Lee Sin in that match. It was pretty
Swift
much a hard game.
certainty?
Swift certainty.
Okay, it's fine.
I'll
Here's
help
some of the highlights, though. He picks up the first blood right there. He finds multiple insects, in particular this bottom lane plane. There's the flash, bam, right onto Rain, who then gets exploded by LeBlanc.
That was not the only play he had. There was a couple more very slick or swift Lee Sin kicks he got in that one.
Oh, so you did get it.
I did get it coming in.
I never know with you.
Yeah, I can tell. Either from movie references to my lack of history of LPL knowledge. Yep. Frosco always tries to throw me under the bus here. Thank God we got Rusty off this item, because if he was here, I would be absolutely slaughtered right now. But yeah, that was a pretty good game there coming in from OMG. They looked like they were on the back foot for majority of that game. Invictus Gaming, they led with, what, a 4,000 goal lead for a good 30 minutes of the match as well, controlling lots of objectives, but they just made, frankly, a few too many mistakes.
No, completely agree. It now becomes a question of what do Invictus Gaming change going into the next map. Their side wave preparation was actually pretty poor. They weren't able to get their split push going, and again, they're one of the teams that have the most experience to it. The fact that Icon got so snowballed far ahead really put a damper on that plan. I expect their draft phase to change heavily and for them to take a lot more CC and open up the versatility of a comp other than pigeonholing themselves so hard into a poke siege composition.
Still good news coming out from OMG though, a team that really wants to rebuild and find that secret formula to how they're going to get back into the LPL, how they're going to contest the teams like IG, to be frank. Doing pretty well with Esmilzy back in the lineup here. This could be what they're looking for.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a step in the right direction. It's now, can they be consistent with it? Like, I don't want to get too, like, oh, congratulations, OMG, welcome back, it's been a while,
Win
nice
this
to see
game
you.
first?
With this first game, especially because their opponent, not only because of how they won, but particularly because their opponent is Invictus Gaming, and they're so hot and cold. It's only been one game of the series. Give me 2, give me really consistent, clean victories, and then I'm all on board for OMG, you know, welcome back, Dark Forces. But until then, it's good job, Shui. Keep calm. Continue to do it. Very young, very inexperienced roster.
So I'm actually interested to see what Invictus Gaming are going to do here coming into the second match to try and stop that 2-game victory from OMG, because it kind of seemed like they had the right formula to start things off, just not close things out. Are we going to see the Talia hit the bench here coming into game number 2 especially? I think that's my biggest question of what IG can potentially change up.
I still have questions on Talia about where she really fits in the meta. Rookie was fun to watch on the champion, but I don't think we're going to see another Talia as we swap sides and inter-champ select.
Well, he stretched and he stretched, but it just wasn't enough for Rookie to pick up a win on that champion. And we are going to go straight into champion select here, as Vladimir, Siva, Rise, and Caitlyn are going to be the first 4 bans coming into match number 2.
No surprise there. I like the adaptation of the AD carry band. Still leaves the Ezreal open for Rain. Likewise, that Lucian. Surprise! Again, we're on 6.11. Lucian has kind of fallen to the wayside of other AD carries, but with the Trinity Force, I definitely think that there's an option for him.
Well, let's see if he does get any play here, as Caitlyn being banned out one more time. Not too surprising. A lot of AD carry players have been quite vocal on the fact that Caitlyn is one of the stronger AD carries in the current meta. Didn't get touched during the 6.11 patch as well. As Gragas is going to get banned out here by OMG. They don't want Invictus Gaming to play that champion.
It's just Kid. Gragas is one of the few champions that Kid actually looks really comfortable on. You can see Coach Chris behind IG right now. And yeah, Kid looks phenomenal on that champion. Does really great stuff with it. Don't let him have it.
Rek'Sai is going to hit the bench as well as Invictus Gaming ban that champion away. Which means Nidalee left up and available one more time. We actually saw Kid play that last game. Not to great success, though.
Don't think we'll see him play it again. Unless they take hard CC in a side lane. Although, 6.11, this is supposed to be the rise of Aurelia and Jack and the carry top laners. And we have probably the most bloodthirsty and carry-oriented top laner in this game.
Looking at you, Tatai.
Looking at you, Zatai. I wanted the Riven pick. You played with my heart.
So we may actually get the first Kindred of tonight here being played, as it was actually banned out against OMG, I believe. It was either IG or OMG banned it out. It was the first ban we've seen today. It gets nerfed a little bit in 6.11, so it hasn't seen play recently, but they're going to toy with me, and so they're going to lock in Azir as their mid lane choice pick.
something that Icon is very comfortable on and making plays for better or for worse on his team. Again, that's his defining characteristic. He's not taking this control mage to just sit back and farm and neutralize his lane. He's taking it to dive deep.
Well, let's see what Invictus Gaming respond with here. Sort of Talia last game from Rookie. Was an interesting pick. I'll leave it at interesting. As Kid just cycling through a couple of jungles that he could possibly play here, or pretty relevant in the current meta. They're taking their time with their next 2 picks.
I thought he played it well, just unfortunately did not offer his team everything that they really needed.
Rookie?
Likewise, his team, yeah.
Okay.
Talia. But there we go. It's going to be Elise and Karma, so we had a sneaking suspicion that Kid would not go back towards that Nidalee. Picks up a lot more early game control in terms of his CC and gank potential with this Elise.
Karma's going to be locked in as well. The go-to support of choice that we see a lot of teams default to. Can deal surprising amounts of damage. We saw Mata have the highest damage in the team fight now last series there. And that's good wave clear, good lane presence as well, and most importantly, something that you and Spawn like to bring up quite a lot, the fact that she can act as a mini Sivir with her speed up with her shield.
She's pretty tall, but yeah. Makes it so you can't, or you don't have to be so Sivir reliant. The fact that Sivir is banned makes her even more powerful, so good pickup from IG and a second rotation that hides a lot of their draft hand.
OMG looking for their next 2 champion picks. We're hovering over the Lucian for some time there, but instead look to lock in the Kindred instead as their jungler of choice, and Maokai will be the top laner. So Kindred, welcome back. We're going to see you for the first time today.
Still a very carry-oriented jungler, as Echo has not gone out of style in the LPL.
He's going to get locked in, and so is Ashe. So we're going to see Rain playing Ashe with the Karma as the support in the bottom lane.
And a big thing, again, 6.11, Echo was hit with the bat, tuned pretty hard, actually, on a lot of his abilities.
He's been getting nerfed down quite frequently in the current patches.
But Rain continuing to be on a utility-based AD carry, this time around the Ashe. We'll see if he can have a similar performance that Def did in the previous series.
Still, so far, I'm really liking OMG's team comp. Very solid, let's fight you team competition coming out there. They have the Lane Respite, Azir Ultimate combo coming out as well. They could potentially lock in this Jhin for SMLC. He's known to play it and known for playing it.
Yeah, that is probably his signature champion now, other than Caitlyn, which is why you see it banned on IG's side. There's no real need to play the Bard. I do like Bard with Jhin, but the thing is because Karma has already been picked, there's no Bard available as a counter play to Jhin.
And it's locked in. SMLZ will be taking the champion to the Rift, as well as a Braum being picked up here for OMG.
Yeah, good, strong pickup from OMG. They have a very well-rounded, still a very Fido-oriented composition. Good flank from Maokai, great wave clear from Azir, and then great late-game damage out of Jhin and Azir. We'll keep an eye on SMLZ's build and see if he stays standard and goes for the Infinity Edge or possibly looks towards that Dusk Blade.
We also see a lot of Jin's pick up Yomu's Ghost Blade.
Yomu's Ghost Blade into Dusk Blade.
Just being a little bit curious. Let's see if he does do that. Tabe taking quite some time here for Invictus Gaming to pick their final champion to go onto the Rift. This
almost
would be an interesting one.
Doesn't matter what it is because the core of the composition has already been defined. So Rookie will go ahead and go for the straight lane counter or a soft answer to Azir with the Varus, able to outrange Azir, lay down the poke damage, not be influenced, wave clear. But it's a pick composition. You have Ashe Arrow, you have Elise Cocoon, and then you have poke damage alongside of that. And then Karma to kind of speed you, either disengage or engage back and forth. Again, IG still missing a little bit of real tankiness on their comp. They had Trundle last game, but that was pretty much it and available to them. This time around, they don't even have that, just the Echo.
OMG still looking to go for the same formula, it seems. Putting Xiang up in the top lane on that Maokai.
If it's
very
not
standard
broke,
team fight coming in for OMG.
yeah, if it's not broke, don't fix it. They're the 5v5 team. They've got a 5v5 comp. It's just about can they bridge their champions to that point, because there are significant advantages in lane for Invictus Gaming, which means eyes on Kid. He's got to get it done.
ING one more time though, running a few cute choices coming in with the Varus and Ashe for this game. Let's see what they can do, or how they can make use of it. So we head on to Summoners for the second time of this best of 3 match between Invictus Gaming and OMG. And we've loaded on to Summoners Rift for the second match between Invictus Gaming and OMG. OMG looking to try and pick up their first win in the LPL in their first cross-conference game against Invictus Gaming. They're off to a good start with that the win they picked up last game after scaling to 40 minutes and team fighting RNG to the ends of the earth. As we take a look at the Keystone Masteries really quickly, nothing too surprising coming out from these two teams.
No, pretty much exactly standard, but we will have a bit of level 1 shenanigans. Rain trying to get the auto attack after the volley, eats a Winter's Bite.
I think something that's a little bit unconventional to say now is Graspfully Undying on Echo. We normally see the Fervor being picked up now. So, you know, tossing in between the two.
I mean, it's the difference of having kill pressure versus just surviving and sustaining your lane, especially against the likes of Maokai.
Okay.
I kind of feel like it's a toss-up. I think it means far more when you have like a Fizz top with Ignite. 'Cause then you definitely have the kill pressure as Tabe and Rain actually looking to invade and contest this level 1 possibly.
Well, let's see if they do. For now, only 5 years. SMLZ returns down to the bottom lane, which means we're not going to see a lane swap between these two teams. And let's see how SMLZ and 5 juggle this one. They could possibly just try and go for the small Krug and leave it at that. Seems like what they're going to do for now. They do take it down. They do see Tabe and Rain make their way there. That's a good Mantra Q coming out to knock them backwards, poke them out, and stop them from getting to the lane as quickly as they should. Yeah,
so the trade is that Rain and Tabe will get control of the bottom lane as well as create zone there and some chip damage. Good chip damage on 5 as he's eating a lot of auto attacks for no reason.
Great damage coming out onto OMG's bottom lane there. Tabe getting some good Qs out as well. Making use of the advantage they have in lane here. SMLZ, not quite what you want.
But this is not what is expected from Invictus Gaming's bottom lane. They have always been the weak point for this team, and for Rain and Tabe to stand so strong, especially against the likes of SMLZ on his signature champion, speaks volumes of the development and the leaps and bounds that they have come.
You can see Rain and Tabe already trying to shove this wave towards the turret as fast as they possibly can to try and deny lots of CS, lots of experience for SMLZ this early into the game. This is a really good start for IG's bottom lane.
They just denied 8 creeps away from SMLZ. That's massive, especially because Ash's level 6 has such kill threat on it.
It's now a 13-1 CS score in favor of Invictus Gaming. That was a very sloppy start from SMLZ. N5 there, getting poked out level 1, just not worth it.
It does leave them exposed, however, for Juejue to get them on a gank, which is why 5 is flashing forward.
But he missed the Winter's Bite there, not quite able to slow down Rain. Juejue is still here, though, looking to try and be aggressive. He's going to go aggressively forward towards Tabe, but only gets a little bit of damage down. Immediately, the response is going to come out from Rain. And Tabe looking to try and lock down Juejue. He does get locked down. Juejue now going to have to flash away. Gets exhausted. Flash forward coming out from Rain. There's the heal coming out as well. He might get taken down with one final auto attack, but they can't quite find it. Still really aggressive coming in from Invictus Gaming.
Really nice save by 5, however, to body block the volley to make sure that Juejue gets out of it. But so impressive that Kid actually responds to his bottom lane. They've already won the lane, and I'm glad that Kid is giving them the attention and the counter gank that they need to continue to dominate this.
We even take a look at the top lane to Tai, putting a lot of work on down towards Siang here.
But this is exactly why. Kid, just pay attention to your bottom lane, set them up for success, prioritize taking that scuttle crab, not only to deny Kindred the mark, but to keep Rain and Tabe safe. Echo will naturally win the lane despite being fine-tuned. And Rookie is in his safe counter matchup with the Varus versus Azir.
Still a struggle streak right now for OMG's bottom lane. Let's see if they have any ways of getting out of that. I think the flash miss of the Winter's Bite from Rain really getting punished now. As Rookie doing some good poke work in this mid lane against Icon.
Teleport being expended by Xiong, who does have a buy advantage right now.
So able to get back into the top lane and try to equalize the CS deficit he was put in by the Echo. Have to see if Tai decides to teleport back to the base or back to the lane.
Oh, he will because Xiong's pushing in right now. Doesn't want to lose that wave.
I actually forced him to back one more time. That's in the lane, the back even more. But for now, this bottom lane going as expected now. Not as what we expected initially.
Again, though, Kid recognizing where his strong side of the map is, slipping into this bottom side as the wave will be ready to reset.
Let's see what he can get out of it. For now, he's just deciding to head back to base. SMLZ has to be really careful. If he steps out any further, here comes the Cocoon, gonna land straight onto SMLZ. He's taken down. First blood goes over to Tabe.
Textbook perfect and completely unexpected because Invictus Gaming never ganked their bottom side. Although I will say this for them. They've said in interviews that their strategy is find the lane that's winning and camp it so it continues to win. Typically, though, that's the tie in the top side. Rain and Tabe stepped up huge, got themselves their lead, and they're being rewarded with kids' attention.
You can also see SMLZ rather frustrated already. He's gone back to base and picked up his second Doran's Blade, not opting for a Cull, which we normally see AD carries pick up if they don't have enough item to buy enough money to buy a major item.
SMLZ is in quite the hole right now, not
That's
just in
good.
itemization, but his CS and most importantly his experience.
The rest of the map, though, doing rather fine right now for OMG. It's just the bottom side that is really struggling at the moment. This is a Jin lane what is normally able to bully out other lanes, but to be fair, Invictus Gaming do have a very oppressive lane of Ashe and Karma.
I'm glad that you really underlined that. A lot of people overlook how strong Ashe is in lane, but with her volley auto attack trade, it's pretty significant. She also has really good control over creep waves just because of her ability to AoE them down with volley.
600 range as well. Has the second highest range at level 1, if I'm not mistaken, only losing to Caitlyn.
Yeah, and she's one of the few champions that can really, or one of the few AD carries that can reach and disrupt Jin when he goes back into his, final curtain call?
Curtain call.
Just because of using that stun to interrupt the channel.
This lane actually not looking too good for SMLZ now, as it's going to push back towards Invictus Gaming's side of the map. They could potentially try and freeze this one and put him into an even bigger CS deficit. He's still just about 10 CS behind the Ashe right now, which is not huge. But he's also below in experience too.
It's much larger than you think, simply because Ashe is actually sitting on a big wave pushing into her. So it's a bit more serious than 10 CS. Again, the big issue is still going to be that experience difference and when Rain's going to get that arrow and what he's going to do with it.
Still not out of the game just yet here. Let's see what OMG can do moving forward. But for now, it's going to be rather quiet between these two teams. We just saw blue buff donated over towards the Azir. So Icon's going to pick that one up. As SML's in 5, they're not having a good day. They're trying and trying to get as much CS as possible. They get some good damage down on towards Rain there.
As soon as that wave reaches over halfway point, Rain and Tabe more than happy to chase them off the creep wave. Doesn't help that they also have Braum, and now Clin's burned in that mid lane.
Rookie actually getting so much damage down on towards Icon there, forcing him out just by himself. No jungle pressure at all required for Rookie at the moment.
Good news that Icon does manage to hold onto his flash though, so only burning one summoner spell. Although just naturally losing this, and now IG actually setting up for a dive. They are pinged out.
And they're actually going to go for this one.
No.
As that's a good flash coming out of Rookie there. Pixel perfect to get away from Icon's ultimate.
Exactly that. Just hats off to Rookie as the arrow comes
Arrow.
through. Will he find the snipe?
Gets him!
It's good.
What a snipe coming out from Rain there. That was rather weird coming out from Icon though. Don't think he should have been there. But
In response, though, OMG going aggressive, knowing the ultimate's not down.
Deja Vu there onto 5 as he goes aggressively forward and misses the Winter Bite point blank. That's 2 for 2, not connecting for 5.
Just not having a good day. Not quite to the mechanics level that Rookie is. But Rain, the Korean AD carry for IG, stepping up huge with Tabe here. This is what IG have been missing. It's been a bottom lane, and it's good to see it finally show up.
In IG, they've already found a 2,000 gold lead for themselves. They've been in this position before, though. It was the same story last game. 2,000 gold ahead. They need to hold on to this lead this time round.
They have a much better rounded composition as Shui looking for round 4 now.
He is desperate for a gank down in this bottom lane. He looks for it, but Tabe just pulls the trigger and turns around trying to single out this Kindred. Even Churchill knows he's not about that life.
Yeah, the 2v2, the fact is that 5 doesn't have any HP, so, or excuse me, now potted up. Didn't have as much HP.
And still, it's SMLZ on 2 Doran's Blades up against the BF Sword of Rain. Here's actually a teleport coming in. 5, he's going to land the ultimate this time around, able to take down the Ashe there. SMLZ, most importantly, picks up that kill. Tabe Takes a little bit of damage from Jeje. And also teleport being used by Xiang, and he fully channeled it, so now going to take some time to get back to the top lane.
Does manage to pick up an assist for his troubles. That said, what he sacrifices is going to be a free wave for Zatai. We'll see if Zatai can get this wave underneath the tower and deny even more CS for Xiang. Not in a terrible position right now, only down about 10.
So I think that's exactly what OMG needed, trying to find a pressure point at the bottom lane to relieve the stress that's being created by
It's
Invictus
also
Gaming.
where their composition is strong is in these grouped up scenarios with the 5v5. So the faster that OMG can get to that point in a healthy manner, the better.
Let's see what they can do, because we can already see SMLZ's gone back to base, now has his BF sword and Swifty boots here, so a little bit more comfortable with going up against his Ashe now. Still, Caulfield Hammer was picked up by Rain there, so has a nice lead, but this is curious. SMLZ in the mid lane, pops up the Curtical, looking for Rookie, finds the first shot, second shot gonna connect, third wall too, the fourth not gonna go in, that's the crucial one that could have possibly taken down Rookie there.
But even more importantly, again, Icon whiffs the Emperor's Divide there, not finding it. So yeah, SMLZ missed his curtain call, but more importantly, Icon should have connected with that ultimate.
Still, that was a little bit frustrating to watch, because that was a curtain call I don't think SMLZ should have missed, because there was only one place and Icon was going to go there. But still, they try their luck in the mid lane to take down Rookie. Not as successful. And still a rather even game despite the deficit that we see in the bottom lane, which we've been watching for quite some time now.
It's the action-oriented lane.
CS deficit is still where it's starting at. So 10 CS in the lead for Rain right now. We already touched on bottom lane's items. You can see mid lane. Tier is currently stacking for Rookie. On the mid lane, Varus. Meanwhile, a rush of a Zhonya's Hourglass coming out from Icon.
Get the Hourglass right now. Kid is looking for a dive, possibly. Arrow is up.
And let's see if they can go for it there. Kid sitting very far back will get spotted out if he goes any forward towards this Tri-Brush. They do have a teleport down the bottom side, which is going to be channel as well. Here comes the bottom lane. Kindred's there as well. Might be able to get the laser spike down. Does crucially get it. Kid's been locked down underneath the turret. Sonya's getting put down. Goes up into there on the rappel. 5 picks it up while he's in the air. A good counter gank coming out from OMG.
The arrow went down on the Braum, but like you said, excellent timing from Shui Shui, stepping up not only on the Lee Sin, but now on the Kindred to save his support's life and to punish Invictus Gaming for their aggression.
That was a fantastic punish coming out from Jeje. OMG even up the kills 2-2, and now the deficit is only 1,000 gone in their favor. 5 though takes so much damage, gonna go down. That was a little bit unexpected.
When Tabe and Rain are styling on you, things have gone terribly pear-shaped. Just 5 not respecting any sort of range. He's taken so many free auto attacks because he's just aggressively walking forward.
Throughout this entire game, Jeje not able to get down to the bottom lane to respond to it either, so lots of damage going down. Rookie is not going to be able to snipe it away. Does get a small lizard for his trouble, so. And is able to poke out Icon a little bit in this mid lane.
With those traded teleports, it does mean that the outer bot tower falls in favor of Invictus Gaming, but meanwhile, Xiong has gotten a lot of free time with the top one.
However, Invictus Gaming going to be able to take down this Dragon Buff. Meanwhile, Jeje trying to jump over the wall here. Doesn't have Lamer Spike this time round. It's going to get taken down. Dashes forward for one final auto attack. Not going to be enough. And that's a 4-man strong IG trying to chase down 5 and Icon there. A final arrow coming out from Rookie. Might be able to take down the support, but it's not going to come out. So Icon taking so much damage. Deathfire Touch might be enough, but it's not going to be used here. Zatai gets into the backlines and takes him down. This is really sloppy play coming out from OMG.
And much cleaner from Invictus Gaming. Just a drive-by as they've turned one objective into 3. So from bot, dragon to mid tower, and they have a pretty sizable creep wave, but I'm guessing with all of that global gold, they're eager to get back and spend it.
Invictus Gaming, very commanding here. OMG have had a couple of bright spots, but it's really stemmed from this bottom lane so far. IG found the pressure point, attacked it and attacked it and attacked it, and it broke and it spread throughout the rest of the map now.
Yeah, it's pretty much cracked this map wide open. Last standing outer will be that top tower. We already see IG responding to it.
And SMLZ going to do what he can to try and push down to this bottom lane. Should be able to get some decent damage on towards this turret. But I don't think he'll quite be able to take it down. And here comes Echo. Zatai moving down to the bottom lane. Going to try and defend this push.
Jin,
Xiang's actually
unfortunately,
down here.
not very good at pushing down towers,
No.
but he does have Xiang to assist him.
That's going to be enough, so OMG will be able to take down this turret.
It's going to be a gentleman's agreement, though, because IG are building a wave up into the top side.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Let's see how long it's going to take IG to take this one down. Does look like Tatai already got some decent damage on his turret, so Rain will be able to take it down and trade objectives.
OMG are pushing through, though. They have a sizable creep wave with the added teleport that they're just going to continue to bully this one forward.
Parallel Convergence not going to be put down just yet, but they're going to try and look to chip down the bottom lane inner turret. Dredger is down this bottom lane as well in case things go pear-shaped for OMG.
Things have already gone pear-shaped for OMG because IG now have the added bonus of Elise on their creep wave, and they are going to melt through the inner top tower.
And Invictus Gaming take it down with relative ease there. On the flip side, OMG looks like they've already backed away from that bottom lane inner turret, so poor map rotations as well coming in from the OMG lineup.
IG moving much better around the map right now, not throwing themselves into chaotic 5v5 situations, being patient, coy, and now looking for a stun.
Good job. I was going to say, don't face check, don't do it. SMLZ, we can take a look at his items really quickly, but 5 wants an engage, not going to quite find it. SMLZ is going towards that Essence Reaver, it seems. So not the Yoma's Ghost Blade, Dust Blade. That we've been fond of thinking will return one day.
Not a big fan of the Essence Reaver rush on Jen. Obviously the added, there's added benefits, but I feel like Jin's passive just synergizes so well with Infinity Edge's passage for your primary damage output that you really lose a lot of power not going for that build path. See what SMLZ does with it.
On the flip side, you can already see Rain. He's completed that Essence Reaver and also has a Zeal to boot. Once he upgrades that, be a good item spike for Rain in the bottom lane. In the mid lane, you can already see Rookie's got his mana immune as well as the Yomu's Ghost Blade being built up on this Varus. So lots of poke coming out from the RG lineup already. Meanwhile, Icon, he does have his Nash's 2 completed and the components... the Seeker's Arm Guard of the Zoning Tower class, so decided not to upgrade that. Just wants to have as much armor as possible against this Varus in the mid lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, IG have much better wave clear this time around, especially on multiple champions across the board, so sieging into them will be difficult.
Xiang now taking a little bit of damage from Kid there. Is actually going to turn back around onto this Elise, who pops the repel immediately, dodges the arrow coming out from Jojo, but Arrow's ult has been put down as well. This is a choke point with a Brawl multi. Here comes the Curtain Call. OMG looking to try and continue this fight here. Lever Spike's going to go down. Tatai jumps into the pit. Jojo's the target of choice, flashes away, but Tatai picks up that kill. Now IG looking to try and turn around this fight. They're already taking out 2 members. They're looking for 5 at SMLZ who have to retreat away. Tatai goes over the wall, trying to advance even further. Maokai tries to lock it down. Red Buff has joined the fight as well. Gets a couple of slaps down, but it's not going to be enough. As Rain picks up another kill, 5 goes down. They might even just continue this dive here. Xiang and SMLZ have to be really careful. Rookie finds the snipe there coming out from the Varus. That's a 4-kill team wipe coming out from IG.
And Invictus Gaming did this all while missing the Ash arrow, so a crucial ultimate not connecting, and they come out way ahead on top, transition it into the team fight, as well as more global gold with that inner bot tower.
So it's 9-2 in favor of Invictus Gaming now. They've got a 6,000 gold lead. They're definitely looking comfortable.
That's the understatement.
I don't know. They were 4,000 gold ahead last game. I didn't want to quite call them comfortable.
6,000 at 19 minutes is a pretty big deal, and you can see that in the itemization differences between the two teams. Most importantly, though, is that Varus is ready to go. Varus' itemization is very strong on the current meta and strong on the current patch. Mid-game power spike, he's well ahead of the clock. Rookie is a monster.
There's a Nash arrow coming down, trying to lock down 5. Varus ult gets put down as well. 5 gonna get taken down. Invictus Gaming find another pick for themselves.
And continuing to march it up the mid lane. Luckily for OMG, Icon is still alive, so good wave clear, but just the poke and the reach.
There's another ultimate coming out from Icon. They're trying to lock down Rain. Able to get some good damage down, but they can't quite take him down. As OMG just can't find the response to try and counter this IG lineup.
Icon needed one of those ultimates about 10 minutes ago, so it's frankly a little bit too little too late.
This poke is just insane. Coming out from IG's lineup. On top of that, the threat of a dive coming in from Tatai constantly. Not looking good for OMG now.
Much more organized this time around from IG. And this is an organization that likewise has been trying to rebuild. So we've talked about how OMG in the first game, trying to find their secret formula, their secret stuff, get it together, rebuild a dynasty organization. IG on the other side, one of the only teams to still sit with legacy players. I think the only other team off the top of my head is EDG with Clear Love. This one's running around with Tabe, Kid, and Zatai, still being successful in the LPL, still not to rebuild themselves, but to refine themselves. And that's what the addition of Tabe has brought to Invictus Gaming and their fans, is this this brain, this macro style, is OMG are actually looking for the desperation Baron.
We saw this last game from OMG. It didn't work the first time. They're going to try for the second here. Or the third, sorry. The second time it worked at game one. Ashara comes out. They find it.
Look
OMG
at
able to get
Zatai.
the desperate Baron. There's Tatai for the flank there. Power Convergence goes down, gets a stun on towards SMLZ. Rookie going to try and snipe him away. Jin has to get on top of the lance despite to stay alive here. He's going to get locked down. Tatai dashes forward. Rain finds a kill on top of that as well. IG going to find 2 kills for themselves. It's still a Baron up IG trying to run, OMG trying to run for the hills.
Yeah, they managed to conserve it on 3 members so they can apply it across all 3 lanes if needed. So good news from OMG. Fool me once.
I think it was Hotshot Gigi that once said, desperate Baron never fails. Apparently it doesn't. Let's see if they can hold on to it.
Doing well. Again, the power of Kindred really coming through in tandem with Azir for burning that objective very quickly.
This is Xian being rather aggressive here. As Icon and Dredge are the only damage deals to back him up, but is successfully able to repel IG away from the middle inhibitor turret.
And what this Baron means is it's just a sigh of relief and some breathing room for OMG to kind of get their head back around this game. They do have late game oriented threats in the Jhin, in the Azir. They're just so far behind the clock that they just get torn through. If they can somehow stall this game out long enough, there is a light at the end of the tunnel.
They really need to hold on and just try and get to the 40, 50-minute mark of this match where gold becomes irrelevant.
I don't necessarily think that you even really need that. 35 minutes, maybe. I don't think you need to go as deep as 55. Varus, again, kind of a mid-game base champion, still relatively low mobility. You've got great flanking options and ability to get to that back line, as well as the reach in general between Jhin, Azir, so your 2 carries, and then Maokai and Kindred.
I mean, you look at the difference between top laners, it's currently just a Sheen for Tatai, so that just means a little bit of extra mana and damage.
OMG have the comp, but do they have the way?
And Icon, he's been a little bit lackluster on this Azir so far. You know, missing quite a few of those key ultimates. I have to see he can do those in the team, do better in team fights. SMLZ as well, positioning a little bit poorly, not landing good ultimates just yet. As 5 taking a lot of damage. Here's a flank coming out from Tatai one more time. SMLZ has been locked down, but they're going to try and turn this one around. Rain taking a lot of damage. Curticle's being popped there, looking to try and get some damage down. Meanwhile, Jetred trying to duke it out with Rookie. Not going to quite work out. OG one more time, running for the hill, says Tatai. Flashes forward aggressively, trying to get on top of the rest of the team. Will jump on top of them even further here, chasing them down, trying to hold them up for the rest of the team. SMLZ takes an arrow to the knee coming out from Rookie there, as they're able to repel OMG one more time.
And the gold disparity speaks for itself. OMG, you had the Baron. You could have just sat back into your base and tried to stall the farm out, but you get caught in your own jungle and you sacrifice your inhibitor for it.
And that's going to go down. IG have taken down the bottom lane inhibitor after a fight was started there by Tatai and finished by the rest of the lineup. They only lose JHS, and that's 1 pick coming in from the IG lineup, but more importantly, that was a major objective being taken away.
Even more important, the fact that it was the Baron inhib. So should this Baron, or should this game go to a second Baron, IG now have a pressure point that they can play with. And Zatai, so far ahead on this Echo, could really be a threat to that bottom lane.
And even with Baron buff, OMG have fallen further and further behind in terms of the gold lead. They're now, I believe it's 8,000 gold, or almost 7,000 gold, sorry, behind Invictus Gaming. RG, you know, they've stopped fooling around here in game number 2. They're showing OMG what they're made of.
But here's the thing, you can never really tell where Invictus Gaming are fooling around versus, like, where does the crazy, silly, fun Invictus Gaming end, and where does the serious, elite LPL Invictus Gaming begin?
That's kind of been the question throughout Summer Split as well.
It's been the question throughout their existence. I hate to tell you, Fish, but it's been heartbreak for a lot of IG fans.
Invictus Gaming are consistently inconsistent.
That's the most consistent thing about them, is that they're inconsistent.
Don't change Invictus Gaming. As Tabe actually might get caught out here.
They haven't. They're one of the most stable rosters.
They're actually going to try and lock down Xiang here. Forced to get out of that CC there. Now here comes the Curtain Call trying to lock down Rain. There's the Icon.
Oh.
Swifts them backwards. That's what they were looking for. This is suddenly a good fight for OMG. JJ jumps in. Double kill coming out for Xiang. They're able to take down 4 members of the IG lineup. And this was a 7K behind Invictus Gaming, looking to try and take some of these turrets.
We said they had the comp, but did they have the way? And they find it. Icon, he is the playmaker that OMG need, but not the one that they deserve. Finds a sick Emperor's Divide there, and they marched up mid. That said, it's again maybe going to break them. Not even.
Not quite even, but
3K?
that's a decent,
That's a decent start.
yeah, decent start.
We're going to see the replay here. So Arrow goes into Xiang. It's not the pick that you were looking for. Meanwhile, SMLZ gets a great positioning. So effectively, it's this beautiful layering of the Curtain Call onto the Emperor's Divide. The 2 carries coming up trumps.
On top of that, lots of damage being thrown on towards Xiang, of all people, and all the crowd control as well. That's a lot of damage coming out from both Jare and Icon there. Interesting to note. Braum dealing more damage than SMLZ in that fight.
Doesn't matter, he hit the
really all
slow.
he did. Yep, that's all he really needs to do. Scary thing, though, for OMG is another dragon will fall in favor of Invictus Gaming. This time it's an Infernal Drake, but that gold lead has shrunk even further here. It's now about 2,500 gold only in Invictus Gaming's favor.
More concerning thing, though, is that these 2 Mountain Drakes are about to siege into another tower. Baron spawns in 43 seconds, and bottom inhib is still down.
Good shield coming out from 5 there, soaks up a lot of the poke damage, which is just relenting coming out from Rookie there. They've really got to try and find a fight to stop the chip damage getting put down on towards this turret. They're looking for it. Lots of poke going down towards Kid there. Icon taking an arrow to the face. Rookie is just not stopping with the poke right now. And still slowly, this mid lane inhibitor turret is losing health as IG don't stop their poke. Rookie actually losing a little bit of mana, so that might be a bit of saving grace for OMG. But like you mentioned, Baron is up and online in the next 4 seconds. IG could look towards the pit. And they're going to. Parallel Convergence actually being put down to give Tatai a shield to say, start this one up. IG now want this objective.
This is going to burn so quickly, though. Double Mountain Drake coming in spades here. OMG, they're just too little too late, and now they need to be careful that they're not caught out by an Ash Arrow.
And Icon was sitting in the base when that started. They didn't have much of a choice after the poke coming out from IG, but surprising there was no chase coming out from OMG with little to no damage being dealt by the poke coming out from IG onto their champions.
But for OMG, we're getting closer and closer to that kind of 35-minute mark where Jin will have his Infinity Edge and really be a damage dealer here. You see that Azir already has the 3 items, so he's definitely at his breaking point. OMG, again, light at the end of the tunnel. It's there. We're a little uphill. They just need to survive this Baron, and then the game will even out again.
Well, let's see if they can survive this Baron, I think is the most important question. The gold lead has once again gone in Invictus Gaming's favor. They're now 4,000 gold ahead of this OMG lineup, which is a good position to be in 30 minutes in the game. But like you mentioned, 35 minutes approaching soon. 5 more minutes OMG of being even. That's what they really need to do now. But it's difficult. This is a poke pick comp coming out from IG. It's hard to weather the storm when you have arrows raining down across your mid lane inhibitor turret.
Sigh of relief is that inhib did spawn, so they don't have to kind of play double duty with pressure points coming into their base.
Battle Convergence actually be coming in here to Ty. Looking to try and chip down on this turret. OMG try to start a fight. Seyoung is in the front lines to Ty. Taking a lot of damage. Brom's ultimate's going to come out, but the backlines. Rookie is really healthy. Here comes Icon. Doesn't find the ulti this time around. Goes to the stasis, but Rookie's been caught. He's going to get taken down. No, JJ is going to put down a lens fight, keeping Rookie alive a little bit too late. Icon's going to fall down. IG find the fight they were looking for, and they sweep through the OMG lineup.
And again, it's on the back of Icon, and he's just so short. Just a few inches the difference there. Rookie finds the outplay, and Invictus Gaming find game 2.
And I kind of feel JJ there lands a spike, keeping Rookie alive for the fight. There's the curtain call coming out. Not going to quite snipe anyone away, but Invictus Gaming tie up the series 1-1.
Complete night and day performance from IG. Again, it's just really a question of, do they intend for these crazy lopsided games?
I mean,
which is the real IG?
even game number 1 was a similar story. They were ahead by 4,000 gold throughout most of the game. Game 2, they're ahead by about 4,000 gold throughout most of the game. Once again, it's a team fight that puts OMG back into the game, just not as devastating as game number 1 when they were put back into the game, 40 minutes into that match.
I do want to give credit to Icon. Yes, he didn't achieve the ultimate he was looking for in that last team fight, but big props that he continues to step up and he tries to be that big playmaker.
Well, here are a couple of highlights from the second match here between OMG and IG. This is one that, started to look in favor of OMG until you see JJ had to force his lens respite out just to stay alive in the middle of the team fight.
Yeah, and then Invictus Gaming just run them over. Much more refined of a composition. Looks like they're on a similar page again. And this is the IG that teams need to be afraid of in the LPL.
They really just ran down OMG, took objective after objective, poked them out, played to their win conditions quite nicely. This is where OMG really started to fight back. They took down Baron. They did lose 2 members here, but they were still able to stall it out as late as possible. And this was really where things started looking good. It was off the back of Icon one more time with a great ulti. Just not enough.
He gets this one. It's just the one previous that he really kind of fumbles and just a little bit too short. Here we go.
This is the one where Icon, at the end of the team fight, tries to go in for that swoop. Doesn't quite find it. There it is. Goes to the stasis. And look, Rookie almost said, JJ's like, nah, gotcha, buddy.
Yeah, bit of a misstep there from the Kindred.
To be fair, he was also going to die there. As I looked at the replay for the first time, realized that Kindred was going to die, had to pop lines to try to keep himself alive. But still, IG fighting back, game number 2.
No, but this is a perfect example of this idea between like development and refinement. OMG, again, developing their synergy, making sure that Kindred's not ulting to save the enemy mid laner as well as her life. Like, that's a fair trade to make. And then on the other side, IG, refining their technique, making sure that they're more consistent like their game 2 as we go into game 3. And see where we go from there.
Well, the series is tied up 1-1 here between IG and OMG. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with the third game in a best of 3 in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're going to take a look at the MVP for game number 2 between Invictus Gaming and OMG. It's going to go on over towards Rain.
And this really just speaks to the heights that Invictus Gaming have started to come together as a team. The fact that their AD carry Rain is getting an MVP when it's pretty much been Zatai, Kid, and Rookie that this organization has survived off of.
They kicked this off from level 1. Okay. This is just stalling people. Oh my God.
Finds the snipe with the arrow. Yeah, but it started out with their level 1 dominance, you know, invading and contesting that level 1 Krug, and then getting the superior position into lane and just zoning and making SMLZ's life a living hell.
You know, Invictus Gaming, they've actually made one flawed team fight. One team fight that didn't quite go in their favor, which OMG capitalized on and brought the goalie back to 3,000 late into the game with a team fighting team comp. But it's a little bit too late, and it all started off the back of their bottom lane. Rain and Tabe had a phenomenal performance and quite frankly opened up the map for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with there. It's always nice to see when Tabe and Rain are able to step up and be a performing member. The Korean AD carry for Invictus Gaming, Rain, really starting to find his groove and his place and his responsibility in the team. It's also nice to see that IG can pivot around another lane that's not Rookie or Zatai when they're dominating. Kid also showing up in that bot side. So
we're going to be heading into the third game between Invictus Gaming and OMG. Frosco, are we going to see OMG pick up their first win here in the LPL? Because they've been down both games, to be frank. Like, game 1, IG were ahead. Game 2, IG were ahead. Somehow they find late game team fights. What's going on here? Because it's a little bit confusing to watch them play here against Invictus Gaming.
No, you said the magical words there is that OMG have been down both games. And so I feel like we're going to see Invictus Gaming kind of pull this one out as business as usual in the third game. That said, OMG, they've had some good glimpses of brilliance, particularly in their team fights. So still something that they could hang their hat on. The series isn't over. There's still chances for them to come back. IG, they're always crazy. They're always chaotic. They love to fight. And OMG, they're really good at that.
Well, let's see what's going to happen as we head into game number 3 between Invictus Gaming and OMG, as Caitlyn and Thresh are going to be the bans coming up from IG. Well, teams really like to ban out Thresh when they're blue side against OMG. Seems like 5 has that pocket pick in play if he needs it. Rek'Sai is going to leave the board too.
He doesn't look too comfortable on the likes of Braum, so no surprises that he continuously is hit with target bans.
As Vladimir and Rise are going to be the bans coming out from OMG here with their final ban to come.
We've seen a lot of Rek'Sai priority in bans over the course of the night.
Gragas again. They didn't want Kid to play that champion.
So much respect to Kid and his Gragas.
Well, let's see what Invictus Gaming decide to pick up here as their first pick.
Kid had a great Elise, so not as funneled into the Nidalee Kindred if he wants to find that priority pick, but it's going to go ahead over to Tabe again. Karma eliminates a lot of melee supports, augments the team with her movement speed, augments the team with her wave clear, makes it so that Sivir isn't necessarily as needed.
And we saw what they could do game number 1 with the Karma pickup. From level 1 onwards, Tabe and Rain already dominating the bottom side of the map, making sure SMLZ and 5 had no room to breathe at all. As Sion's going to lock in Maokai for the 3rd time today. He likes that champion.
It's his specialty as a top laner. More importantly, though, Shui going back to that Lee Sin, was it as impressive on his Kindred? And as I say that, like, nope.
Nah, we're going to make sure Frostgreen's wrong here.
I decide what the tide will bring.
And Nami is going to be that lock-in for OMG here, heading into game number 2.
I like bringing sustain against the Karma lane, just trying to survive and outlast it. It does kind of tell me that I'm pretty sure OMG will continue to look for a 2v2 and not perhaps try to lane swap on IG.
Well, they are going to actually pick up that Sivir, so they get the double speed-up combo from Invictus Gaming's team combo. Zatai, one more time, is going to be playing Echo up in the top lane.
And again, LPL teams choosing not to move away from Echo on the 6-11 nerfs, showing that he's still very relevant with the split push, backline dive potential, and general pseudo-tankiness with Chrono Break.
Let's see what the next 2 champions are going to come out from OMG. Is that a lock-in of Lucian coming out from SMLZ? It seems like it is. So we're going to see Lucian return here to Summoner's Rift as Lee Sin is going to be the lock-in of choice coming in for JJ.
And we'll definitely keep an eye on SMLZ's build path and where he chooses to go if we see a surprising Trinity Force pop up. It's always nice to see Nami and Lucian be reunited again. Obviously, Nami places her E on Lucian with his double tap. He could very quickly get all 3 procs of that, so they work very well in tandem together.
Auto crack, auto attack Q. Auto attack is one of Lucian's bread and butter combos. As we are going to see the Azir return to mid lane. This time, though, going to be put on over towards Rookie. And Elise is going to be Kid's jungle choice for this match, giving Icon the counter pick coming into his mid lane.
And you know that that's some mental game that Rookie's playing. The fact that he just beat Icon with the Varus now pulls out the other side of the matchup.
Taunting him, says, come on, play the Varus. I dare you. But we'll have to see what Icon decides to pick up. He played a very mean LeBlanc in game number 1.
Ooh, doesn't want to go near it.
Instead, he's going to be looking to pick up Victor, the other side of this control mage matchup that we very frequently see in the current meta.
It definitely works much more with where OMG are strong.
No, goes straight back to the...
Okay, I was going to say...
OMG hates us!
It goes where OMG are strong because, again, it's that 5v5 priority, but going towards the LeBlanc is where Icon is strong. Again, he's an assassin player, high-ranked solo queue player. His kind of coming to story was we compared him to the idea of like Faker almost, not to Faker's level, but just he comes out of solo queue, he starts dominating all of these top mid laners in the LPL. For a while there, he had a bit of a hit list.
He's running that hit list for quite some time.
Still working on it.
As we are going to see those team compositions one more time here. No more fancy Ashe coming out, or Varus, or Talia in game number 3. Fairly standard team comps now coming out from OMG and IG in game number 3.
A lot of utility. Again, Kid, I like the fact that they're prioritizing putting him on an early gank-heavy jungler. I think IG find a lot more success with that. They win their lanes naturally. Just give a jungler to continue to snowball that and look for stronger 2v2s or 3v3s.
Well, let's see if Kid can do just that here. As he's going up against Jojo one more time on this Lee Sin. Had a phenomenal Game 1 Lee Sin performance, getting fantastic kicks and fantastic team fights. Let's see if we can do the same thing as we head on to Summoner's Rift for game number 3. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we're having a couple of technical difficulties here before we head into game number 3 between Invictus Gaming and OMG. Seems like the trend of tonight. Go to game 3, start it with a pause.
We can talk about some of the compositions here. And by some of them, I mean both of them. So you have OMG. Again, they have so much kill pressure. They have priority on trying to get this LeBlanc snowballed ahead. Shui Shui had a phenomenal performance on his Lee Sin in game 1. We hope to see that same thing carry over in game 3. Again, it's this idea of will he priority early gank or will he just try to rush that level 6 power spike? Trying to make damage happen there. Again, across from Elise. Elise obviously isn't going to get as much out of level 6 as Elise Sin will. Lucian Nami, kill threat there. LeBlanc want to get it snowballed. Maokai sets up ganks for Lee Sin. So OMG, he's got a lot of options about where he wants to go on the map. On the other side, sit back, farm, passively win your lanes, and make sure that Kid's in right place, right time for the counter gank.
Has that really been the OMG story, though, throughout the most of this series? 'Cause that kind of feels like how they came back in game 1 and how they almost did it in game 2, which is we're having a rough time. We sit back, we farm, maybe we fight you later. I don't know, that kind of feels like OMG been trying to do this entire series.
I just feel like OMG's game plan is try to fight you all the time, and unfortunately we fall behind and we're forced to fight, or forced to farm.
It's like, guys, we can fight them. No, now we gotta farm. Great, we should have done this earlier.
We can't fight them, guys. But reset. Game 3. All's on the line. Can OMG get on the board? Will Invictus Gaming be consistent? Find out next time.
We'll find out now, actually. I don't have to wait for the next episode for that answer.
Bit of trading going back and forth. It should be noted that both bot lanes have found each other, and SMLZ is resetting his position on the map. He is not joined for his support, so it will not be a lane swap. I was excited for no reason.
Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, it was.
So we're going to see standard lanes one more time coming out here. That's the time. It's going to be helping our Kid take down the blue buff at level 1.
That is a big win rate.
72% in OMG. That's interesting. I would not have expected that coming into this game. Whew.
History of these organizations.
Also would not have expected OMG to get taken down by LGD in their last match.
I know.
Mid lane getting traded.
It's a little bit before your time, Fish, as again, there's another invade. So OMG pulling the inverse Invictus Gaming on them, trying to get ahead in this lane. But OMG used to be the EDG of the LPL.
I was, I actually knew that one. Don't worry.
Okay.
I've been around League Legends for some time to at least know that. Right now, OMG haven't quite found their footing, especially in the summer split of the LPL.
I haven't found it in quite a while. Retirement of legacy players. Invictus Gaming don't really know how to retire their legacy players, especially when they're still kicking in Kid and Zatai's place and doing well.
Speaking of legacy players, we also have Tabe playing for the Invictus Gaming lineup in this game.
This is a very similar situation. We now see SMLZ in 5 on the aggressive. They get the level 2.
They immediately go in. That's all procs of the Nami bubble coming out there as SMLZ takes so much damage in return. IG really winning that trade after an aggressive dash forward from SMLZ.
Being very patient, though, and holding their summoners, knowing that SMLZ also had flash as well as heal. Meanwhile, mid lane.
Rookie putting us on work towards Icon. A little bit of deja vu here.
So the problem with SMLZ and the error that he made is that when he went aggressive, he stood against the wall, and you'll see this every single time Deft and Imp play Sivir. Anytime you line yourself up against a wall, it's a free boomerang. And that's where trouble really started to go sideways for them. So we talked about how IG just kind of naturally win lanes. Well, guess what? Bot lane's naturally winning. Mid lane is naturally winning. And checking up on top lane, Shilling's surviving, but for now.
Kid was actually threatening a dive there in that bottom lane. Instead, going to try and take away the blue buff away from Dre, who was busy taking down a ward. That blue buff is going to fall in favor of Kid Satai, putting some good work down up in the top lane onto the Maokai. Meanwhile, Dre into the mid lane on top of Rookie. One final attack, picks up first blood for the OMG lineup.
And it's another first blood on Rookie of all people. So Shui knows the secret formula, and apparently it's Lee Sin gank mid.
He's almost like the new TBQ here for the OMG lineup. Icon is going to get locked down here by a Cocoon.
Oh my god, you're right.
Play Lee Sin, win. Play something else. Not quite working.
Oh, flashes.
Bubble's going to come in here. Gets flashed away by the Sivir. Lots of damage back down to Tabe, but Lucian's going to be really careful. Takes the turret shot. Rain is going to pick up the first kill in the bottom lane for IG's lineup.
Just a little bit too aggressive right there, not respecting. Had the all-in potential there, but good outplay from Rain and Tabe.
Time and time again, Rain and Tabe coming up trumps in this bottom lane for Invictus Gaming. A big surprise.
OMG need to ask them what those guys are being fed. Rain and Tabe had their Wheaties, and OMG needs some.
No, 5 in SMLZ, especially last split. They had some pretty phenomenal performances in the bottom lane. Just can't quite do the same feat here in the spring split.
5's having a much rougher series, it feels like. Obviously, that targeted Thresh ban really hurting him here.
SMLZ will be able to return to the bottom lane as the minions crash towards the turret, so at least we'll be able to pick up what remains of the CS down bottom. In fact, actually stays even in terms of CS with Rain. And that single kill going to help Sivir out quite a lot. In fact, goes back to base, picks up a BF sword straight away. He's like, yep, I'm ready.
Quite a bit versus the double long sword of SMLZ, so power definitely still to IG's bot lane. Now, again, a question, will Kid exploit that?
Let's see if he does. Zycon being aggressive one more time here towards Rookie. Trades quite effectively on the Azir. Pokes him back, gets the Thunderlords, gets out of there.
He does have a window of opportunity to do it because the top laners don't have their teleports available. So if they get vision on Shui, free reign.
Zygon still being really aggressive. Misses the chains though. So Rookie once again gets another good trade back on this Azir. Still a CS deficit in favor of Icon at the moment. He's about 10 CS ahead of this Azir. Up in the top lane, we can see Si Young actually putting in the work towards Tatai. A full creep wave ahead of the Echo right now. Doing well.
Those Echo nerfs look like they're actually coming into play here.
Now going to move back down towards the bottom side of the map where RNG died to pick up a kill previously, but this is still illusion. He's still going to dash in your face and cause some havoc despite the nerfs that he just gotten. It seems like, unfortunately, there are still a couple of technical difficulties. Hopefully, you'll be able to resolve those on what seems to be Invictus Gaming's side of the map.
Should be noted that Lee Sin level 5 is hanging out in the bottom side of the map. So close to that ultimate, as well as in a position to at least shadow and protect SMLZ while they're overextended, or look to punish Rain and Tabe for any aggression.
Well, let's see if he can do that. Cheche, once again, game number 1, played Lee Sin. Phenomenal performance. Game 2, couldn't pick up the champion, or didn't pick up the champion. Game 3, once again, starting off great, getting first spot onto Rookie. This seems like a very comfortable champion for Cheche for OMG, something we haven't seen much from him.
And this is something that you have to look for in younger squads. We kind of saw it with 5. If 5 is on his thresh, he looks like a completely different player.
Yep.
It's about what is the size of their effective champion pool. Shui has played other champions because, again, he has experience in the LPL before, not just in this single series. But not looking nearly as good as his Lee Sin.
Heal actually coming out from Rain to try and dodge the bubble that came out from 5. Cheche moving down towards the bottom side of the map, tags Tabe with the Sonic Wave.
Here comes Icon, though.
Looking towards the back lines here, going to try and jump on top of the Rain, going to get smited and slowed down as Cheche picks up that kill. Icon down the back lines, gets the chain on towards Tabe, locks him down 5. Might be able to get a bubble here to slow him down even further. Ignite coming down. Icon wants this. One more auto attack's going to be enough. Dashes forward, picks it up. Going to survive the turret auto attacks as well. And OMG find 2 kills in the bottom lane.
And there's 0 follow-up because Rookie was getting his blue buff with Kid. So OMG go super deep past inner turrets and come out clean.
They pick up 2 more kills. They're now 1,000 gold ahead of the IG lineups. OMG finding their way into this game rather early.
And really punishing Rain and Tabe, which is what we suspected would happen. So good job on Shui being proactive.
And Rain now going to head back towards the bottom lane. Went back to base, picked up boots for himself. Pulling out the ward that was placed deep in IG's territory. Rookie, meanwhile, while Icon was roaming around, is able to claw back that CS. He's now 10 CS. Well, now only 4 CS ahead of Icon. Got a little bit of chip damage down towards the mid lane outer turret.
Their gold is relatively even, though, because Icon's kill compensating for that.
We take a look at the item builds very quickly. You can see Lucian picking up Yomu's Ghostblade is his first item. I was going to say Yomu's Ghostblade Black Cleaver, but we don't know now. Could possibly be that Trinity Force second pickup on Lucian.
We'll keep our eyes on it.
Meanwhile, still only a BF sword for Rain on the flip side of the map.
I wouldn't necessarily mind the Black Cleaver itemization on SMLZ's Lucian, simply because Shui is also on his team, so he would be assisting the Lee Sin as well in terms of damage output.
Meanwhile, you can also see the Negatron Cloak being picked up by Rookie in the mid lane on this Azir. So respecting the damage that Icon can dish out there. Chain not going to land for the second proc.
One of the nice things about Azir is how flexible his itemization is and how he can easily look into that Void Staff. We'll see if he actually completes that item or if he just picks up the Negatron Cloak and then looks towards something else like his Nashers.
Once again, after OMG find the early picks down bottom, they go back into farming up. Just trying to stay as passive as possible in this match. It's still relatively quiet. Icon not being too much aggressive anymore against Rookie. As I said, that double dashes in, gets the chains down. We'll find the proc of the Sigil as well. And immediately Rookie's health is completely gone. Rookie goes back in, puts down a nothing. That was not an Empress Surprise. Jetcher now gets locked down. Tags the Cloud Dragon to try and get away. Good heal. Gonna come out from 5 to keep him alive as well.
Good attempt right there, but like you said, makes it out with his life. Meanwhile, Icon is just dominating this mid lane right now after Rookie whiffs his ultimate.
Dredger somehow able to escape that one. We'll be able to donate blue buff on over towards Icon, giving him even more dominance in the mid lane, trying to lock down Rookie even further.
But the tables have vastly turned in this bottom lane, where SMLZ was struggling, now has a very healthy CS difference between him and Rain. And this is mostly on the back of Shui Shui and Icon continuously shadowing around that bottom side. Yes, Shui Shui was caught out around the Dragon Pit, but still applying all of this invisible pressure to his bot lane to get SMLZ in a good spot.
He's 20 CS up, like you mentioned. That deficit's growing quite nicely from OMG. A stark contrast to what we've seen in game number 1 and 2, despite OMG picking up the win in game 1. Top side is a part of the map we haven't touched too much just yet. Xiang's still ahead in terms of CS. He's an item behind Zatai at the moment. Both of their teleports up and available as Rookie and Icon still trading back and forth.
Did go for his Stinger, so just has the Negatron Cloak for now. I'm curious what boots Rookie will itemize into. It's kind of become the new standard to look for those Berserker's Greaves, as Shui Shui may be caught out again.
Jetro going to get locked down by the Cocoon Kid. Going to put a lot of damage down towards this Lee Sin. Rookie is going to continue his chase. Icon protecting him quite nicely. Dodges out the chain coming in, but there's Rookie trying to slide into the backlines. Now Icon has to try and dash out there. Teleports are coming in left, right, and center. Icon gets back in and finds a kill on towards Kid. OMG going to start up a fight. There's the ultimate coming in from Nami, trying to separate the lineup. OMG still want to continue chasing, but they do find one pick onto Kid, and that's all they're going to get.
And just a frank outplay from Icon right there, using the distortion, going back in and picking up the kill on Kid and then flashing away. Does mean that he gets some more gold in his pocket, as well as OMG pick up the free Cloud Drake.
This has been an interesting series so far, as OMG now, they've turned something online.
So the big thing is to watch how Icon plays this one off. So Kid's going to go really deep and Rookie's going to come over the wall. He forces the flash out of Shui Shui. Kid will be saved by the heal, but then Icon follows back his distortion, picks him up, and flashes out of the back half.
That was a very tricky LeBlanc play, but OMG have to be a little bit careful now as IG trying to collapse on towards him. SMLZ was trying to get back to base 5. Going to get locked down, has to flash over the wall. Elise going to come back down, but Jojo's into the back lines on top of Rain. Puts a lot of damage down. SMLZ picks up that kill, and OMG find another pick in this game.
And now they're applying pressure towards this tower. Not a ton of wave clear available to them, just really in that Karma pickup, but Elise not going to be the same thing as a Sivir. Looks like they're going to give it away, though. Would rather prioritize spending their gold.
And now OMG, they're 3,000 gold ahead of IG. This is game 1, IG ahead, OMG win. Game 2, IG ahead, IG win. Game 3, OMG ahead. Question mark, what's going to happen?
Question mark, question mark, question mark. Profit.
Profit, it seems like the path that OMG are taking up right now.
Should be noted, though, that we haven't gotten to the 5v5 stage of this game. This is naturally where Invictus Gaming's composition will continue to thrive. Sivir, Azir, Echo, these are all big team fight 5v5 champions that work well when they're layered together.
Still, it's not like OMG can't do the same thing. You know, they've got that Maokai Lee Sin.
But they're much more of a skirmish-based composition. The mobility, the assassination potential between Lee Sin and LeBlanc. They want 3v3s, 4v4s, 2v2s. 5v5, yes, they've got the Maokai, but they don't have near the sustained damage that Sivir Azir will.
Well, we're actually going to see Invictus Gaming now move Rain and Tabe up towards the top side of the map. They don't want to fight it out there anymore. It's Tatai gets some decent damage on towards 5. He's going to continue here. Nami's ultimate actually being popped there. He's going to flash forward and look for this one. Tatai forced to use the ultimate, still trying to take down 5. Is able to pick up the kill 2-on-1. But SMLZ picks up that return kill.
Zatai could have used his ultimate to disengage from that and possibly try to get out, but hold on.
Xiang was sneaking around inside of the brushes as he allows Dredger to get up there after the crowd control comes out from the Maokai. Another kill goes on over towards this Lee Sin.
Okay, Invictus Gaming's bot lane just a little bit too far forward with not enough necessary vision. Wanted to go back to Zatai, though, because I think it just speaks to him as a player. Could have used his ultimate to get out. Instead, waits long enough for the 4 seconds so his shadow is in position and trades 1-for-1 on the support. That is the most quintessential Zatai thing to do.
Jojo now going to be moving up to the top lane with Xiang, working on taking down the top lane outer turret. We saw bottom lane out of 4 in favor of OMG to bring their gold lead up even further now. They're close to 4,500 gold ahead of Invictus Gaming. This is a very different game. Not used to seeing OMG ahead early, and what they can do with it has been looking rather promising right now. Moving around the map quite nice. His Rookie takes a lot of damage here. Kid is here for the counter gank though, but so is the rest of OMG. As SMOZ picks up that kill, Elise just falls down right afterwards. A double kill comes out for this Lucian, and Jojo looks for something up top, doesn't find the Sonic Wave on towards Tabe. But OMG, they're just running through this IG lineup.
And most importantly, they now have good position on that mid lane. That said, SMLZ wants his farm. Doesn't want to siege the mid-tier tower. They could have taken it, especially with the double tap from Lucian.
Young getting it sped up here, looking to try and find the twisted advance on towards Rain. Doesn't lock him down, but Bubble comes in, and so does Dredre. That's another pick for OMG. They're just walking all over IG across multiple points of the map.
And you have to think that a blueprint has now been set up for OMG. You have to ban Shui Shui's Lee Sin. He's going full TBQ on them.
He is the new TBQ for OMG. The discovery has been made today. They found the reverse placement they were looking for. Rebuilding complete. Play Lee Sin. SMLZ's now going to head back to base. Let's see what item he does pick up. As meanwhile, Rookie and Icon still training the mid lane.
See, I still don't think that that was the correct choice. Like, it's good that OMG, they like to fight. They would rather chase you around and kill you. But they had a window of opportunity to take that mid tower because Rookie was forced out and killed. And it's so much harder against Azir. Like, you had the chance where the wave clear was dead and your AD carry was in position and you had a wave crashing in. And instead, they would choose to put farm on SMLZ and to chase kills topside.
To be fair, the OMG have found a 7,000 gold lead for themselves after everything that just took place. Looking really good coming into game number 3 as we approach the 17-minute mark. We take a look at the items really quickly. It is going to be the Yoma's Ghostblade Black Cleaver coming out from SMLZ, so no Trinity Force being picked up by the Lucian.
My excitement wanes.
In mid lane, you can see Stinger being picked up by a Rookie here. And Zycon does have that Abyssal Scepter, going to put in some work on towards this Azir. Forces Rookie to back out one more time. Icon's been a little bit of a pest in this mid lane.
And Icon is stepping up against Rookie again. We talked about how he had a very explosive start on the LPL stage, taking down a lot of big-name mid laners and killing them 1v1 and really testing his merit against the likes of Rookie now and doing well in this LeBlanc versus Azir matchup.
He has been doing rather well. It's now up in the top side of the map. You can see IG, they're still keeping Rain and Tave up here, trying to take down this turret and get as much damage on it as possible. Icon doing some good work in this mid lane as well. This mid lane outer turret taking quite a bit of damage, should fall down in a couple more pushes.
Could have been down. It's fine. They're applying pressure towards the bottom side.
Icon's got some pretty slick mechanics here on this LeBlanc. Constantly trying to avoid crowd control and jumping back in for kills with those distortions. As another turret falls down in favor of OMG. This time it's going to be the bottom lane inner turret. Xiang now trying to defend up against Rain and Tabe. In fact, trying to go 2-on-1. Doesn't take any damage from the boomerangs that come out from IG.
Rookie needs to be careful. He's about to get flanked, possibly. This is very greedy.
Jojo and 5 are waiting for him. So is SMLZ.
Shui Shui has flash.
Gang Squad is going to go in. Jojo does get sped up. Rookie is going to try and jump out of there. Sonic Wave Resonate Strike connects, but has immediately used the ultimate to get out of that. But now there's no flash available on Rookie. Jojo finds the next Sonic Wave, is able to kick him into death. The body doesn't even decide to fly away. And now this mid turret is definitely going to fall down.
And finally, they take the objective. Shui Shui just mechanically styling on all of Invictus Gaming right now with this Lee Sin pick.
Goes to the blue buff, just kicks Kid away from it. Decides it is his, gives it over to Xiang.
And what was kind of a slow build has suddenly ballooned into close to a 10k gold deficit for Invictus Gaming.
Jojo now trying to go toe-to-toe against two members of Invictus Gaming. Puts the ward over the wall, gets sweeped out. That was a nice play from IG.
Just frankly an overstay from Shui Shui. Yes, it was a good collapse, but again, it's cute.
So was that. Icon just removes Tabe from the map as Rain now going to take a full culling to the face. The Sivir not having a great time here. Tatai trying to do what he can. Is going to be able to run away as the Parallel Converger slows him down. Ultimate coming back in. Tatai wants some blood. He's on top of 5 one more time. Kid picks up the kill and return. That was a very Tatai play.
We never know what type of Invictus Gaming we're ever going to get. This time around, they just kind of watched as their lanes got abused. Shui Shui responding correctly to the appropriate fires on the map, putting them out, and then starting them on IG's lawn. And Kid just undone by this enemy jungler.
He's not been having a great game so far. 1 and 2 on the Elise, building more ability power focus items. Red buff going to be taken away by Kid. Gets a good smite off. Not going to go down towards the Echo. And IG actually going to look to try and start a fight. Young goes back aggressively towards Kid. They chunk him out of the fight before it even starts. Rookie going in with the ultimate. Not going to connect there. Now Rookie's going to go down. Double kill coming out from Icon. SMLC will fall down in the back lines, but it's still 2 kills being picked up by the OMG lineup. Tabe might be next as Jedra is looking to try and jump on top of him with that Sonic Wave resonating strike. IG will immediately run away, and that means Mountain Dragon's going to fall in favor of OMG.
Yeah, and the big difference there is, yes, it was technically an even trade in terms of the kills that went down, but it's Invictus Gaming who are licking their wounds and returning to these massive creep waves building on their side, and the objective for OMG. So, advantage OMG.
And you know, one more time, just like game number 1, the kills are always in the right place for OMG. It's onto Dredre, Icon, and SMLZ, the 3 champions you would want these kills to be on. And they're using to pick up some nice items. You see the Black Cleaver being completed by the Lucian already. Picked up his Zeal as well. And
it's still the fact that Invictus Gaming have been unable to execute on their composition. They thrive in the big 5v5. Rookie has missed several key Emperor Divide ultimates. And they haven't gotten the big, true team fight that their team desires. OMG continuously playing around Fog of War, playing in the chaos and getting 3v3s, 2v2s. Even when all 10 people are in the same spot, the team fights are split.
And being 9,000 gold behind is not going to help Invictus Gaming in that scenario. It's difficult to even think of a team fight that IG could win being 9k behind.
They have the potential. They've got Rookie on Azir.
Well,
he doesn't have any boots.
He's got to hit one of those ultis. I heard it's been a little bit difficult for him in this game.
He doesn't have any boots.
Is that why he can't hit ultis?
He doesn't have any shoes.
He needs to pick them up because they are made for walking. He's not doing too much of that just yet. Shuffles all over the place right now.
Shrima surfs. It's too smooth for a shuffle as SMLZ.
You're going to pop down the culling there. Gets Kid down incredibly low. JJ was looking to try and find a Sonic Wave as well. Misses it.
Good to see Lucian return to the LPL in a very dominant fashion. It's now OMG completely in the driver's seat. Will pick up another tower for their troubles.
The Cinemataric taking a lot of damage for now, but Invictus Gaming able to force them away from it.
Bottom side, though, another pressure point being created from Xiang. Does have his teleport.
He is a tree, and he's causing a lot of chaos right now. Take a look at his items. He's got the Sunfire Cape and Spirit Surge picked up on Maokai. This is a pretty big tree. Tatai actually matching him 1-for-1 in items, so that's saving grace for the Invictus Gaming lineup right now.
Zatai is the only saving grace that IG have at all. Unfortunately, though, he doesn't get the opportunity to punish OMG, because like you said, their gold is balanced so evenly across 3 multiple carries. So even if Zatai really does tunnel in on one person, the other 2 will take care of it.
Which he tries to do there. Jumps on top of Xiang.
That is the wrong person.
Realize he's a tree. He can't quite chop it down. Again, we come to a point of the game where OMG are very content with farming it up and waiting for the next objective to possibly take.
No, they want that Baron. They are not content at all.
I should have realized there is Baron buff on this map, and apparently OMG are hungry.
They're resetting their map. They were spending their gold, and now they're placing their triangle vision appropriately, and now looking for a deep flanking TP. They want this.
And here's the teleport coming in. They're going to jump on top of Tabe first with Xiang. Immediately, Kid going to repel and try and run away on the flip side. Tabe, though, has to be careful. Sonic Wave not going to connect. Good sidestep, but it's not going to be enough. SMLZ picks up that kill on towards Tabe. Still only the support being taken away so far.
This would be a pretty big upset if OMG were able to take down IG. Again, they are sitting pretty much bottom of their group right now, whereas IG are sitting somewhere smack dab in the middle, have showed glimpses of brilliance.
Yeah, OMG actually yet to pick up a win so far in his summer split of the LPL. For now, though, they're looking to try and take down this Baron. Instead, they peel off. I didn't think OMG could do that, as SMB is able to take down Rain. Meanwhile, we see Azir getting taken as well. Tatai is able to take down 5 for another time in this match. Seems like that's on his hit list. But still a 2-for-1 trade in favor of OMG.
The decisive and the correct call to peel off the Baron means that OMG have a much better chance of getting this big purple worm. Jungler is still available, though, so Kid has the opportunity.
He's actually being soloed out here by Icon, trying to keep him busy. Lots of damage down towards this Elise. Not going to get out there. Casually takes the chains. And meanwhile, the rest of the map, there's fighting going off on OMG. SMLZ picks up the kill. Tatai trying to do what he can. Gets taken down. A delayed ace will come out from the OMG lineup.
And Shui Shui somehow manages to survive, so it means that a jungler will be available. Doesn't even need to assist his team with that, as a very clean play around the Baron pit from OMG. And is this 2013? Because they're looking smooth.
14,000 gold ahead of Invictus Gaming.
See,
23 minutes in.
The win rate
25.
knew something that we didn't.
Yep.
They were like, OMG in last place in their group, Invictus Gaming looking to be on the rise with Tabe. No. History knows it best. History repeats itself.
Well, OMG have found that secret formula to rebuilding, apparently. Play Lee Sin, win.
Question now becomes, again, effective champion pool. Is Shui Shui, and more importantly, are OMG limited by his success on this champion? Likewise, beating IG. Yes, IG have glimpses of brilliance, but they also have very low lows.
Not great so far for this OMG lineup. Not OMG, Invictus Gaming lineup. I don't really see how they can find a way back into this game.
Oh, they have the composition. We talked about this last game with OMG. They have the comp, but do they have the will and a way?
14,000 gold is also in their way.
It's uphill, okay? It's really steep.
Uphill? It's a mountain.
It's pretty much a 90-degree angle.
That's a difficult one to climb.
Rookie can do it.
He could try. He's got to hit one of those ultis first. They're already working towards the bottom lane inhibitor turret. That's going to get taken out. SMLZ working on it. Meanwhile, Siyoung up in the back lines. They're already able to obliterate Kid. Goes to the repel. Cuts back down. Meets his death as Siyoung picks up that kill. Power Convergence gets put down there by Tatai. Going to get bubbled up. The Echo is going to get taken down here. Stretcher goes into the fountain for the kill. Meanwhile, we see Tatai get taken down in the same time here. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of OMG. That was a ballsy Sonic Wave coming out from Stretcher.
And finally, Rookie hits the ultimate and just dunks him right in the fountain.
I don't think that's the ulti they need to get back into this game, but definitely stylish coming up from Rookie.
I don't know, that was an alley-oop.
Stretcher had it coming for him then.
But OMG continuing to siege on here, using Icon to zone Rookie off the tower so we can't wave clear.
Inhibitor turret. Inhibitor going to get taken down in the mid lane as well. Icon still wants some blood here as he dashes straight back in towards Rain. Takes him down towards half health. OMG take 2 inhibitors, and they're going to head back to base, pick up more items for themselves.
Hemorrhaging in Invictus Gaming's base, but they managed to survive. Critical condition for them right now.
Dragon is also going to get taken down here by SMLZ in 5. It is an Ocean Dragon. So OMG will be able to add another one to their belt of Elemental Dragons taken down. There'll still be one more to spawn in this game, but the question is, will we get to that?
And OMG are all smiles right now. Check out Icon, having a bit of a giggle.
He's having a blast here, 7-0-7 on this LeBlanc.
But this is what we really expected from the solo queue prodigy.
Mm-hmm. You know, most of OMG looking completely different from game 1 and 2 and game 3 here.
We've had very polarizing games tonight.
Yes, that sums up tonight quite well.
And it's not even just Invictus Gaming and their playstyle. Had it in Series 1, carried over into Series 2.
It was all 4 teams that played tonight had very polarizing playstyles. Even OMG. I mean, this is a polarizing playstyle from both game 1 and 2, one of which they won.
It's an expected playstyle, but going very different ways. A lot of credit again to Shui Shui. I keep saying his name, but he definitely turned fortunes around for this
good.
OMG lineup as they're now looking for the dive.
There's a Nami ultimate coming out. That's a deep flash coming in to try and knock back one member. It's going to be Rain, the crucial target. Gets kicked back into the team as Siyoung now is taking up so much damage. The rest of OMG just collapsed towards the final members of Invictus Gaming, looking and desperately wanting this first win in the LPL. They found 3 kills. They're going to look towards the next few minutes to push it towards the base as well. And OMG, they might have been able to do it here. They might actually find the first win in the summer split of the LPL.
They certainly chunked out Rookie. He's trying to heal up and get back into position.
Teleport's going to come in for Siyoung as well to keep the Super Minion alive long enough to take down the turrets. Nexus turrets have fallen. The Nexus is going to fall shortly after. OMG find their first win here in the summer split of the LPL.
And the rebuilding dynasty finally gets on the board for 2016. They're not quite the dark forces that they once were, but it's a good start.
Good start indeed. Game 1, a huge comeback from OMG after Invictus Gaming controlled the tide of that game for most of it. Game 2 was a whitewash. IG just took the game away from them. signs of hope of a comeback again in Game 2. But Game 3 is really where OMG shine there. Dredger once again on his Lee Sin, kicking things off quite literally to pull them into that game.
And again, that's the two threads that you take out of this series so far. Shui on that Lee Sin and how he's able to impact and get Icon rolling. And once Icon has a lead, he's a playmaker. He will punish with it.
You know, that game was as well as not only Icon and Dredger, but also Xiang played Maokai 3 games in a row, was pretty solid, was able to go toe-to-toe against Itai, stay even in CS, in fact, find a lead for himself in terms of CS up in that top lane. Bottom lane as well, they played well.
But this is what we expect from SMLZ. 5 a bit hit and miss, although he was target banned with his Thresh being taken away, but SMLZ has typically been kind of the most stable and most consistent performing member of the OMG roster, other than Xiang in that top lane, although SMLZ is more identified as a carry. Again, props to Icon, props to Shui, and props to OMG finally finding the combination that works for them.
And you know, we already talked about this. Xiang was that one member that retained the OMG lineup after they swapped through so many people.
It's effectively Xiang and friends.
Yep. And this time around, we got Icon coming back in. He played a couple of games for them previously. We have SMLZ and 5 returning to the bottom lane, and Dredger finding comfort on that Lee Sin pick. Really turning out so well. But for now, we're going to take a look at the results that happened and took place here today. EDG were able to pick up a 2-1 victory after very polarizing games against RNG in the first match tonight, followed by RNG up against OMG, where OMG also able to pick up a 2-1 victory in another set of very polarizing games here. And that gives us a chance as well to take a look at the standings in just a bit after the first day of our cross-conference games between Group A and Group B. For Group A, EDG climb up one more spot, being 6-0 at the moment. As well as we take a look at Invictus Gaming, dropping to 2-4 after they lost to OMG.
Again, this loss, however, for the other side on RNG isn't necessarily as punishing, simply because it doesn't impact their immediate group standings.
That's right, because they're still top to bottom here. So every single team on top has killed the teams below them. OMG do put themselves on the scoreboard here with a win over Invictus Gaming to tie up against LGD, who still have a game to play.
And that magic number is, of course, sliding into that 4th place spot and into playoffs.
Also, let's take a look at the matches that we have coming up tomorrow. First up is going to be Game Talents taking on Team WE, followed up by LGD taking on Snake Esports.
And LGD coming off their initial victory, so also on an upswing like OMG, and will be facing across from SOFM. Probably the most polarizing mismatch in the LPL, Amy versus SOFM.
That is going to be a very interesting match since SOFM has joined the Snake lineup. The Vietnamese jungler has looked like a terror to be reckoned with. And we also have Game Talents against Team WE. That's going to be a rather interesting cross-conference match.
Game Talents are still sitting relatively decent in the standings, although I think that they're about to be exposed. They've plateaued a bit, and all of their wins come with the condition that they haven't faced the teams at their best iteration. So again, they beat Snake in a very early week. Snake did not have their all-star jungler, or not the dominant Snake that they are now, and so their standings are a bit supplemented.
And you know, they feel like the sprinters in a marathon almost. They sprinted out, jumped out of the gates in the summer split of the LPL. Can't quite run the rest of the race.
It's more like they sprinted out, they tripped over the hurdle, and they're just kind of they're dragging along still right now as everyone's like racing to catch up.
Well, that'd be a little bit of a disaster here. So we're actually going to take a look at the MVP for that match. It's going to go over towards SMLZ on Lucian with 41% of his team's damage share, but I honestly feel like Churchill was robbed a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with that in terms of being proactive and starting the snowball off. Yes, credit to SMLZ. He played his matchup well. He played the team fights well. Obviously did massive amounts of damage, but Shui was just so key and fundamental to setting his team up for success, including his bottom lane.
Did you see that kick? It was a full screen away. The spectator had to pan down for that replay. That was crazy. He's really good in that champion. What was OMG's junglers knowing how to play Lee Sin? They're good.
I think every jungler just knows how to play Lee Sin, and it kind of comes back to this idea that a very young team full of very young players, they might be relying more so on their mechanical abilities rather than their team cohesion and synergy, and that might mean smaller champion pools.
Well, apparently I can't play Lee Sin, so I'm not one of those junglers coming into this lineup. But I'm not an LPL player, and I was still OMG picking up their first win here. Very polarizing performances. They still stood out, and they looked a little bit, glued together in this match, it felt.
They just look more confident and like they're having fun. I mean, you saw it on their
Yeah.
faces, icons smiling. Shui Shui looked really happy. Obviously, finally winning a game in the LPL is going to be a big morale booster, but it's nice to see that the team hasn't completely lost hope despite a very rough start to this split.
So what do we see from the Invictus Gaming lineup? Because they're a team that want to be one of the premier Chinese LPL teams, and they almost got there. It looked like they had a promising start to the season. Things are getting shaken up a little bit now, especially with this match against OMG. What's going wrong for the IG lineup?
IG need to clean up their draft first and foremost. The fact that we had a game one with a draft like that, and I'm not even just pointing out the Talia. I think that Talia is a very interesting champion. Still have question marks about where she fits in the scheme of the meta, but there were just so many other issues on that composition, not having hard CC, not having a clear tank line, not having a versatile composition in terms of your win conditions. IG just need a very clear direction. Yes, their shot calling has gotten better in game, but it's still not consistent in game. Some games, they look brilliant. Other games, you're like, what is this team?
Well, let's keep track of IG throughout the rest of the summer split of the LPL. But that's all for our broadcast here tonight. On behalf of Frosker and Rusty, who got voted off the island here tonight, myself and our entire production crew, thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow.